Chapter 553. Huai Divine Clay. After a long time, Yu looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "This place is actually pretty good. There are no ugly faces here. At least it's very quiet. It's just that I feel like something is missing. In this place I am the king." Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying soul-devouring power surged out. In the distance, a large amount of mud floated over. One must know that every year the divine whirlpool would absorb a large amount of mud and other things. Now that Lin Ling was the soul-devouring master, it was extremely easy for him to control these things here. "Brother Ling, you're so powerful," Yu exclaimed. Lin Ling smiled. He had heard such words of admiration countless times. In the past he didn't care at all. Now that Yu said it, he didn't know why, but he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Perhaps he would only feel satisfied when someone he cared about said such words. Even more powerful water trees come. Lin Ling's right hand continued to wave. Soul-devouring power surged out and the mud condensed into a small island. A pond, trees, and even a small house appeared on the small island. Everything was just like Lin Ling's small courtyard in the past. The only thing missing was living things. "I can even make a bridal chamber," Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu's face turned red and her breathing quickened. Looking at Yu's constantly moving chest, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He didn't know when this little girl had grown up. That place was actually not as small as in Yuer's. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Ling carried Yu and touched Yu's slender and smooth legs. Then he walked towards the small island in the distance. That was their temporary home. Although the divine whirlpool was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, after becoming the soul-devouring master, this place was extremely safe. Lin Ling and Yu both enjoyed the tranquility. Of course, Lin Ling was also looking for a way to leave. Although he liked this warm feeling, he also knew that there were too many people outside and too many things waiting for him to do. His battle was not over yet. On this day, Lin Ling arrived at another region of the One Transformation Heavenly Vortex. "All soul devourers in the vicinity of this region, come out and meet me immediately." An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's soul, causing all the soul devourers in the area to tremble in fear. That new soul devourer lord was so domineering. It actually wanted all the soul devourers to meet it. "Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. As a new soul devourer, do you have the ability to summon us?" Dark clouds billowed as large numbers of soul devourer lords arrived. It was said that these soul devourer lords had existed since the birth of the sky vortex, and had a long history. In the void, a terrifying soul force fluctuation erupted, causing many insignificant soul devourers' souls to tremble. This was the gathering of soul devourer kings, and countless soul devourers were looking at the new soul devourer king in the center, secretly admiring him. "Tell me what you know about the one sky vortex." In the void, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, calmly looking at the endless dark clouds in front of him. Those were all terrifying soul devourers. No soul devourer dared to face them head-on, but Lin Ling was indifferent. "Young man, scram!" One of the soul devourers shouted angrily. The other soul devourers also harbored evil intentions. "Seems like there's no room for discussion." Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, and his slightly delicate face turned cold. Behind him, endless dark clouds appeared. His soul devourer had appeared. Boundless demon eye. Blade of Nirvana. Without saying anything, Lin Ling's two soul force attacks erupted, causing the soul of the soul devourer lord to tremble. It was torn into pieces, and when it reformed, it was already far away. Its soul was damaged, but it was very difficult for soul devourers to die. Even if its soul turned into a wisp of smoke, it could still recover. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not devour the soul devourer lord. "Can you speak now?" Lin Ling said expressionlessly. Right now, he was in the one sky vortex devouring 10 heavens in 8 directions. How powerful was his soul? That ancient soul devourer lord was not qualified to take advantage of his seniority. Soul force attack. This new soul devourer is not simple. The attitude of the other soul devourers changed. They were not as arrogant as before. One of them said indifferently, "You want to leave this place, right? But as far as we know, there's no way out." "You don't have to worry about that. Tell me everything you know," Lin Ling said indifferently. He sneered in his heart. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The strong devoured the weak. Now that he had displayed his powerful soul force, these soul devourers were polite to him. Their expressions changed very quickly. "Good." The soul devourers did not hide anything and told Lin Ling everything they knew. Lin Ling nodded. He was more familiar with the one sky vortex now. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly left. At the same time, he spread out his soul force and searched the surroundings. He wanted to find a way out, so he would not let go of any corner of the one sky vortex. Finally, at a certain moment, 2 pieces of white soil floated in the void, causing Lin Ling's mind to surge. Most of the things here had turned into ashes with the passage of time. Even if they did not disappear, they had lost their spiritual energy. However, those 2 pieces of white soil did not. Instead, they emitted a mysterious aura. Around the soil, there were a large number of soul devourers circling. One sky divine soil. One sky divine soil, there was a record in the Limitless Sword Saint's memories. This was a rare material that was said to be able to transform into anything in the world. Moreover, it would not transform even after millions of years. If it was used to refine a battle weapon, it would be able to transform into a myriad of things. It would be the same as Lin Ling's previous battle weapon, but even stronger. If it was used to refine pills, it would be able to refine a strange type of colorless and odorless poison pill. It was said that it could even turn an Emperor Spirit Realm expert into water. Of course, the most important thing for Lin Ling was that the One Sky Divine Soil was an indispensable material for refining the One Sky True Fire Pill. One Sky Vortex, One Sky Divine Soil, is there a connection between them? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he did not have time to think about this. His soul force moved, and in a flash he moved 1,000 li away. Step by step, he walked towards the white soil floating in the void. A person? How can there be a person? No, look at his soul force, it's a soul devourer. Not good. The soul devourers around the divine soil were frightened. Devour. Without even looking at the soul devourers, Lin Ling's body emitted a dark cloud and swallowed all the soul devourers. Some of the soul devourers ran faster and hid far away, but Lin Ling was too lazy to care about them. He looked at the divine soil with a burning gaze. I finally found it. I've gathered all the herbs for the One Sky True Fire Pill. Lin Ling smiled and wrapped the 2 pieces of white soil with his soul force. Then he turned into a dark cloud and left. After becoming the soul devourer's lord, Lin Ling was like a true king in the One Sky Vortex. With a thought, he could do anything. Unfortunately, Lin Ling guessed that this kind of terrifying power could only be used in the One Sky Vortex. He was afraid that it would not work in the outside world. What's going on? Today I received 0 rewards and 0 monthly votes. This is the first time I've experienced this situation since I released the book. Chapter 554. 5 motifs. True Fire. A small island floated in the air. There were wooden houses and flowers on the island. It was as peaceful as a paradise. Among the flowers, a young girl was beautiful. She was wearing a purple robe with golden edges. Her graceful figure drew a seductive arc. Her jade-like calves peeked through the edge of the robe. The girl was showering the flowers. It was a beautiful scene. Coupled with the dark void, it was like a fairyland. Brother Ling, you're back. Suddenly, the girl's pretty face showed a small dimple. Yes, today's harvest is not bad. The person who came was Lin Ling. He waved the rune bag in his hand and smiled. I found the divine dissolving mud. No matter how ruthless Lin Ling was in the divine dissolving whirlpool and how majestic he was just an ordinary young man here. Then Brother Ling's innate king physique has improved. Yu was happy for Lin Ling. Of course, how can I compare to you? Awakening is an existence that surpasses the king physique. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. During this period he already knew about Yu's innate king physique. It was an existence that surpassed rank 10, Peacock King. Compared to Yu, Lin Ling's innate king physique was a little weak. This made Lin Ling sigh. Yu was picked up by Hua Leitang in the past, but he didn't expect Yu's background to be so extraordinary. Comparisons are odious. I spent so much effort to improve my innate king physique, but you surpassed me after awakening. How can I live? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Yu giggled. Then Brother Ling, are you jealous of me? Lin Ling knocked her smooth forehead. You're my sister. As your brother, I won't be jealous of you. I'll be happy for you and protect you forever. With that, he strode towards the wooden house. Hee. Yu smiled. She liked the confident look of the young man, but then she pouted unhappily. Who wants to be your sister? I want to be your bride. Inside the house, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Even though there weren't many people here, he didn't feel lonely at all. Instead, he enjoyed the time they spent together. Of course, there were a few times when he couldn't restrain himself and sneaked into the girl's boudoir, wanting to steal something, but in the end he was chased out by the girl. The young girl said that big sister heavenly concubine is still waiting for us outside. If we do this here, we will be letting big sister heavenly concubine down. In the end, Lin Ling could only touch her hand and occasionally kiss her on the lips. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling took out various materials. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, sun essence stone, divine dissolving mud, fire elemental jade and fire poison fruit. Among these 5 materials, the divine dissolving mud is the rarest. Luckily, I got 2 pieces this time. Lin Ling kept recalling. This alchemy was very important. The first shade true fire pill was a 7th grade pill, so he had to prepare it for a while. Luckily, Lin Ling's foundation in alchemy was solid. In addition, he had refined 7th grade pills before, so he wasn't very nervous this time. Boom. Flames bloomed and swallowed continuously. Lin Ling waved his hands and various materials floated up. Right now, he was using the alchemy method without a cauldron. Pa pa pa. The flames burned, turning the wooden house into ashes. From afar, one could only see a blood-red flame burning. If he wanted to refine the first shade true fire pill, he had to refine it with the vermilion bird's flames. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 3rd day, the crisp cry of a vermilion bird sounded. The flames converged and a blood-red pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This pill was translucent and a flame could be clearly seen inside. First shade true fire pill. First shade, flames condensed from essence, energy and spirit. Currently, Lin Ling already had the 4th shade. If he reached the 5th shade, then the power of his flames would increase greatly. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. After the pill entered his body, a burning feeling arose spontaneously, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. He felt that his essence, energy and spirit were undergoing the tempering of flames. A person's essence, energy and spirit were formless and colorless, but flames could still burn. This first shade true fire pill was indeed very powerful. After that, Lin Ling began to feel tired. His spirit was unbearable and he had no strength left. Hold on. Lin Ling forced himself to be alert. He knew that if he wasn't careful, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. In the void, time was like an hourglass. Yu looked at that ball of flame every day and was extremely nervous. Finally, at a certain moment, the cry of a vermilion bird sounded. From that blood-red flame, a slender figure slowly walked out. Hot. Even Yu felt a burning sensation. She suddenly smiled. Success. 5th shade true fire, burning a person's essence, energy and spirit. It's the flame of a 5th grade vermilion bird. If I meet Lu Rinxing again, his steel true meaning, I can burn it all. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. That was a confident smile. Right now, his only problem was how to leave this place. In the void, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The eye of time appeared, the birth of a whirlpool, and the current stability appeared quietly. This was a strange space. When it was first born, it was just a black dot. It kept absorbing energy from the outside world and finally stabilized. And this space was constantly connected to the outside world. It was just that the connection point kept changing. Moreover, the connection point was very small. Only at a certain moment would a huge whirlpool appear and forcibly absorb foreign objects. This was what Lin Ling learned from the other soul devourers. Therefore, Lin Ling had to find the connection point and expand it. If it were any other soul devourer master, it would be impossible for them to do this. However, Lin Ling had the eye of time and could see through the endless years, and the pattern of the appearance of the vortex. Therefore, he only needed to deduce. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling kept looking, but he was a little tired. Yu quietly appeared behind him and massaged his temples. Lin Ling smiled slightly. After that, Lin Ling once again focused on his task. This process was dull and tedious, but Lin Ling was not afraid of boredom. Next, Lin Ling split his soul devourer into many smaller soul devourers and began searching in all directions of the one sky vortex. Found it. Finally, Lin Ling smiled. Yu behind him also smiled. Lin Ling seemed to have succeeded. Through the eye of time, he familiarized himself with the pattern of the whirlpool. Then he let the soul devourers search around and finally found the connection point to the outside world. Let's go. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and took a step forward. He appeared in another direction as if he had teleported. There, a fist-sized light spot appeared. It was the connection point to the outside world. Soul devourers return. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and the entire invisibility heavenly vortex shook. Countless soul devourers flew over like locusts. The vast scene even made the soul devourers in the various regions gasp. They thought that they would never be able to get out of this place, but they did not expect that the new soul devourer would succeed. Attack! Lin Ling shouted again. Countless soul devourers charged at the fist-sized light spot. He wanted to expand the light spot, form a whirlpool, and then leave through the whirlpool. Rumble. The locust-like soul devourers shot into the light spot, causing it to expand bit by bit. During this process, a large number of soul devourers disappeared. These soul devourers were Lin Ling's soul force. Chapter 555. We're back. Boom. At a certain moment, the light channel finally exploded, revealing a void vortex that was quickly disappearing. "You, we can go back now." Lin Ling smiled and Yu was also excited. Then the two of them rushed into the vortex. As soon as they entered, the vortex disappeared. At the same time, a large number of soul devourers arrived. We missed it. If we knew, we would have believed him. He really did it." The soul devourers were extremely regretful. They had almost been able to go to the outside world, but they were too late. All of this was because they did not believe in Lin Ling. They never thought that they would be able to leave alive after entering the one transformation heavenly vortex. Now that they missed it, they lost their chance. It was too late to regret. Chi-chi. In the clear sky, a black vortex appeared. Then two figures shot out from the vortex and landed on a mountain peak. The two of them looked into the distance and smiled. At the same time, the black vortex in the sky quickly disappeared. After all, it was Lin Ling who forcefully opened the vortex, so it disappeared quickly. Brother Ling, we're back. Yu's eyes were filled with tears. The outside world was her home, where her family and sisters were. She had finally returned. She could not help but look at the young man beside her with admiration. The young man had once again created a miracle and brought her back from hell. A refreshing wind blew on Lin Ling's face, causing his long hair to flutter. Standing on the mountain peak, he looked into the distance. Returned from hell? That was indeed the case. "You, back then, you were forcefully kidnapped and I was wanted by the entire city. Don't you think it's time for us to get back at them?" Lin Ling said softly, his eyes cold. "Yes, it's time for us to get back at them." Yu nodded. Back then, she and the heavenly concubine were just passing by Iron Soul City, but the Lu family forcefully kidnapped them. Lin Ling went to save them, but in exchange he was hunted by the entire city. Now it was time for revenge. "This time I will burn Iron City." Lin Ling clenched his left fist. Lin Ling's life principle was how people treated him. If Iron Soul City bullied him, then he would destroy the city. Soul Devourer return. With a light shout, the soul devourers that had rushed out of the whirlpool shot towards Lin Ling like locusts. This allowed Lin Ling's soul power to reach an unprecedented level. Although it couldn't compare to Zaihua's sky vortex and didn't have the power to control the world, it still allowed Lin Ling's soul power to be extremely powerful. According to the level of cultivation, he might have reached the Holy Spirit realm. The soul power of a Saint Spirit realm expert was terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Ling had an additional soul force technique, the Boundless Demon Eye. In addition, Lin Ling's cultivation had reached the early stage of the King Spirit realm. His king body had risen to the 5th grade. However, his king body had appeared when he was breaking through to the King Spirit realm, so on the surface he only had a 4th grade king body. Only when he used his full strength would Lin Ling reveal his 5th grade king body. This was a hidden technique for him. He could catch people off guard and win. We should still be in the Green Heaven region. I wonder how Sister Heavenly Concubine is doing. Let's hurry over. Yu looked into the distance and said worriedly. Lin Ling nodded. He was also worried about the Heavenly Concubine. Although the feeling of being reborn after a calamity leaves a deep impression, I don't want to experience it again. Yu said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at the young man beside her. She still felt like she was dreaming. She and Brother Ling were still alive. However, this time, it was because of Brother Ling's hard work that the two of them could leave Zaihua's sky vortex. But what about next time? Therefore she had to become stronger. Yu's eyes became firm. She did not want to be Lin Ling's burden. She did not want to lose her family again. Then the two of them stepped on the clouds and flew into the distance. Feilai Mountain was a very strange mountain. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and the color of the rocks was dark brown. However, the most attractive part was the top of the mountain. There was a huge red rock there, and it was completely out of place with the rest of the mountain. According to legend, the huge rock at the top of the mountain flew from the sky. Therefore this mountain was also called Feilai Mountain. Feilai Mountain was very close to Iron Soul City. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see everything in Iron Soul City. Can we really find the 3-flowered red fruit here? We've been walking for 3 days but we haven't seen a single 3-flowered red fruit. Sigh, it's really difficult to find the 3-flowered red fruit in this season. Cultivation requires money and buying martial arts requires money. The path of martial arts is really difficult. Why don't we block the road and kill passers-by? I haven't touched a woman for a long time. If I don't have money, the woman in Peach Blossom Courtyard in Iron Soul City will ignore me. Several figures were walking along the mountain. They seemed to be warriors who came out of the firmament region to gain experience. Wait, look at that girl. Wow, she's so beautiful. Suddenly, they stopped and a young man with a face full of acne exclaimed, "It's her." Another young man in red also looked forward. The girl in white was very beautiful. Looking from the back, she had a slim waist. If he could hug her, it would be unimaginable. He seemed to know the girl in white. The people beside him could not help but ask. After all, it would be a lie to say that they were not attracted to such a beautiful girl in the wilderness. Moreover, they were warriors who had always been lawless. Why would they care so much? 2 months ago, young Master Lu of Iron Soul City got married. She was one of the beauties. The young man in red said. A burly middle-aged man couldn't hold it in any longer and said with an evil smile, "Young Master Lu has already died in Lin Ling's hands. That means that this beauty is currently unguarded. In my opinion, let's attack. There's no one here anyway." "Do you want to die? She is Lin Ling's woman," the young man in red said coldly, which made people tremble. 2 months ago, the young man had defeated the whole city alone in the Battle of Iron Soul City. How could they not know? Lin Ling is dead. Why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, she is the woman of the monstrous genius, Lin Ling. It's more interesting. However, some of them still could not help it. Do you think the city governor doesn't know that the girl has been waiting here every day? Last month, the city governor came to catch the girl in person, but he was stopped by an old man. So, the city governor doesn't dare to touch her. The young man in red shook his head. Even the city governor can't do anything? Everyone gasped. So, someone was secretly protecting the girl. However, the girl had been standing there all the time. What was she going to do? She is waiting for Lin Ling. She said that Lin Ling will come back. If he doesn't come back in a day, she will wait for a year. If he doesn't come back in a year, she will wait for a lifetime. The young man in red said with jealousy. If there was such a beautiful girl waiting for him, his death would be worth it. Unfortunately, the girl was not waiting for him. She was waiting for a dead man. Crazy. Chapter 556. You're Lin Ling? Although we don't dare to touch her, we can at least flirt with her. My heart is itching to see such a beauty standing in front of me and doing nothing. Zhang Tai is right. In fact, I'm very jealous of Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling make that girl wait for him? Lin Ling is just a dead man. He's already turned into ashes in the transforming heavenly spiral. He wants to challenge our Iron Soul City by himself. He overestimated himself and ended up dead. Hee, such an arrogant person won't go far on the path of martial arts. A few of the youths said disdainfully. They were in the wilderness and there was only the girl in white. Therefore they were being unscrupulous. Shut up. At this moment, on the flying rock at the top of the mountain, the white-clothed girl slowly turned her head. Her lively eyes carried a hint of coldness, but she was a little haggard. With just a glance, the hearts of the martial artists surged. So beautiful, much more lively than the prostitutes of the Peach Blossom Courtyard. Aren't I telling the truth? What's the point of waiting for a dead man? If you want to have fun, we can satisfy you. One of the youths was getting bolder and bolder. Although there were people protecting the girl, they weren't there. So what if they flirted with her? I said shut up. The girl in white shouted coldly again. TSK, you're as arrogant as Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was so mighty and dared to save you in front of the whole city. But where is he now? And do you know Iron Soul City? It's time to reward those who attacked Lin Ling that day. Every one of them will be rewarded. They'll be respected by tens of thousands of people in Iron Soul City and be called heroes. The youths mocked with disdain. Lin Ling won't let the Lu residents go. The girl in white frowned. The transforming heavenly spiral has a long history. No one has ever come out alive. Wake up. You'd better be our woman than Lin Ling's woman. As long as you dare to state your conditions, we'll agree. We'll even make you want to die. No one cared. Lin Ling won't die. The girl in white said with a pale face. These filthy warriors were insulting Lin Ling. It was obvious that the Lu residents had snatched them away and Lin Ling had come to save them. However, the Iron Soul City had twisted the truth and called Lin Ling a piece of trash while all the warriors who attacked Lin Ling were heroes. Iron Soul City's face was very thick. Ah! Everyone laughed even louder. This young girl had been waiting for Lin Ling all this time, which made them very jealous. Therefore, the more uncomfortable the young girl was, the more pleased they felt. If I'm not dead, then go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. In the distance, two figures approached. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe, giving off an extremely clean feeling. The young woman was slim and graceful, like a lotus in the snow. However, at this moment, the youth's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sir, do you know what you're saying? The warriors' faces turned cold. This person wanted them to go to hell. How bold. Moreover, they had also seen the newcomers. The young man was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while the young woman was at the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Although this level of strength was very powerful, there were also early-stage King Spirit Realm experts among them. Moreover, there were two of them. Of course, one of the warriors' eyes flashed. The young man looked very familiar, as if he was the genius Lin Ling who had appeared out of nowhere 2 months ago. However, didn't that young man die in the one sky vortex? Soon he shook his head. This young man couldn't be Lin Ling. You're very arrogant. You want us to go to hell? Do you think that just because there's an expert protecting the girl in white, that expert will protect you? Sir. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. This young man dared to be so arrogant in the middle of nowhere. Who would know if he killed this young man? I'm in a bad mood today. I can only look at beauties but can't touch them. Who knew that a piece of trash would come to save the damsel in distress? Brother, who kill him? Sir. Also, the little beauty next to him seems even prettier. There's no one to protect her this time. Everyone laughed coldly as their gazes fell on the agile young woman. Scum, Brother Ling, let me do it. The young woman was Yu. At this moment, her little face was covered in frost. These warriors were obviously not good people. They had done all kinds of evil and had even bullied Sister Heavenly Concubine, so she felt a chill in her heart. On the flying stone, the Heavenly Concubine stared at Lin Ling and the young man in a daze. She felt like she was still in a dream. Let me do it. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. He didn't like these scum, so he didn't want Yu to dirty her hands. If he wanted to be the bad guy, then he would be the bad guy himself. Whoosh. Behind him, the Tyrant Song sword was unsheathed. Sword intent gushed out as he pointed it at one of the King Spirit Realm warriors. Do you think we're prey? You're actually sharing the responsibility? Brother, who don't hold back. Everyone was furious. This blue-white robed youth was too arrogant. He was surrounded by them, but not only was he not afraid, he even planned to attack first. However, just as they finished speaking, the sword light was like water, passing by the middle-aged man called Brother Who and instantly leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. Brother Who wanted to say something, but blood spurted out from his neck, causing him to fall on his back. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. Brother Who was quite famous in Iron Soul City. His martial arts foundation was extremely deep, and he had already reached the peak of the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. He was just one step away from the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. But now he was killed in the blink of an eye. This was a dream. This time, everyone was no longer arrogant. Their hearts trembled, especially the young man who recognized Lin Ling at the beginning. At this moment, his face was pale. Could it really be him? How is this possible? Wang Ping, who is he? Do you know him? The others could not help but ask. After all, that youth was so strong. He seems to be. The young man said in fear. Not long ago you said that I was dead and turned into ashes in the one sky vortex. Now, no one recognizes me in front of you? Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing everyone's eyes to widen. A guess arose in their hearts. Lin Ling. Not long ago they said that Lin Ling was sucked into the one sky vortex and would die without a doubt, never to come out. But now, this terrifying monstrous genius had appeared in front of them. This was too unreal. If Brother Who hadn't died, they would definitely have thought that this was a dream. They would even think that this was Lin Ling's brother. After all, to be able to come out of the one sky vortex, he was the #1 person in this world. You're Lin Ling? Another early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator said with difficulty. Swoosh. The sword light flashed past and a bloody mark appeared on his neck. Lin Ling did not need to answer. His sword was the answer. In the past, when he was at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, he could kill early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivators. Now it was naturally easier. Moreover, these people were obviously not good people. They even dared to insult the heavenly concubine. Then they should all die. Brother Mozhan is also dead. He couldn't block a single sword strike. It's definitely Lin Ling. Chapter 557. Heroes List. Wait, we're just passing by. This has nothing to do with us. Soon, one of the martial artists knelt down and begged for mercy. The other martial artist did the same. You didn't look like you were just passing by. Lin Ling's face was still indifferent. We were just talking. We didn't dare to do anything. After all, that girl has someone protecting her. We didn't dare to do anything. Hearing Lin Ling's cold words, one of them raised his head and smiled apologetically. He didn't dare to resist. After all, Lin Ling had become famous in the realm of Green Heaven after the battle in the Iron Soul City. He was a genius that required the entire city to kill. How could they compare with him? So, if she doesn't have anyone protecting her, you will attack her? Lin Ling said indifferently. His words startled them. It was true. If there was no one protecting the girl, they would definitely attack her. Without saying anything else, a large number of vermilion birds appeared in his palm. Lin Ling waved them lightly and walked towards the heavenly concubine without looking at them. No. The martial artist's eyes widened as they let out their last cry. Then they were burned to ashes. The last thought they had before they died was that Lin Ling had returned. In the past, the Iron Soul City had surrounded Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had returned, he would definitely take revenge. After all, Lin Ling had said that if he didn't die, it would be the end of the Iron Soul City. Unfortunately, they would never be able to see that scene. You're back. The heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling and Yu Yu excitedly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that she was dreaming. I will be back. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the haggard heavenly concubine and felt a little guilty. The heavenly concubine had been waiting for him and Yu Yu. If she couldn't wait for a day, she would wait for a year. If she couldn't wait for a year, she would wait for a lifetime. He was very touched by her determination and friendship. I knew you, you loathsome bastard. Nothing can stop you. Even the one sky vortex can't stop you. The heavenly concubine finally smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Then she slowly closed her eyes. She had spent too much energy waiting here every day, so she could no longer hold on. Sister heavenly concubine. Yu Yu immediately ran over. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, she just fell asleep. It's fine. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at a place not far away. An elder had appeared there at some point. It was the elder who had protected Yu Yu and the heavenly concubine last time. Just as the rumors said, the old man was protecting the heavenly concubine. Lady Yu Yu's back. The old man was clearly very excited at this moment. He had not expected Lin Ling and Yu Yu to return. However, because he felt somewhat guilty, he did not dare to walk over. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. This young man was very terrifying. He had actually rushed out of the one sky vortex. He had underestimated him. Just what kind of secret was he hiding? He did not say a word. Lin Ling also remained silent. He did not have a good impression of the old man. However, the old man had protected the heavenly concubine. That was why he remained silent at this moment. You protect them for now. I'll go take care of some things. Finally, Lin Ling said softly and then slowly left. All right. Seeing the handsome young man leave, the old man nodded. At this moment he was no longer as arrogant as before. Perhaps that young man made him very fearful. It was as if he could never see through him. He had always thought that the young man was not worthy of Lady Yu Yu. But now he did not think so. The young man had sacrificed a lot for Yu Yu. He indeed had no qualifications to deny the young man. Brother Ling. Yu Yu's beautiful eyes flickered. But then she smiled. She knew what Lin Ling was going to do. He was definitely going to Iron Soul City. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling was very kind most of the time. When he saw injustice on the road, he would pull out his sword to help. However, if you bullied him, then even if you hid at the ends of the earth, he would still seek revenge. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was clear about his likes and dislikes. This was Lin Ling. Iron Soul City was still bustling with noise. Under the sunlight, the giant Iron City exuded a sacred and inviolable majesty. Make way, make way. On the square of Iron Soul City, a large number of martial artists were lingering. At this moment, a large group of martial artists walked along the road. Their majestic voices were heard. The crowd immediately made way for them. They looked at the group of people in awe. They knew in their hearts that they were martial artists from the Lu residence. In Iron Soul City, to be a martial artist from the Lu residence was a supreme honor. Moreover, they had great authority. Countless martial artists were working hard for that spot. Now, when they saw the martial artists from the Lu residence arrive, they were naturally in awe. Notice to the whole city today. The person who came pasted a notice on a huge black rock, causing many people to surround it and read it. There were 2 notices. 1. 10 days later, the city governor, Lu Rinxing, will be rewarded by his superiors. He will own 2 main cities and become the governor of 2 cities. 2. Reward the heroes on the hero list of Iron Soul City based on their contributions. The first notice had undoubtedly shocked the whole city. Lu Rinxing was very lucky. He was valued by the Green Lotus country of the Blue Heaven region and was rewarded with a main city. This made Lu Rinxing famous. 10 days later, there might be a powerful martial artist from the Blue Heaven region who would come and personally reward Lu Rinxing. I'm so envious. It's a pity that I didn't contribute in the last battle. Otherwise, I could accompany the city governor to create endless fame. The crowd sighed secretly. Lu Rinxing's meteoric rise was getting higher and higher. As for the second notice, reward the martial artists according to their contributions. At the center of the square, there was a huge stone tablet with thousands of names engraved on it. They were the martial artists who had made great contributions in the last battle of Iron Soul City. These martial artists were not only rewarded with spirit crystals, but they could also become martial artists of the Lu residence. Without a doubt, to be able to appear on the stone tablet was something that countless people envied. They could be called heroes. I didn't expect Wu Daoxian to be on the list. That day when he was chasing Lin Ling, he only sent out a palm strike from afar. Are you talking about me? Trash, who told you not to make a move? What's the use of being envious of me now? Hee, it's not that I'm envious. I just feel that those who are unrighteous are doomed to destruction. Good and evil are in people's hearts. You despicably made a move. Be careful of retribution. Retribution? You want to say that Lin Ling came back to take revenge? What a joke. A whirlpool is like hell. Have you ever seen someone come out alive from hell? The square was abuzz with discussion. Some people became heroes and were very proud, while others were very jealous. Of course, there were some people who wanted to be on the same level as Xie Tian. They smiled disdainfully. Hero? The Lu residence was really thick-skinned. Snatching a woman in broad daylight, and the other party came to save her. Then the entire city was surrounded and killed. Even those who launched the sneak attack became heroes, while Lin Ling became the villain and trash. The Lu residence had the final say in everything under the heavens. Heroes list? There are more than 3,600 people. It seems like there will be some to kill. On the square where everyone was discussing, a slender figure wearing a cloak was looking indifferently at the sacred stone tablet. Under the hood, a cold smile was like a wolf under the moonlight. Chapter 558. Returning from Hell. I'm now a hero on the hero's roll. Do you see? This is the hero card given by the Lu residence. It represents supreme glory. Who else in this world can do it but me? In a brothel, a burly man proudly waved the jade card in his hand. Many women in the room looked at him with admiration. The hero's role represented a martial artist from the Lu residence. With the hero card, it meant that this martial artist had attacked Lin Ling during the earth-shattering battle 2 months ago. That was bold. Master One is so powerful. Instantly, all sorts of giggles could be heard. I'm powerful in many ways. Little vixens, I'll let you have a taste of my power. The man was even more proud. Being admired by beautiful women was undoubtedly something to be happy about. I have to thank Lin Ling for all of this. He made me famous. Attacking me in exchange for endless glory, but at the same time, it also brought about death. At this moment, a cold voice came out from the room, causing the room to quiet down. Everyone looked over and saw a slender figure slowly walking out from the darkness. It was a young man, handsome and otherworldly. He wore a blue and white robe, but his cold eyes made him look like an emissary from the 9 nether hells. Who are you? The tall and sturdy man frowned and said coldly. The one who made you a hero is also the one who turned you into a dead spirit. The young man spoke softly as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. However, in the next moment, a sword light flashed and a sword mark appeared on the burly man's neck. His eyes widened as he stared at the young man. Under the light, the young man's face became clearer and clearer. It made him recall a terrifying memory. It was him. That young man had returned from hell. However, when he wanted to say something, the sword mark on his neck made him unable to say anything. In the end, he fell on his back. The sudden turn of events made the women in the brothel scream. The young man ignored them. He looked at the golden jade card and smiled faintly. Hero card? Interesting. He waved his right hand and the hero card hung on his waist. Then he disappeared from the room. The screaming women in the brothel were stunned. That young man didn't kill them? Obviously, the young man came with a purpose. At the same time, in a small village not far from Iron Soul City. Who is the village chief? Come out now. A thin and weak man swaggered into the village, causing everyone in the village to tremble with fear. Hand over all your money. The thin man spoke coldly and took out a jade token. I'm a warrior from Iron Soul City's Lu residence. I have a hero token. If you resist, it's equivalent to going against Iron Soul City. Sir, this is just an ordinary village. An old man said reverently. Without another word, the thin man punched the old man to death. I don't want to repeat what I've said before. The crowd was even more terrified. This man was using the name of a hero to plunder everywhere. Was he really a hero on the hero card? Hey, that girl is not bad. She's coming with me tonight. The man ignored the crowd's fear. His gaze fell on a girl and he licked his lips. Sir, I already have a family, please spare my life. The woman was a bit beautiful, and immediately began to beg for mercy. You have a family? Who is it? If you dare to come out, I'll kill you all the same. I have a hero token with me and I'm responsible for protecting this area. I'm just tired today and I'm looking for someone to serve me. Why aren't you cooperating? The man sneered. The crowd's heart skipped a beat. How cruel. The people on the hero list were not heroes but bandits. You have a hero token and I'm lacking one. At this moment, under the moonlight, a slender figure walked out from the forest in the distance. The blue and white robe shone under the moonlight, making the eyes of the villagers flicker. Do you want to die? The man looked at the newcomer coldly and frowned slightly. He did not understand why someone dared to provoke him when he had a hero token. Did they want to offend the Lu residents? Hero token, a nice name, but it's owned by a scumbag. The newcomer shook his head and did not say anything else. He waved his right hand and a gorgeous flame bloomed under the night sky. It flew across the sky and landed on the man, causing him to howl in pain. How dare you touch me? I'm from the Lu residence. Tell me your name if you dare. I'm Lin Ling. The man's eyes narrowed when he heard the soft voice. When he looked at the young man again, his face was filled with fear. Under the moonlight, the young man looked extremely handsome. However, because of his indifference, he looked more like a god of death who had been resurrected from the Nine Serenities hell. This young man's face was exactly the same as the young man who had fought not long ago. He was still arrogant and had fought against the whole city alone. What do you want? The man said with difficulty. Nothing. It's just that all the martial artists on the heroes list will die. None of the 3,800 martial artists will be spared. I was wondering if killing heroes was against the laws of heaven, but now it seems that the so-called heroes are just a self-comforting title for a group of scumbags. The young man said coldly. Then he stretched out his left hand, and the hero token appeared in his hand. The young man turned around and left, while the man was burned to ashes. He's so powerful. He killed a master on the hero list with one move. The crowd stared blankly at the young man who was leaving. Their hearts were trembling violently. However, the young man's cold killing intent made them feel warm. Although the messenger from hell was ruthless, he had his own principles. The young man was Lin Ling. He was here for revenge. When he had fought with Lu Rinxing, many warriors had attacked him for money. After the battle, he had gained the title of hero. Those warriors had used the title of hero to show off their strength. Today, Lin Ling had come to kill them. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Some things in life could not be wrong. If one made a mistake, one would have to pay the price. Your Excellency, why do you want to kill me? Because of the hero token. Stop. I still have a mother, a wife, and a child. I attacked you because I need to raise them. I did nothing wrong. You have family. You become strong for your family. But have you ever thought that I don't have family? If I die, what about the people behind me? You attacked me selfishly, so you have to face my revenge. No matter what the reason was, as long as they had the hero token, as long as they attacked Lin Ling that day, Lin Ling would not let any of them go. Because they wanted to become stronger, they attacked Lin Ling to get the reward and let their family live a better life. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling did not have a family. Lin Ling was dead. What about his family? Lin Ling had no grudges with them. He only attacked the mayor. However, they attacked Lin Ling. Therefore, no reason could stop Lin Ling from killing them. The 4th night watch is over. Tomorrow is the 11th of the singles day. It will explode. Please support me. I will fight hard. I hope that more readers will fight with me and work hard. So please give me tips and monthly votes. Fishy is not a hypocrite. Because I have worked hard, I want to get everyone's support. Chapter 559. Everyone was in a state of panic. You're Lin Ling. You've really walked out of the one sky spiral. How is this possible? So just kill me. That day in Iron Soul City, you said that if you didn't die, it would be the end of Iron Soul City. Now that you've returned from hell, the end of Iron Soul City has arrived. Lu Rinxing, Lu Qing, they don't know what kind of existence they have provoked. Some of those who were killed were unwilling to accept it, but some were convinced. After all, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Only those who survived in the end were the true powerhouses. 8 days passed quietly. On a mountain peak, Lin Ling stood quietly. His clear eyes looked forward. He had killed more than 2,000 people. Moreover, it was a continuous killing. His body began to emit a murderous aura. There was even a moment when he almost fell into a killing trap. There was only killing in his mind. However, every time that happened, he would tell him why he was killing, and why he had come to this world. Therefore, he didn't fall into a killing trap. He still maintained his heart and didn't become a warrior who killed for the sake of killing. At least compared to those warriors who killed for the sake of killing, his heart was still clear. More than 2,800 people. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at his left hand. Then he smiled. That smile was still clean under the moonlight. It didn't have any bloodthirsty thoughts. More than 2,800 hero jade tokens hung on his waist. Under the moonlight they were dazzling. He would leave these jade tokens to Lu Rinxing. He would let him know the fate of the heroes on the heroes list. The remaining people are in Iron Soul City. It's time to wash everything away. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Outside Iron Soul City it was quiet. However, a slender figure was moving forward along the giant iron city. Every 10 meters the figure would stop and sprinkle something. Gradually, the thing he sprinkled covered the entire giant iron city. If someone was here and dug up the soil, they would find that it was a flame seed. Countless flame seeds surrounded the steel city. At the same time, the Iron Soul City was in turmoil. In just 8 days, all the experts on the heroes list in the Iron Soul City disappeared one by one. No one knew where they went or if they were still alive. However, this was enough to make the people of Iron Soul City panic. More than 2,800 martial artists had all gone missing. What had happened? At this moment, no one was worshipping the huge stone tablet in the square of Iron Soul City. Instead, many people were avoiding the stone tablet. It was as if the name that appeared on the stone tablet was not a hero, but a death god's name. Fortunately, I didn't make a move that day. Otherwise, my whereabouts would be unknown by now. Who do you think did it? Is it Lin Ling? Lin Ling is already dead. It's definitely not him and he's just missing. Maybe the city lord is secretly gathering them, we just don't know. The crowd was discussing animatedly with all kinds of thoughts. However, it was undeniable that the Iron Soul City was quietly covered with a layer of dark smoke. Many people had a feeling that a storm was coming, and it was just the calm before the storm. At this moment, the core of Iron Soul City, the Lu residence, was still brightly lit. In a luxurious room, Lu Rinxing was sitting quietly with his brows slightly furrowed. My lord, the second miss and the others are missing. The martial artists of the Lu residence who went to Hui City are also missing. It seems that as long as the people of the Lu residence are not in Iron Soul City, they are all missing. Yes. An old man who looked like a butler looked at the middle-aged man respectfully and said. It was very scary, as if there was an unknown horror hanging over their heads. Is it the old man who guards the heavenly concubine? Yes. Lu Rinxing's dignified face had a touch of coldness as he slowly opened his mouth. Impossible, that old man has already said that he won't do anything to Iron Soul City. He said that all of this will be settled by Lin Ling. The butler said again. Previously they wanted to capture the heavenly concubine, but they were stopped by the old man. After that, the old man said that every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. All of the grievances will be settled by Lin Ling himself, so the old man won't do anything. Lin Ling was sucked into the sky vortex and died long ago. It's impossible for him to come out. Since it's not him, then who is it? Lu Rinxing shook his head and said. This matter was too strange. All of them were missing. Could it be that those people agreed to disappear together? This kind of thing is very normal. In the 100 territories, there are often some unforeseen events. City Lord is making a fuss over nothing. Yes. At this moment, several handsome figures appeared in the room. It was Feng Gu and the other two. Not long ago they assisted Lu Rinxing in killing Lin Ling. After that, Lu Rinxing also focused on repaying them, allowing them to be like emperors in Iron Soul City. Therefore they didn't leave for the time being and were enjoying the pleasure of being above others. You're right. Perhaps some remnants of Lin Ling's party are causing trouble. But it doesn't matter. After I become the city lord of the two cities, those clowns will all die. Lu Rinxing smiled faintly. His eyes were full of killing intent. Moreover, he also found out that Lin Ling came from the insignificant Cloud territory. When the time comes, he will wash the Cloud territory with blood. Even if Lin Ling died, he won't let Lin Ling's family have an easy time. After all, his son died in Lin Ling's hands. In 2 more days you will become the city lord of the two cities. Congratulations, congratulations. Feng Gu and the others smiled faintly. Then they pointed out, City Lord seems to have bought a new batch of girls. I wonder if we can go take a look? Of course. Lu Rinxing immediately nodded, but his heart was full of disdain. These geniuses' hearts of martial arts were not stable. They were addicted to beauty and had ruined countless girls during this time. But to Lu Rinxing this was a good thing. If they liked girls, then he would give them to them. With them, his Iron Soul City would be stronger. The next day, Iron Soul City was calm and peaceful. The 10th day quietly arrived. The entire city surged. Today was the day that Lu Rinxing would become the city lord of the two cities. In the Blue Heaven region, having a city lord was equal to having supreme strength. After all, the more cities one had, the more cultivation resources one could plunder. Early in the morning, the entire city was silent. Countless people appeared at the square. Their eyes were looking at the 4 people in the square. These 4 people were the 4 strongest people in Iron Soul City. Among them was City Lord Lu Rinxing and 3 geniuses from the 7 profound martial house. These people were like emperors sitting there, talking and laughing with each other. The crowd secretly envied them. In the world of martial arts, those with great strength would have supreme glory, making everyone admire them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky billowed. A figure stepped on the clouds, displaying a mysterious movement martial art, and walked over from the distance. So strong, is that the messenger of the Blue Heaven region? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. To step on clouds as if they were flat ground, their martial arts background was obviously extremely terrifying. Chapter 560. Unhindered by the heavens and earth, is Lu Rinxing here? A moment later, a figure stopped in the sky. It was a young man in white clothes. He was about 20 years old, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and confident, and he wore the robes of the 7 profound martial house. Its senior apprentice brother Li Muxiang. On the ground, Feng Gu and the others were surprised but then smiled. Obviously, they knew who this person was, and they weren't surprised that he was a messenger from the Blue Heaven region. After all, the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house came from the 100 domains. Before these geniuses went to the 7 profound martial house, they were naturally famous in their hometowns and had a high status. Another genius of the 7 profound martial house. It seems that he is a Moon Guard level disciple. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't difficult to guess the origin of this powerful messenger. Senior apprentice brother Li Muxiang, you should be able to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list this year. Ignoring the awe of the ants, Feng Gu looked at the youth in the sky. Haha, I should be able to barely enter. But the 7 profound heavens chosen list is not easy to enter. Those who enter are all peak Moon Guard level disciples. The youth in the sky faintly smiled. 7 profound heavens chosen list? Some older martial artists' pupils shrank. They had heard of this 7 profound heavens chosen list. It was said that in the 7 profound martial house, the geniuses were divided into ranks. The weakest were candidate disciples, followed by Star Guard level disciples, and then Moon Guard level disciples. Above Moon Guard level disciples was the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Without a doubt, this youth was stronger than Feng Gu and the others. The world of these geniuses was something that they could only look up to. Compared to them, Lin Ling's background was obviously weaker. It was said that Lin Ling was only a Star Guard level disciple. Lu Rinxing, as the city lord of Iron Spirit City, you can be said to be untainted. You have made great contributions to the tens of thousands of martial artists of the Blue Heaven region. Today the Blue Heaven region has asked me to come forward and reward you with a main city token. Li Muxiang faintly looked at Lu Rinxing. Lu Rinxing's heart was suddenly filled with ecstasy. He had been waiting for this moment. After all, he was not a genius and could not enter the 7 profound martial house. If he wanted to become stronger, the only way was to have more cultivation resources. And now he had. I'm so envious. From now on, the city lord will have a meteoric rise. The crowd sighed inwardly. It turns out that the Blue Heaven realm, the upper 3 regions of the 18 regions, is also so ugly. You take the wealth of the people and say that you are clean. Do you think we are all blind? Right at this moment, an untimely voice resounded, and it caused the entire city to go silent. How bold. Today was the day that the city lord had made a name for himself, and yet there was someone who dared to oppose him. Not only that, but they dared to oppose him in front of the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. Not only was this a humiliation to the city lord, but it was also a slap to Li Muxiang's face. As soon as this voice fell, the ground shook as if there was an enormous ancient demon beast slowly walking over from afar. Who is it? Countless people became curious. Even Li Muxiang, who was in the sky, smirked. In his hometown, this was the first time he had heard someone who dared to oppose him. Under countless gazes, a slender figure slowly walked over from the front. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and each step left a footprint. On his shoulder was a huge stone tablet that was extremely dazzling. Amazing. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if they were seeing a giant slowly walking over. Bang! The huge stone tablet was heavily smashed to the ground by the newcomer. Then, under everyone's gaze, the newcomer's face was finally revealed. It was a handsome young man in a blue and white robe. His eyes were bright and piercing, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. That was a sneer of mockery. Silence. The entire city suddenly went silent. Many people were familiar with this young man, but now he was here. This must be a dream. Lin Ling. Lu Rinxing's eyes widened. Why did that young man come back? Impossible. I saw him being sucked into the transforming heavenly vortex with my own eyes. He couldn't have come out alive. Feng Ji's heart trembled. Transforming heavenly vortex? In the sky, Li Muxiang's expression changed. The Blue Heaven realm was his hometown. Naturally, he knew about the transforming heavenly vortex. That place was a place where one could enter but not leave. He had never heard of anyone coming out alive. This young man actually came out alive. This was a miracle in the Blue Heaven realm. The entire city was still silent. The crowd still felt that this was unreal. The young man didn't seem to have come back from the transforming heavenly vortex, but from the 9 serenities hell. How terrifying. Interesting. Later, you tell me how you came out of the transforming heavenly vortex. After being surprised, Li Muxiang said indifferently. He was very curious about Lin Ling's experience. However, his words were a little arrogant. It seemed that he thought that Lin Ling had to tell him if he asked Lin Ling. Originally, I wanted to give a token to Lu Rinxing, but you seem to be dissatisfied with Lu Rinxing. That's fine. The Blue Heaven realm never deceives people. After you settle it yourselves, I will give the token to you. Li Muxiang said again. His words caused Lu Rinxing's eyes to narrow. He was so close to obtaining another main city, but Lin Ling had interrupted him. Emissary. Lu Rinxing shouted anxiously. However, Li Muxiang waved his hand. He was a high and mighty emissary. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the matters of the Iron Soul City. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, Your Excellency, let me give you a piece of advice. This is a grudge between me and the Iron Soul City. You'd better not interfere. You're talking to me? Li Muxiang was stunned. Originally, he didn't want to interfere, but he didn't expect that the young man would threaten him and tell him not to interfere. It was all very funny. He curiously asked, What if I interfere? Then you'll still die. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Today he came with a firm intention. He must destroy the Iron Soul City. No one could stop him. If anyone tried to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. So arrogant. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Then their pupils constricted. Lin Ling came back alive and interrupted the glorious moment of the city lord. He definitely came with the intention of destroying the city. However, Lin Ling actually said that if the emissary interfered, he would kill the emissary too. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? One should know that Li Muxiang was one of the top geniuses in the Blue Heaven realm. He was also the top among the Moon Guard disciples. He was about to be ranked in the 7 profound genius list. However, Lin Ling was only a Star Guard disciple. Ah. Li Muxiang laughed. He wasn't angry. He could also see that Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the King Spirit realm. How could he be moved by such strength? If he didn't want to know how Lin Ling came out of the one sky spiral, he wouldn't even bother to say anything. You have pride. Okay, I promise you that I won't interfere, Li Muxiang said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was a senior. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Li Muxiang. His gaze was ice cold as he looked at the distant Lu Rinxing. His tranquil voice finally transmitted, Lu Rinxing, in the past, you ordered the entire city to kill me. Today I have returned from hell alive. The voice seemed to be greeting a friend, but the monstrous killing intent made countless people gulp. They were finally sure that the young man would destroy the Iron Soul City. Just like what the young man said 2 months ago, if the young man didn't die, the Iron Soul City would face the end of the world. Chapter 561. Death List. Far away on top of Feilai Mountain, Yu Yu and the Heavenly Concubine were looking at Iron Soul City with smiles on their faces. They knew that Iron Soul City had bullied them in the past. Today the young man was back. He would rise from the place that had fallen. He would destroy Iron Soul City. They believed that the young man would definitely be able to do it. The Iron Soul City would definitely be destroyed. He's back. Among the crowd, Ouyang Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes flickered. The young man's carefree figure was deeply engraved in her heart. Now the young man was back. Xiaoqian, he's the one who dragged your future down. How dare he come back? He's courting death. The Ouyang family's patriarch snorted coldly. If it wasn't for that young man, their Ouyang family would have already climbed up the coattails. You're always thinking about yourself, Ouyang Xiaoqian said coldly. She was getting more and more disgusted by the Ouyang family's patriarch. Haha. Haha. However, after a moment of silence, Lu Rinxing's disdainful laughter rang out. Are you courting death by coming back? The crowd's eyes flickered as they recovered from the shock. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. If it was a one-on-one battle, there wouldn't be many opponents in the Iron Soul City. However, did Lin Ling know what kind of enemy he was facing? That was a battle with the entire Iron Soul City. Last time he couldn't win against the Iron Soul City. This time he was lucky enough to come back alive. Could he win? City Lord, I didn't make it to the heroes list last time. Today I'm going to make a contribution. Even the heavens are helping me. I'm going to join this battle too. Many warriors were no longer afraid. All kinds of disdainful voices rang out. Last time they didn't make a move and missed out on the heroes list. Now that they saw Lin Ling again, they immediately felt that it was a great opportunity to make a contribution. Pitiful worm, you escaped with your life but you still want to court death. Feng Gu and the others sneered. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like an ant. As for the crowd, they sighed inwardly. Lin Ling was too impulsive. Wasn't he inviting people to kill him again? After all, the heroes list not long ago was still a hot topic. Heroes list? Under the countless jeers, Lin Ling's smile became even colder. He gently placed his hand on the huge stone tablet behind him, causing everyone to be puzzled. Lin Ling had carried the stone tablet here not long ago. What did that mean? Wait, that's the heroes list. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had brought the heroes list with him. But why did Lin Ling come here with the heroes list on his back? I'm looking forward to seeing more people on the heroes list, because it's the list of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling coldly smiled, his smile carried a hint of evil charm. He waved his right hand like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. A large number of jade plates fell to the ground with tinkling sounds, making the hearts of the crowd tremble. Looking carefully, those were all hero plates. Moreover, there were many hero tokens, more than 2,000 of them. Most importantly, some of the hero tokens looked very familiar. The martial artists who owned those hero tokens seemed to have disappeared. Could it be that the martial artists who disappeared not long ago are related to Lin Ling? Someone said in fear, which silenced the whole city. No one dared to laugh anymore. The martial artists who had been looking forward to fame were now like ducks holding their necks. They remembered the recent rumors. It was said that all the martial artists on the heroes list who were not in Iron Soul City had disappeared. But now they had a feeling that they had not disappeared but died. In that case, Lin Ling had killed more than 2,000 martial artists, and those martial artists had attacked Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was taking revenge, like a messenger of the Grim Reaper from the 9 Serenities Hell. Say it, why don't you say it? A bunch of trash. Looking at the silent crowd, Lin Ling said lightly, which made the crowd even more silent. You came back alive to prove that you are not a stray dog. You are enjoying a sense of superiority in front of these people and making them fear you. Is it interesting? Seeing that the entire city was afraid of Lin Ling alone, Lu Rinxing finally opened his mouth. The fury in his heart was surging. During this period of time, their Lu residence was also in a state of panic, but they never thought that all of this was done by Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling think of them as livestock to be slaughtered? It's not to make them fear me but to let them know that if they wanted to get something from me in the past, they should pay the price today. At present, there are 3,897 martial artists on the heroes list. Lin Ling said calmly. 3,897? I remember that there are 3,893 martial artists on the heroes list. Someone was puzzled, which made the crowd confused as well. But soon they narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wanted to kill 4 more martial artists than those on the heroes list, which meant that the 4 martial artists should be the mayor, Feng Gu, and Lu Rinxing. As soon as this idea came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that Lin Ling had come for revenge, the battle had not yet begun, and Lin Ling had already arrogantly put the 4 martial artists on the Grim Reaper's list. This was too arrogant. The mayor and the 3 Moon Guard level disciples, were they all trash? Shameless boasting. Feng Gu and the other 2's faces were icy cold. One of the youths stepped forward and said, "Just a bunch of clowns. Senior brother Feng Gu, I alone am enough." As he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Last time you escaped and luckily you didn't die. This time you still dare to come to your death. Have you forgotten the shame of last time? The shame is for you. Last time, if I hadn't fought thousands of people and almost killed Lu Rinxing, how could you be so arrogant? You only know how to take advantage of others. Are these the 7 profound martial house's Moon Guard level disciples?" Lin Ling disdainfully smiled, and his words caused many people to nod. Last time, Lin Ling had fought with the entire city, and even Lu Rinxing had almost died. But at the last moment, 5 Moon Guard level disciples had arrived. Although they had suppressed Lin Ling, it was obviously an unfair victory. "Ah, your mouth is still as sharp as ever. Very well, this time I will let you die convinced of your defeat." The youth lightly shook his head, and an invisible wind rippled out, causing many people's hearts to become dignified. Although last time these people had won an unfair victory, it was undeniable that their strength was indeed formidable. The late King Spirit Realm, in addition to the 7 profound martial houses background, this time they might be able to kill Lin Ling. Interesting. You're only at the early King Spirit Realm, and at best you're a Star Guard disciple. You dare to challenge a Moon Guard level disciple? In the sky, Li Muxiang lightly shook his head. Geniuses had the ability to jump ranks to fight. Some had a strong king body, some had high-grade martial arts, and some had powerful weapons. In short, they could easily kill a martial artist of the same level. Jumping ranks to fight was extremely easy. In the 7 profound martial house, Li Muxiang had even seen geniuses that jumped 4 realms to challenge others. Those could be called monstrous geniuses. For instance, someone at the early King Spirit Realm could fight someone at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. But, geniuses against geniuses, this was a bit difficult. Lin Ling was not facing an ordinary late King Spirit Realm martial artist, but a genius. For him to be so arrogant, wasn't this just courting death? My king body is the 3rd grade wild void body. This kind of physique only appears in the easternmost part of the upper 3 regions. After coming to the 7 profound martial house, I was valued by the 3 mad scholars. They taught me a 4th grade king step cultivation method in martial arts, the Mad God Heaven Void Art. This allowed me to display the full potential of my wild void body. Chapter 562. I'll kill you in 10 moves. An arrogant voice drifted out from the young man's mouth. His clothes fluttered in the wind and exploded with a bang, revealing his tall and sturdy body. A terrifying and domineering aura spread out, even forming a mist, making it seem unreal. Tyrannical aura? When he fought Lin Ling last time, this genius obviously didn't use his true strength. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 profound martial house's Moon Guard level disciples were truly fierce. Madness was also a type of talent king body. It was a power that was above anger. Anger needed to be provoked more and more. But madness was not the same. To be rampant under the heavens, one had to have an imposing aura. 3 Mad Scholar is one of the more famous scholars of the 7 profound martial house's 36 academies. His guidance in martial arts, haha, that fellow is not simple. Li Muxiang lightly nodded. Moon Guard level disciples had the opportunity to enter the 36 academies to study. If they were chosen by any of the 36 scholars, then they would reap great benefits. 4th grade King Step Martial Arts in addition to a 3rd grade Talent King Body and Late King Spirit Realm. That little boy Lin Ling is in for a hard time. Li Muxiang said. Bang. At this moment the youth stomped on the ground. The earth shook and even steel cracked under his feet. It was extremely terrifying. Then a figure shot straight towards Lin Ling. Soon all that could be seen was a fog. Mad fist of the world. A terrifying aura accompanied a giant fist, smashing towards Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This fist was like a thunderbolt. This Moon Guard level disciple has some skill. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. This was his first time fighting a Moon Guard level disciple, but not only was he not afraid, but his blood was boiling with excitement. The last battle had not ended yet. Now was the time to see just how fierce this fellow was. Dripping sword. A dazzling sword cut out. At the same time, Lin Ling used the cloud ascending steps, constantly retreating. It's useless. Stop. However, the youth shouted and his fists rang out, blocking all the swords. Mind's Eye Sword. Stop. A strange sword thrust out incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the youth. Ding. However, the sword had been blocked. Although the Heart's Eye Sword had taken advantage of the moment when the opponent blinked to strike out, if the attack was not strong enough, then the sword would not have any effect. But now, the youth's entire body was surging with wild energy, so naturally he had easily blocked the sword. It was as if the young man was wearing a thick and heavy armor. His fist flew across the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. Then, with a loud clang, Lin Ling retracted his sword and forcefully blocked the punch. However, that punch was so powerful that it actually bent Lin Ling's sword. Following that, a terrifying power erupted and Lin Ling's body was sent flying. I'm completely no match for him. The hearts of the crowd surged. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and came to seek revenge, but he was simply being suppressed and beaten. Someone like you dares to be arrogant? The young man took a step forward, his wild chi exploded, and like a cannonball he shot toward Lin Ling, 3 wild giant cauldrons. Cauldrons? His 2 palms struck out and a terrifying thing happened. His palms struck Lin Ling, but the steel buildings in the distance collapsed with a loud bang. His palms were even more terrifying. Moreover, his speed was very fast. Before Lin Ling's body landed on the ground, he had already caught up with Lin Ling. Dead. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. Not long ago, Lin Ling had moved the heroes list and killed more than 2,000 heroes, which made them very afraid and did not dare to make a move. But now they were going to see Lin Ling die with their own eyes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen a 4th grade King Step martial art, which indeed made him a little surprised, but that was all. Hello. Everyone heard a calm voice. Lin Ling was actually warming up. 30% sword intent, heart sword. Cauldrons. A dazzling sword light fiercely slashed out. This sword carried a fierce 30% sword intent, and had the power to break 10,000 techniques with a single sword. In the past, when Lin Ling was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, he could use this sword to break Lu Rinxing's steel intent. Now he had reached the early stage of the King Spirit realm, and this sword was even more powerful. The young man used a 4th grade King Step martial art, but Lin Ling's was 30% sword intent. From a certain point of view, martial intent was stronger than King Step martial arts. Swish. The sword light flashed and the young man's fist stopped in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped and countless people's hearts beat violently. Sword intent. Ah. Suddenly a murmur was heard. Then with a bang the crowd saw the Moon Guard disciple's head fly out, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. His head fell below the heroes list in the distance, and he became a new member of the Death God list. This unforeseen event made countless people happy, and the fluke that had just risen was now panicked again. Martial intent. Boom. In the sky, Li Muxiang's pupils shrank. Among the Moon Guard disciples, there were very few people who could control this kind of wondrous martial intent. Although it didn't mean that a genius with martial intent could sweep through everything, a genius with martial intent was indeed very strong. And that young man was only a Star Guard disciple, but he had martial intent. This talent was quite amazing. Dead, Qingquang is dead. Boom. Feng Gu and the young man widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Not long ago Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant to them. But now that they saw him again, Lin Ling had reached the early king spirit realm and the true meaning of the sword had correspondingly revealed itself. He had become even more terrifying, causing them to feel dread. You killed Tian Kuang. Feng Gu said in a low voice. Not only did I kill him, but 2 of the 5 people who came to kill me also died by my hands in the one transformation heavenly vortex. In the distance, Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. What? 5 people tried to kill Lin Ling and 3 of them died? The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Lin Ling was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone who wanted to kill him would definitely be bitten back by him. You're dead. Feng Ji's expression was incomparably ugly. This was a great humiliation to him. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Ling shook his head. Feng Gu said he was dead for sure, but he had to kill Feng Gu no matter what. I admit that I underestimated you. You defeated someone at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm with the strength of an early stage King Spirit Realm. I'm sure that you're the strongest among the Star Guard disciples. Feng Gu said word by word. He walked out step by step, which made many people feel relieved. Feng Gu was the strongest among them, so he should be able to suppress Lin Ling's frivolous steps. Lu Renxing's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was so terrifying. After returning from hell, it seemed that no one could stop him. He said coldly, Feng Gu, you must kill him. Don't worry. Feng Gu nodded proudly and looked at Lin Ling. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice. One more person is added to the death god list. Feng Gu was stunned. The battle hadn't even started and Lin Ling said that he was on the death god list. This was looking down on him and the veins on his forehead bulged. When he became a Moon Guard disciple, Lin Ling was probably still in the countryside learning martial arts. Back then you said that you'd kill me in 10 moves but you failed. Today I'll return the promise. I'll kill you in 10 moves. An even more frivolous voice floated out. Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 563. King Elephant appears what? Killing Feng Gu in 10 moves? The crowd's eyes focused. In the next moment they saw Lin Ling's elegant figure dashing towards Feng Gu, slaying Feng Gu with his sword. You're dead. Feng Ji's expression became even more ferocious. A formless wind rippled and he disappeared. This was the true meaning of wind. It was very ethereal and everything moved with the wind. No one could catch his figure. They could only hear his arrogant voice. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you defeated a King Spirit Realm genius. A Moon Guard disciple is not as simple as you think. Lin Ling, I can't catch his figure at all. Many people were dazzled. It was as if Feng Gu had disappeared from the world. Do Moon Guard disciples only know how to run? However, Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling also disappeared. It seemed that after reaching the King Spirit Realm, all of Lin Ling's martial arts had greatly increased in power. However, although Lin Ling's speed was fast, like an ethereal cloud, Feng Gu was not weak either. Both of them were very fast, so who could catch the other? Something's not right. You guys sense it carefully. Suddenly, someone shouted out in surprise. Some martial artists with strong cultivation suddenly felt their hearts tremble. They could vaguely sense that above the square, the figures of 2 geniuses were drifting about. One was the wind and the other was the cloud. At first, the cloud was faintly discernible, but gradually the cloud caught up to the wind and moved with the wind. The cloud moved with the wind. This meant that no matter where the wind drifted, the cloud could catch up with it. This also meant that Lin Ling's true meaning of cloud could catch up with Feng Ji's true meaning of wind. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would not be able to escape from Lin Ling's pursuit. Taiyu Zhanbei sent you trash to kill me? At this moment, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At first, it was indeed difficult for him to catch Feng Ji's true meaning of wind. After all, it was too ethereal. But gradually, he covered the entire square with his soul force and caught Feng Ji's figure. No matter how fast one's figure was, after being locked down by a huge soul force, everything was clear. Whoosh. Sword light flickered, extremely dazzling, making it difficult for countless people to breathe. Just what was going on? First move. The second move. The third move. Many people gasped when they heard Lin Ling's voice. Lin Ling had caught up with Feng Gu and was attacking her with his moves. Enough. Finally, at the 8th move, Feng Ji's furious voice rang out. His wind-like figure finally appeared. However, at this moment he no longer had the arrogance of the past. His clothes were tattered, his long hair was disheveled, and his body was full of sword marks. Even his face had traces of being slashed by a sword. It seemed like he was being slaughtered by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seems to be able to defeat him, but he didn't. Instead, he is toying with him with his sword. Many people had terrifying thoughts. They even felt like they were dreaming. 2 months ago, Feng Gu wanted to kill Lin Ling within 10 moves but failed. But overall he was still able to suppress Lin Ling. 2 months later, the genius Feng Gu was surpassed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling returned the favor by slowly killing him within 10 moves. This kind of growth speed was really terrifying. Sword art, movement and battle talent have all reached the critical point. He is perfect. Many people were secretly shocked. There were many factors to evaluate a genius. Some had a fast cultivation speed, some had a high king physique, and some had a strong understanding of martial arts. But Lin Ling seemed to have all of them. Such a genius could be called a monster. You look very ugly now. Lin Ling's figure also appeared. He laughed disdainfully. He was mocking Feng Gu for being cut down like a beggar. I'm so angry. You must die, yellow wind demon physique. Feng Gu was humiliated so much that he finally used his trump card. Endless yellow wind gushed out from his body and a yellow weasel-like demonic beast appeared behind him. This was his king physique, which had reached the 4th grade. This kind of king physique was very rare. It belonged to the monster category, but it allowed Feng Gu to have his own terrifying means. Yellow wind stupa. Feng Ji's hands were constantly clapping, as if he was performing a mysterious martial art. Then, a large amount of yellow wind spread out from his palms. Oh no, this wind is blowing the internal organs of people. It is poisonous. The crowd was stunned at first. Then they took a deep breath and moved further away. Wind was ever-changing. There was fire wind, water wind, mountain wind, and even thunder wind. Naturally, there was also poison wind. It was said that once the poison wind was released, it could kill millions of people. In the past, there was an ancient martial art practitioner who practiced the poison wind palm. With one palm, thousands of creatures were poisoned to death. That area had been poisoned for hundreds of years and had become a forbidden area. Although Feng Gu had not reached that level, his king physique was extremely sinister and terrifying. Wang Xiang, Feng Ji's talent is not bad. In the sky, Li Muxiang's body was covered in a faint light, blocking the wind. He nodded slightly. Feng Gu was obviously stronger than the previous one. Not only was his movement technique strong, but his king physique was also better. Among the martial art practitioners in the late stage of the king spirit realm, Feng Gu was considered to be one of the top. Then he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's trump card was also good. His swordsmanship was superb, his movement technique was strange, and he had rich combat experience. However, he still lacked the essential factor of being a genius, the king physique. Die Lin Ling. The endless yellow wind blew toward Lin Ling. Countless people's eyes narrowed. Was Lin Ling going to die? A weasel as a king physique. Ugly, but don't think that you are the only one with a king physique. Looking at Feng Gu indifferently, Lin Ling shook his head. At this moment he was also going to reveal one of his trump cards. Fire. Scorching flames spread out. After reaching the king spirit realm, Lin Ling's king physique was even clearer. Then the cry of a vermilion bird rang out, shocking the hearts of countless people. Behind Lin Ling, a blood-red king physique appeared. It was a vermilion bird. In the past, although Lin Ling had shown the flames of the vermilion bird, because he had not reached the king spirit realm, his king physique was not shown. But now it was revealed as if it could burn the world. How is this possible? Li Muxiang sucked in a breath of cold air. The young man's king physique was even clearer than Feng Ji's. Although it was also a 4th grade king physique, for some reason, he had a feeling that the king physique was not as simple as it seemed. 4,000 vermilion birds burn. He stretched out his left hand and from his palm, terrifying vermilion birds flew out, shooting toward the yellow wind in front of him. Deliberately mystifying things. Although the king physique is clearer than me and is at the same level as me, I can fully display my king physique. You are just a newcomer. Feng Ji's face was dignified. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's king physique, but he soon smiled coldly. However, this smile didn't last long. The sky was filled with vermilion birds, and when they came into contact with his yellow poisonous wind, they actually incinerated his poisonous wind. How was this possible? Feng Gu sensed carefully and his face instantly turned pale. The true meaning of fire. Lin Ling's king physique had comprehended the true meaning of fire, and it was even more terrifying than the true meaning of sword. It seemed to have reached 40%. Chapter 564. Battling Geniuses. What a gorgeous flame. The crowd held their breath, not even blinking. It was as if they were afraid to miss the vermilion birds dancing in the sky. The countless vermilion birds were getting closer and closer to Fenggu. Finally he began to panic. He no longer had that lofty and aloof appearance. He anxiously shouted, "Hu Yanjing, help me! Fenggu needs help?" Hearing these words, many people couldn't believe their eyes. Fenggu was a Moon Guard-level talent from the Seven Profound Martial House. To them, he was like the heavens, a martial artist that they could never surpass. To them, seeing Fenggu was a great stroke of luck. When they were old, they could boast to other martial artists that they had also seen a genius powerhouse in the past. However, such a prodigious genius had actually asked someone to help him. Should I help? The last Moon Guard-level disciple hesitated. He didn't want to help. After all, this was too shameful. If news of this were to spread back to the Seven Profound Martial House, he would inevitably be ridiculed by countless geniuses. Linling is very fierce. If this continues, Fenggu will surely be defeated. At that time you will have to fight. Do you think that you can defeat Linling in a one-on-one battle? Lu Rinxing said with a dignified expression, causing the young genius to nod. Yes, although Linling's boundary was lower than theirs, he had surpassed them in every field. In a one-on-one battle they really weren't his match. In any case, if they lost face, then they might as well join forces and kill Linling. Linling, you little brat, don't be so arrogant. The disciple stepped out and threw himself at Linling. Seeing these two geniuses fight Linling alone, many people had a bitter taste in their mouths. Although they all wanted Linling to die, these two's victory was a bit unsightly. Linling. In the vast square, only Ouyang Xiaoqian was worried about Linling. She anxiously shouted out. At this moment, Linling's left hand was releasing vermilion bird flames, burning Fenggu. The genius behind him had already rushed over, causing him to frown. But he wasn't too surprised. If he dared to come here alone, then he had naturally considered all kinds of unfavorable situations. So what if they joined forces? His right hand gripped the sword in his hand. Linling's gaze sharpened. After reaching the early King Spirit realm, he had learned even more things from the limitless Sword Saint's memories. The second half of the Tyrant Sword Art, the Slow Sword Art, had also appeared. Tyrant Sword Secret Art had two sword intents, namely the Fast Sword Secret Art and the Slow Sword Secret Art. On the surface, the Fast Sword Secret Art seemed more profound, but in reality the Slow Sword Secret Art was the profound one. After all, a fast sword was impossible to guard against. It wasn't difficult to kill an enemy with one strike, but it was difficult to kill someone with a slow sword. If it wasn't for the fact that Linling hadn't successfully cultivated the three concepts of the fast sword, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to touch upon the slow sword. But now he could just barely touch upon the true meaning of the slow sword. Sword moves mountains and rivers. He gently waved his right hand. The speed was extremely slow, but there was a strange and mysterious feeling that was born. It was as if this sword had frozen time and shortened the distance between them. However, this sword was not aimed at the person who had ambushed him. Instead, it stabbed into the ground. What is he doing? Many people's pupils shrank as they watched Linling fight 1 against 2. After all, Linling's sword was too slow. And behind Linling, the genius who had attacked displayed a powerful martial art. He pointed a finger at Linling, and that finger seemed as if it would pierce through the heavens. Die. The youth who had ambushed him coldly shouted. In his eyes, Linling was actually slowly stabbing his sword into the ground. Was he an idiot? But in the next moment his pupils shrank. A mysterious sword intent filled the air. In his eyes the entire world disappeared. All that was left was that sword. That sword fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth. The domain of slow sword appeared, but it was strange and mysterious. And the most terrifying thing was that he discovered that he seemed to be immersed in it. He was clearly far away from that sword and had hundreds of methods to break it, but in the blink of an eye, that sword had appeared in front of him. Bang! Finally, the sword stabbed into the ground, shaking the mountains and rivers. The steel square instantly cracked, layer upon layer. Then, under that sword, countless sword intents fell from the heavens, turning into a rain of swords. When the genius who had ambushed him got close to Linling, his body was instantly pierced by the rain of swords. Blood bloomed like flowers. The sword seemed to be slow, but with a single move the mountains and rivers shook. Rumble. With Linling as the center, the formless sword intent turned into a circle, gushing out in all directions. Even the ground sank a meter deep. One had to know that the ground was made of steel. This showed how terrifying that sword was. Bang! The genius who had ambushed him fell on his back. It seemed that even in death, he did not understand that he and Feng Gu could not block Lin Ling's sword. Sword in the right hand, flame in the left. The scene in front of them was so shocking that it made the crowd exclaim with great difficulty. The fire intent in the left hand had reached 40%, and the sword intent in the right hand was half a step into 40%. What kind of genius could compare to Lin Ling? It's only been 2 months. How did he become so strong? Feng Gu was still resisting Lin Ling's countless vermilion birds, but his face was pale. He no longer had the will to fight. He was sure that although Lin Ling was a Star Guard disciple, his strength had already stepped into the Moon Guard level. Stop. At this moment, Li Muxiang, who was in the sky, finally spoke. His face was extremely solemn. At first he thought that Lin Ling was just a clown. What made him curious was how Lin Ling came out of the one sky vortex. Therefore he had chosen to watch from the sidelines. But now he realized that he was wrong. Terribly wrong. The young man below was a terrifying genius or even a perfect genius. He was incomparably powerful in every field. Senior brother Li Muxiang, save me. Feng Gu shouted anxiously as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. If this continued, he would definitely be burned to death by Lin Ling's flames. I said stop. Li Muxiang coldly shouted again. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do you have to interfere? Lin Ling's left hand still shot out the vermilion bird's flames, but his eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. Didn't you hear what I said? Li Muxiang's face was cold. The young man was still arrogant. From beginning to end, he had not put him in his eyes. It seems that there will be one more person on my death list. Lin Ling shook his head. He had already given the young man a chance, but the young man was too high up to see through him. Then he would let him die with him. Although the young man's status seemed to be higher, Lin Ling had already seen through him. He was only at the late stage of the King Spirit realm. Perhaps the young man had powerful methods, but as long as he was not at the peak of the King Spirit realm, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Myriad sound wave. Li Muxiang shook his head. The young man had ignored him, so it was time for him to pay the price. He took out a purple flute, placed it in his mouth and gently blew it. Then the sound of a demonic sound filled the air. Countless people felt a headache coming on. This sort of martial art attack was very terrifying. It was invisible and colorless. It was a soul force attack. Soul force attacks were very rare even in the 7 profound martial house. Geniuses with formidable soul force were even rarer. Chapter 565. You really don't have to interfere. However, everything in the world had its pros and cons. Although a genius with strong soul power was powerful, his biggest flaw was his slow growth. After all, it was difficult to increase his soul power. Therefore, most of the geniuses who had a little talent and soul power would not focus on cultivation. They would still walk the path of martial arts. My Tianyu demonic flute has 9 levels. I have released it to the 3rd level. If you are still stubborn, I will release it to the 4th or even the 9th level. The arrogant voice sounded like thunder. Obviously, Li Muxiang's purple flute was also a terrifying weapon. Don't show off. I have said that you will die. However, Lin Ling showed no fear as the sound wave attack bloomed. He spoke coldly. So arrogant. Is he going to defeat all the experts in the Green Heaven region today? Everyone swallowed hard. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. No one could stop him from destroying the Iron Soul City. You are courting death. An even more terrifying soul attack burst out. Layer upon layer, it was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Ah! Some of the weaker cultivators cried out in pain. Blood flowed out of their eyes, noses and mouths. Soul power attacks were simply impossible to defend against. You dare to pretend to be an expert with such strength? But what was frightening was that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree, and his handsome face revealed a mocking smile. You are courting death. Li Muxiang was furious. Although Lin Ling was a powerful genius, he was a Moon Guard disciple who was about to enter the 7 profound genius list. How could Lin Ling be compared to him? Lin Ling dared to mock him. 5th level demonic sound. The purple flute in his hand was like a small pagoda. At this moment, the 5 levels of the pagoda were dazzling. Waves of mysterious waves spread out. It was the sense of smell causing many people to be immersed in it. Illusions appeared in front of them. Plop. Some of the weaker cultivators fell down. Their blood gushed out and their bodies exploded. Weak. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He was the master of soul devourers. Li Muxiang was far from being able to use soul power attacks in front of him. Impossible. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, pink skeletons. Li Muxiang's face twisted. This was the first time he had met someone who didn't fear his soul force. He didn't believe that his soul attack, which could cause a peak king spirit realm genius to fear, would be ineffective against Lin Ling. Pa pa pa. The sky suddenly became colorful, and a large number of beauties appeared, shooting straight at Lin Ling, but they turned into terrifying skeletons in midair. This was a pink skeleton. Pa pa. However, when those soul attacks collided with Lin Ling, they were like stones sinking into the sea. Even when the last wave of pink skeletons pounced over, Lin Ling coldly shouted, "Do you want to die?" Scram. A terrifying soul-devouring aura erupted. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the lord of soul-devouring. Any soul force domain attack was useless against him. In this aspect he was the king. Ow ow ow. Those pink skeletons trembled and actually flew backward, flying toward Li Muxiang. Counterattack. Looking at this scene, the crowd's heart trembled violently. This was a soul force counterattack, which meant that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than Li Muxiang's. Li Muxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, but he stared at Lin Ling as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He was the high and mighty messenger of the realm of blue heaven, and an existence that couldn't be underestimated among the Moon Guard disciples. After coming here, he had been watching everything from the sidelines like an expert, but now he was injured and frightened. The irony was that he had always looked down on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was a clown. However, the truth was that he was the clown. What right did he have to be high and mighty? That's not how you use your soul force. Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling faintly said. He looked at Li Muxiang and soul force gushed out from his eyes, causing Li Muxiang's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. The purple flute in his hand shattered into pieces. Flying so high, do you want to prove your arrogance? Come down. Lin Ling shouted again, and the blade of nirvana appeared, shooting toward the sky. Not good. The billowing soul force made Li Muxiang shout anxiously. He was finally sure that the soul force of the young man below was more terrifying than his. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't compare to the speed of the blade of nirvana. Suddenly, his soul trembled and he fell from the top of the clouds. Bang. When he fell to the ground, everyone's heart was pounding. Another genius had been defeated. It had to be known that in order to become a genius, everyone had their own powerful domain, martial arts, soul force, or even a king body. But now, these geniuses with powerful domains had all been defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Ling had defeated them in every single domain. Lin Ling was the perfect genius. Wait, I won't interfere in this. On the ground, Li Muxiang struggled to sit up, but he said in fear. You don't need to interfere because you're already dead. Lin Ling said indifferently, and his soul force surged again, turning into the blade of nirvana and shooting toward Li Muxiang. Since becoming the master of soul devourer, his soul force had reached a terrifying limit. He could use the blade of nirvana 5 times in a row. In the past he could only use it once, and after using it he had to wait for a long time to recover. No. Li Muxiang's pupils constricted. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. He still wanted to explain something and say some threatening words, but all of this was too late. The one who replied was Saber of Nirvana. Swoosh. The invisible blade pierced through his body, making him tremble, and then he fell on his back. Maybe it was just as Lin Ling said, he didn't need to interfere because he was already dead. Dead. The proudest genius of the realm of green heaven had fallen, and the reason for his death was simple. He couldn't see through himself and meddled in other people's business. It's your turn. Lin Ling looked at Feng Gu coldly, which made Feng Gu tremble. Everyone was dead and he was the last one alive. Could it be that Lin Ling wouldn't fail? I was just following someone's orders. It was the Great Moonslash. Feng Gu said with difficulty. He will also die, so you don't need to worry about him. Lin Ling shook his head slightly. Feng Gu gritted his teeth and said suddenly, if you can spare my life, I can agree to any of your conditions. No, I never give any chance to those who want to kill me. I made a mistake in the Gu Yen sect, and I won't make the same mistake again. Lin Ling still shook his head, and his killing intent was extremely firm. No, I don't want to die. I have a bright future, and I'm about to enter the 7 profound geniuses list. I can't die here. Feng Gu kept shouting. He was extremely unwilling and he even regretted it. He had never thought that killing an ant would bring him such a terrible price. This ant was actually not strong at the beginning and he could easily kill him. However, because of a mistake and oversight, the ant was lucky enough to survive. Then, in just 2 months, the nightmare came. He missed the best time to kill Lin Ling, and then there would be terrible consequences. Chapter 566. Flame Encirclement Boom. The merciless flame didn't care about Feng Ji's regret. It wrapped around him and burned him, turning him into a wisp of green smoke. That scene made the crowd swallow their saliva. They suddenly understood something. Regret was not enough to make up for what they had done. One more person was added to the heroes list. The entire city was silent. Numerous shocked gazes were fixed on the young man. At this moment the young man was dazzling. His heart of martial arts was firm. If he wanted to destroy the Iron Soul City, he would kill the gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. The Iron Soul City is filled with countless warriors. Back then I fought the whole city alone. Today I will fight the whole city alone. I will kill everyone in the city. Lin Ling said indifferently to the cold eyes of the crowd. Killing everyone in the city alone. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. All of this was the truth. 2 months ago, Iron Soul City had besieged Lin Ling. Now everything had been reversed. Lin Ling had besieged Iron Soul City alone. Kill him. He is here to destroy the Iron Soul City. We have no way out. Lu Renqing looked at Lin Ling in fear. He never thought that he, the dignified city lord, would also end up in such a situation. He was forced to kill by a youngster who was still wet behind the ears, and 4 geniuses with terrifying origins had all fallen. Kill him. However, the crowd hesitated. They didn't dare. Who dared to kill him? Kill him, you bunch of trash. Lu Renqing shouted anxiously. However, the crowd was still silent. Their eyes were on the heroes list. That was the list of the death gods. Lin Ling didn't kill them yet. He was waiting for them to kill him. He wanted to see who else could be on the death gods list. However, no one dared to be on the death gods list anymore. Not only did no one worship the heroes list, they were even afraid of it. Those who have nothing to do with that day, leave the Iron Soul City within 3 hours. Lin Ling said indifferently. The crowd was stirred up. Many of them felt lucky that they didn't make a move that day. They admired Lin Ling for being able to control his killing intent. He didn't kill the innocent. I didn't. Senior Lin Ling, I quit that day. In fact, the right and wrong that day are in our hearts. Although we are not good people, we can still tell right from wrong. Therefore, we didn't help the city lord. We didn't want to go against our conscience. Many people walked out and said. Lin Ling nodded. Then they could leave the Iron Soul City. Many people were envious of them. Ouyang Xiaoqian, you should leave too. Lin Ling's gaze quickly fell on a familiar girl. Xiaoqian, quickly tell him that our Ouyang clan is also innocent. Behind Ouyang Xiaoqian, the bloated family head said anxiously. However, Ouyang Xiaoqian looked at him coldly. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. Was Xiaoyang, 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 Xiaoyang. What an ugly face. Master Lin Ling, our Ouyang family didn't do anything last time. Seeing that Ouyang Xiaoqian was silent, the family head looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling frowned. He guessed the family head's identity, but he didn't have a good impression of him. After all, he knew that Ouyang Xiaoqian was forced to marry the Lu family. You didn't do anything, but you want me dead. Lin Ling said coldly, which made the patriarch tremble. That was indeed the truth. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die. After all, Lin Ling was a burden to the Ouyang clan. Of course, that was in the past. Now he didn't dare to wait for Lin Ling to die. Our life and death depends on him? The Ouyang family members were scared. If the young man wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Ling, leave the family head alone. Let the Ouyang family go, okay? Ouyang Xiaoqian pleaded. The Ouyang family members were grateful. Only Ouyang Xiaoqian had the right to speak. That young man only gave face to Ouyang Xiaoqian. Okay, let's go. Lin Ling nodded. He owed Ouyang Xiaoqian a favor in the past. Today it was time to return the favor. Wait, why can't I go? The family head suddenly shouted. He regretted it and planned to follow the Ouyang family out of Iron Soul City. But Lin Ling didn't stop him. He just stood there and said, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I won't kill the wrong person, but I won't miss anyone either. As soon as his words fell, the cultivators who had tried to pass off as fakes and escape from Iron Soul City were instantly burned to death by the flames as soon as they stepped out of the city. And it wasn't just one person but hundreds. Could it be that Lin Ling has the whole city under his control? Seeing this, the crowd gasped. It seemed that Lin Ling was determined to destroy Iron Soul City. None of those who attacked him that day could escape. No, he has surrounded the city. We can't get out. As for those who wanted to kill Lin Ling, they were now filled with regret. They had nowhere to go. Being trapped in Iron Soul City was like being trapped in hell. Get out. But many warriors were still unwilling to give up. They didn't dare to kill Lin Ling anymore, but it shouldn't be difficult to get out of Iron Soul City. Boom. At this moment, outside the vast Iron Soul City, countless flames shot up into the sky. Those who tried to escape were burned to death. Flames surrounded the city. Those who had already left Iron Soul City gasped. Lin Ling was so generous. He had surrounded the city with flames. Everything was as he said. He wouldn't kill innocent people, but he wouldn't miss anyone who tried to pass him off. The Liu family used to be domineering. Today it's the end of the world. Many people sighed. The arrogant Liu residence was finally going to meet its end. Sir, although we are from the Liu family, we didn't attack you that day. Many people from the Liu family begged Lin Ling for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said expressionlessly, "You can only blame yourselves for being from the Liu family." There was only one explanation. It was because they were from the Liu family. Although they didn't attack Lin Ling back then, they also received glory and wealth after Lin Ling's death. Since they were in the same boat as the Liu family and enjoyed the high status of the Liu family, then when the Liu family was destroyed they would also be destroyed. Sir, please spare our lives. Many people from the Liu family begged for mercy. Liu Rinxing was silent from the beginning until the end as he quietly watched the scene before him. His heart was filled with pain, unwillingness, regret, and even sullenness. He, a dignified city lord, was actually surrounded by flames and forced to the point that he didn't even dare to say a single word. In the past he ordered the whole city to kill Lin Ling. Today Lin Ling alone killed the whole city. The cycle of cause and effect was like the cycle of retribution. Lin Ling, if I didn't steal your woman that day, you wouldn't go against the Liu family, right? Liu Rinxing finally looked at Lin Ling and said. He seemed to want to see through this young man. This young man was too mysterious. He was clear about kindness and hatred. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was the most unfathomable person in his life. No. Chapter 567. The Final Battle. If my son dies, I will let you go according to our agreement. You won't go against my Liu residence, right? Liu Rinxing asked again. Maybe he knew that the final battle was unavoidable, so he wanted to recall the things that he regretted. I won't. Lin Ling nodded again, making Liu Rinxing smile bitterly. Because he was used to being overbearing, it led him to forcefully snatch women. Because he wanted to prove his son's pride, he wanted those women to marry his son. However, this kind of overbearing attitude finally paid the price. If he didn't meet a strong opponent, he could still run amok for several years. However, when he met a strong opponent, it was the end of the world. Your realm has increased and your strength has increased by several folds. You are a perfect genius. However, do you dare to accept the final battle? Liu Rinxing sighed softly. He didn't give up. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he admit defeat? I dare. Lin Ling's reply was as calm as before. Last time, the City Lord City movement couldn't do anything to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling could only avoid the true meaning of steel. This time, it seems that Lin Ling is going to take it head-on. Hope rose in the hearts of the distant crowd. Lin Ling was too arrogant, he might die from carelessness. Lin Ling is going to take on the City Lord's true meaning of steel? The news spread outside the city, making many people gasp. Lin Ling seemed to be going to die. However, last time, Lin Ling's fire couldn't do anything to the giant steel city. Could it be that he would succeed this time? How bold, this battle is just about who will live and who will die. The grudge between you and me will be settled. Liu Rinxing laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but in fact, there was a touch of coldness in the depths of his eyes. He used words to provoke Lin Ling, making Lin Ling face his true meaning of steel. And Lin Ling had fought a few battles before, he couldn't see through himself, so he agreed. Then let Lin Ling die under his arrogance. Million cities move. With a loud shout, the entire city started to squirm. Those restaurants, streets, and plazas all turned into molten iron and rushed towards Liu Rinxing. A terrifying steel aura burst out, causing the sky to seem gloomy. And in the sky, Liu Rinxing held a black sphere in his hand. Countless steel dragons roared behind him, making him look like a huge steel octopus. So scary. Every time I see the true will of steel, I feel a chill down my spine. The breathing of the people in the distance slowed down, and their expressions turned solemn. They were all made of steel and could not be cut or burned. If they submerged a person, then no martial artist would be able to resist. Your true meaning of steel has already surpassed the foundation of martial arts. In fact, your strength is not even comparable to Feng Gu and the others. Lin Ling's body floated up as he gazed at the majestic steel city. He calmly opened his mouth and spoke as a gentle breeze blew past his face. That's right, I'm relying on the steel sphere in my hand. Lu Rinxing's voice lowered a lot. His heart seemed to be filled with endless confidence. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling this time. The path of martial arts relies on one's own body, not external objects. You're relying on external objects to show off your strength. This path will not go far. Lin Ling said lightly again. Lu Rinxing's martial arts were not powerful. He was only relying on the black sphere to control the true meaning of steel. This kind of power was obtained without any effort. Although it was powerful, it obviously lacked authenticity. It's fine as long as I can win. Lu Rinxing shook his head lightly, then smiled. You dare to take my true meaning of steel, but be careful not to fail miserably. Let's begin. Million cities move. Countless steel dragons rolled, and it was incomparably terrifying. Then they swarmed towards Lin Ling, causing countless people outside the city to narrow their eyes. They knew in their hearts that the final battle had begun. Moreover, they were also very nervous. After all, they had left Iron Soul City before, which also meant that they were supporting Lin Ling. And if Lin Ling died with Lu Rinxing's narrow-minded mind, he would definitely kill them. Therefore Lin Ling must not die in this battle. As for the people who supported Lu Rinxing, they were in the city. They sneered, knowing that Lu Rinxing was trying to provoke Lin Ling to not force him back like last time, but to take Lu Rinxing's true meaning of steel head-on. Sword of Understanding. Countless steel dragons swarmed over. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He also wanted to see if his sword could cut through steel after reaching the King Spirit Realm. Swish. With a slash, a terrifying true meaning of sword gushed out, reaching 30% of the true meaning of sword. However, this time an accident happened. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light that could cut through anything landed on the steel dragons. Sparks flew everywhere, but not a single one was cut. How is this possible? Countless people's pupils constricted. They remembered that last time when Lin Ling faced the steel dragons, Lin Ling was able to cut through them with his sword. But this time, Lin Ling's strength had increased, and yet he was not able to cut through them. Could it be that all of this was hiding something? Haha, I have always believed in hiding deeper so that I can catch people off guard in the future. Sorry, my true meaning of steel has already reached half a step to 50%. Last time when I fought with you, I only used 40% of the true meaning of steel. In the sky ahead, Lu Rinxing's sinister voice sounded. Last time he actually hit his trump card, and this time he used words to tempt Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to take it head-on. Finally, he used his trump card, and at that time, it was already too late for Lin Ling to react. This was an unexpected failure. So despicable. Many people outside the city had a drastic change in expression. Lu Rinxing was able to become the city lord, not by dominating everything but by being sinister. The winner dies and the loser becomes a bandit. Lin Ling, your arrogance has come to an end. In the city, countless people rejoiced in Lu Rinxing's misfortune and shouted loudly. They saw a way out. Lin Ling had defeated several geniuses, but in the end he was going to die in the hands of the city lord. Lin Ling was indeed a young man. He was too inexperienced and did not know the dangers of the world. He hid his trump card. At this moment, Lin Ling also frowned. Obviously, this was also out of his expectation. It's too late to regret. You will become the ghost of my city, Seven Devils Iron City. Lu Rinxing laughed loudly. The steel dragons behind him surged even more violently. This time he sent all the steel towards Lin Ling. He lost. Looking at the magnificent scene in the sky, countless people's faces turned pale. Rumble. The steel in the sky condensed, and countless steel dragons coiled around Lin Ling. Then they kept shrinking and strangling, and actually formed a new giant steel city in the sky. It was incomparably majestic. As for Lin Ling, he was submerged in the black steel city. He was afraid that he would be crushed into powder by the true meaning of steel. After all, the true meaning of steel was only slow in speed, but its power was not to be underestimated. The wind blew through the sky, and the clouds were already blown away by the surging power. The sky turned blue, and only the giant steel city was floating there, attracting the attention of countless people. Silence. At this moment, the world was silent. Many people did not seem to be able to react. They felt that Lin Ling had died just like that. This was too sudden. After all, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere, defeated several geniuses, and surrounded the city by himself. If he died just like that, then everything that happened before was too surreal. Lin Ling. Ouyang Xiaoqian looked at the sky and her eyes became moist. Was that young man dead? Chapter 568. The Flame of the Great Vermilion Bird. Ha! Just at this moment, Lu Rinxing's arrogant laughter rang out. He floated in the air, and at this moment he was like the monarch of the sky. His killing intent was incomparably dense. Those who didn't stand on my side earlier, all of you must die. Supporting Lin Ling? Aha, this is the biggest mistake of your lives. His words made the faces of the crowd below even paler. Lin Ling, a perfect genius, unfortunately he died in my hands, ha ha ha. It seemed like he had won, so Lu Rinxing opened his hands and was incomparably proud. One day when my flame can melt steel, it also means that I am closer to the end of the martial path, closer to the peak of the clouds. Just then a calm voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became illusory. That was because of the heat, which caused the air to become misty and illusory. And the giant steel city floating in the sky suddenly swayed, and gradually turned red. The steel has been burned red. The crowd below had already forgotten how to breathe as they stared at the sky. Pa pa pa. At the same time, the pitch-black giant steel city started to burn, and it was so dazzling that people couldn't see clearly. A slender figure walked out of the city step by step, and wherever he passed, all the steel would melt. Lin Ling, he's not dead yet. Looking at that vague voice, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That figure was still arrogant and unrestrained. Lu Rinxing tried to tempt Lin Ling, but it seemed to be useless. There's nothing in the world that can't be melted by fire. If a cauldron can't be burned, that's only because one's strength isn't enough. A calm voice rang out in the sky. Under countless gazes, the young man raised his hands up high, as if he was holding a giant cauldron, and in his hands, there was a blood-red vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was even bigger and it was lifelike. Its pair of cold eyes looked down on everyone as if it was alive. Impossible, why didn't the true meaning of steel kill you? Moreover, were you deliberately provoked by me? Lu Rinxing maintained his proud smile, but he said that with difficulty. He suddenly felt fear in his heart. That young man was too mysterious, just like the god of fire. It's not intentional. It's just that I couldn't melt your steel last time, so I wanted to try this time. Holding the vermilion bird with both hands, Lin Ling said with a cold expression. At this moment he displayed the 5 motifs true fire. His king's body was of the 5th grade. The steel around him did not turn into water this time, but directly turned into ashes. One must know that steel that had turned into molten iron could still be controlled by Lu Rinxing. This was also the reason why he was undefeated. However, what if it was burned to ashes? That was obviously impossible. Your flame. Lu Rinxing naturally sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw that terrifying scene. I said, there's nothing that can't be burned. Lin Ling said coldly once again. The vermilion bird on his hands actually started to cry. Moreover, those indifferent eyes were looking at Lu Rinxing, looking at the countless martial artists below, as if telling them that Inferno Hell had arrived. You're lying to me, my steel can't be melted at all. Return. Lu Rinxing became a little crazy. With a loud shout, he turned the steel city into countless steel black dragons and rushed towards Lin Ling. However, when they got close to Lin Ling, all the steel was burned and turned into ashes. It's burned this time. Lin Ling is so scary. The crowd looked at the ashes falling from the sky and stopped breathing. Grade 5 King Physique, 50% true meaning of fire, you. Lu Rinxing's face turned pale. He had lost all hope, and there was no chance for him to make a comeback. That young man had returned from hell and decided his fate. Vermilion bird's flame, burn everything ugly. Lu Rinxing, you and your Iron Soul City will be turned into ashes forever. The last person on the death list will be on the list. Looking at Lu Rinxing indifferently, Lin Ling shook his head lightly, as if he had decided everything. No. Lu Rinxing anxiously shouted. He turned the remaining steel into an even bigger steel black dragon and rushed towards Lin Ling. 5,000 Vermilion Bird's Flame, the Great Vermilion Bird's Flame. Lin Ling held the vermilion bird with both hands and swung it out lightly. The huge vermilion bird seemed to have come from ancient times. It turned into a gorgeous flame figure, burned the clouds and rushed towards the steel black dragon. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as if the sun had exploded in the sky. Under countless shocked gazes, The steel black dragon was burned into nothingness. Vermilion bird, nothing can't burn. I don't want to die yet. Lu Rinxing shouted out the last sentence of his life before he was turned into ashes immediately. However, the huge vermilion bird didn't stop there. It rushed towards the ground. Looking from afar, it was like a flaming meteor, making the people of the Lu residence open their eyes wide. They were on the death list. From today onwards, the former Iron Soul City will be turned into a volcano that won't be destroyed for a year. In the sky, the young man stepped on the clouds, and a pair of gorgeous vermilion bird wings appeared on his back. He slowly walked down. At this moment he was as dazzling as the vermilion bird. It was as if he was telling the people of the realm of green heaven that today was his Lin Ling's stage. He was back for revenge. Boom. When he was walking slowly, the ground behind him burst into flames. The vermilion bird had finally landed on the ground, turning the former Iron Soul City into a volcano. Moreover, the fire was raging and wouldn't be extinguished for a year. As for the people of the Lu residence and those who had attacked Lin Ling, they had all turned into a sea of fire. They couldn't escape from the death list. It's over. No one on the death list will be left. Looking at the young man who was walking further and further away, the crowd was so shocked that they couldn't say anything. The young man had become famous in the realm of green heaven after one battle. Lin Ling, this is the genius in my heart. This is the impression I should look up to. Lu Qing, you're just a toad. Ouyang Shaoqian looked at the young man's departing back, a smile on her face. She wanted to tell the young man to stop, but she finally restrained herself. This was because the young man was too outstanding, too perfect. She knew that she wasn't worthy of this young man. Perhaps in the future she would hear the young man's name once again spread throughout the 100 territories. Many people had this idea. They were looking forward to the 7 profound martial house in the rainforest Holy Land. When the young man returned, they didn't know what sort of monstrous waves he would stir up. At this moment, at Mount Feilai, Yu Yu and the heavenly concubine were smiling as they watched Lin Ling return. They knew that Lin Ling would absolutely not lose. Big brother Ling, it's over. Before long, as Lin Ling returned, Yu Yu threw herself at him. The mysterious old man in the distance helplessly shook his head. He had nothing to say. This young man had used his dazzling strength to prove that he was worthy of Yu Yu. Fierce, I've seen countless geniuses. But someone like you, where you fall, you climb back up and even surpass your opponents so quickly, that is simply the first time I've seen a genius like you. The mysterious old man also walked over. He had also seen the previous battle and was extremely surprised. Not long ago, this young man had been unable to stop Iron Soul City. But now he had burned down an entire city. And this process had only taken 2 months. It was obvious that this young man's origin was ordinary, but he was hiding a secret that no one knew about. Thank you. Lin Ling lightly said, causing the mysterious old man to be a bit embarrassed. But he still said, Lady Yu Yu's talent is terrifying. If you are thinking about her future, then you should let her return with me. He was well aware that Yu Yu was a proud daughter of the heavens. She wouldn't listen to anyone but only this young man. 10:00 p.m. has ended. Happy Singles Day. All single dogs should come and read novels. Then I'll ask for monthly votes and rewards. Chapter 569. The adventure ended. Lin Ling thought for a moment and then nodded. He looked at Yu Yu and couldn't help but say some words of advice. Yu Yu's slender eyebrows were tightly knit together. She didn't want to leave Lin Ling, but as she thought of the great life or death calamity that had befallen her, she finally nodded. She wanted to become stronger, she couldn't let her big brother Ling protect her every time. Don't worry. Wait until I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, then I will go find you. Lin Ling promised Yu Yu. Yu Yu reluctantly nodded. With your current strength, you can enter the 7 profound martial house as a Moon Guard disciple. But if you want to rely on this strength to be with Yu Yu, boy, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you are indeed weak. But I believe that you will definitely become stronger. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling as if reminding Lin Ling that if he wanted to be with Yu Yu, then he would have to face even more powerhouses. Lin Ling's heart was cold, but he nodded. Yu Yu's background was extraordinary, so this was normal. But Lin Ling had confidence in himself. Afterwards, the group didn't leave. Instead, they enjoyed this hard-won time together. Yu Yu had to leave with the old man. As for the heavenly concubine, she was also going to the rainforest Holy Land. But she wasn't going to the 7 profound martial house. Instead, she was introduced to another ancient martial hall by the mysterious old man. After all, there were 7 ancient martial arts halls in the vast rainforest, and each of them had a long history. As for how the heavenly concubine would enter, Lin Ling didn't need to worry about that. The mysterious old man would take care of everything. The next day, everyone began their journey. Looking at the departing Yu, Lin Ling was also very reluctant. But he knew that this was only a short separation. The next time they met, it wouldn't be long. Big brother Ling, once you have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, you must come and find me. The young girl's voice came from afar, causing Lin Ling to nod his head heavily. Right now, his priority was still to display his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he dominate everything. Who? Lin Ling let out a breath and looked at the heavenly concubine. He smiled and the two of them continued forward. TSK, did you hear? A genius of the 7 profound martial house defeated the city lord of Iron Soul City. How fierce. That's nothing. I heard that the genius had defeated several Moonguard level disciples. TSK Moonguard level disciples. They would be region lords in the middle 3 regions. Most importantly, it is said that this young genius is only a Star Guard disciple. Alas, geniuses can fight beyond their level. That kind of mysterious world is indeed not something we can understand. Along the way they arrived at the dock where the dragon boats were. There were a large number of cultivators chatting on the side. Lin Ling, your name has shaken the 100 territories. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but laugh as she listened to the conversations around her. She didn't know why, but she was also happy for Lin Ling in her heart. Lin Ling shook his head. This is only one of the 18 upper 3 regions. It's nothing to be proud of. At present, there are many geniuses that are stronger than me. Not to mention those that are far away. At least I want to find my mother. But there is still a long road ahead of me. The heavenly concubine sighed. Lin Ling's growth was fast, but compared to the ancient rainforest Holy Land and the 18 upper 3 regions, Lin Ling still lacked a background. Senior apprentice sister was in the rainforest Holy Land, but Lin Ling couldn't find her. In the final analysis, this was because Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough. He didn't have the qualifications to step into higher realms. But I believe in you. It won't be long before your name spreads throughout the rainforest Holy Land. The heavenly concubine waved her small fists, cheering for Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. The boat is here. At this moment, the boundless sea of rain in the distance began to surge. A dragon boat appeared in front of them and quickly stopped at the dock. Lin Ling paid the spirit crystals and boarded the boat with the heavenly concubine. On the boat, he exchanged a few words with the heavenly concubine before entering a state of cultivation. For Lin Ling, this experience had finally come to a successful end. Early King Spirit Realm, King Elephant Clarity, and 50% True Meaning of Fire. My strength has greatly increased. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird's flames are truly powerful. As long as my King Body's level increases, my understanding of fire will also become deeper. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. At the tip of his finger, a gorgeous blood-red flame jumped. The Vermilion Bird's flames allowed Lin Ling to avoid many detours. Of course, the difficulty of increasing his king body was also very troublesome. Now, other than the divine transformation mud, Lin Ling had a headache over the other spirit herbs. Half a step to 40% true meaning of sword. After comprehending the slow sword formula, Lin Ling's true meaning of sword had nearly reached 40%. He was only half a step away. But the slow sword formula's sword moving mountains and rivers had a massive attack power. It was a large area of effect attack, but its weakness was its flexibility. After all, if the sword stabbed into the ground, it would not be as flexible as the quick sword formula's 3 swords. Soaring cloud steps, 10% true meaning of clouds. Lin Ling smiled once more. 3 true meanings of martial, these were his trump cards. In addition to his killer soul force, unless he met a peak King Spirit Realm martial artist, he had nothing to fear. Of course, the late King Spirit Realm geniuses that he had defeated not long ago could only be considered above average. They weren't considered peak geniuses. If Lin Ling met a peak late King Spirit Realm martial artist, he might have to erupt with his full strength. Geniuses could not be judged according to common sense. They were naturally divided into ordinary, high, peak, monstrous, and even perfect ranks. 7 Profound Martial House challenged the Martial House Master. I'm getting closer and closer to that step. Only by becoming the Martial House Master will I have the qualifications to find my mother. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Ling's lips curved up in a confident smile. When he returned this time, he would rush through the Star Sea Pagoda. We've arrived at the rainforest holy land. Finally, a loud and clear voice sounded out from the ship, causing Lin Ling's smile to become even wider. 7 Profound Martial House, I've returned. Heavenly Concubine, I'm going to the 7 Profound Martial House. What about you? After disembarking, Lin Ling looked at the Heavenly Concubine and asked. Ancient Dao Martial Palace. The Heavenly Concubine faintly smiled, startling Lin Ling for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Lin Ling had never heard of the Ancient Dao Martial Palace, but he knew that it was absolutely no weaker than the 7 Profound Martial House. The Heavenly Concubine's king body wasn't weak, she only lacked training. Thus, Lin Ling had complete confidence in the Heavenly Concubine's future. A fine horse also needed a talent scout. If the Heavenly Concubine could find a talent scout, then the fine horse could also soar to the heavens. When we meet again, Lin Ling, you must not be weaker than me. After exchanging a few words with Lin Ling, the Heavenly Concubine turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, her slender waist twisted, and her delicate body turned around like a butterfly. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Of course. Lin Ling confidently smiled. The Heavenly Concubine had her own path of martial arts, and he also had his own path. When they met again, they would both be reborn. Hee hee. The Heavenly Concubine smiled, and her white dress disappeared in front of him. The two parted without any vows of eternal love, only a few short words. Perhaps they didn't think that they were too far apart, and that they hadn't seen each other for too long. But the Heavenly Concubine said to herself that when they met again, she would protect this youth. Everyone is working hard. I can't be lazy. Whoosh. Chapter 570. Worship. At this moment, in the ancient hall of martial arts, in every corner of the 7 Profound Martial House, there were sounds of discussion. The Lunar Guard level test is about to begin. I wonder how many young geniuses will be born. There are very few geniuses who can become Moon Guard level disciples, and the competition is fierce. There are nominal disciples of the 36 academies, and there are also Star Guard level disciples. Someone among them will stand out. Of course, it's the unofficial disciples of the 36 academies. Among the Star Guard disciples, only the 8 heavenly kings are qualified. After all, they are the ones who have gone the furthest in the Shanghai Pagoda. Of course, they have also spent a year or even 2 years. There were 2 ways to become a Moon Guard disciple. The first was to explore the Star Ocean Tower. The top 6 would have the opportunity to become a Moon Guard disciple. The second way was to become an in-name disciple of the 36 scholars. They did not need to go through the Star Sea Pagoda and could directly take the test. There was no doubt that those who could become disciples of the 36 academies in name had a higher chance of becoming disciples of the Moon Guards. However, that was also the truth. Over the years, those who could become disciples of the Moon Guards were mostly disciples of the 36 academies in name. However, this was normal. After all, they had the guidance of a powerful teacher. Even if it was just a casual help, they would still benefit a lot. Unlike the Star Guard disciples, they had to explore their own martial path and explore the Star Ocean Tower. At the same time, all the Star Guard level disciples were working hard at Star Ocean Tower. Brother Xiaoqian, are you going to participate in the Lunar Guard level exam? Several young girls were following behind a young man. They were chatting and laughing at the same time. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. I won't go for now. My foundation is still too weak. I haven't even reached the 99th floor of the Star Sea Pagoda. However, I will definitely succeed in a year. That youth faintly smiled. He wore white clothes and was in high spirits. He was Long Xiaoqian, and the several young girls beside him were also this year's geniuses. Because they had all arrived at Star Sea Pagoda at the same time, they had formed a camp so that they wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. Brother Xiaoqian is truly amazing. He has only been in Star Sea Pagoda for 3 months. But he has already caught up with many geniuses of the previous generation and reached the 80th level of Star Sea Pagoda. One of the girls smiled. It was precisely because of Long Xiaoqian that this year's geniuses would not be bullied. How am I strong? If we're talking about strong, then it's Lin Ling. Last time he defeated Zhu Qin of the 8 heavenly kings. He's the representative of our geniuses this year. Long Xiaoqian shook his head and laughed. He could also be considered a genius. After nearly 3 months of painstaking cultivation, he had reached the upper middle level of the Star Sea Pagoda. But compared to Lin Ling, he believed that he hadn't surpassed him. At most, the gap between them had shortened. Lin Ling is the most dazzling genius of this year. During the disciple recruitment ceremony, he swept away all the geniuses and elites of this year. After coming to Star Sea Pagoda, he even defeated one of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin, in a short period of time. It's hard to imagine that his age is similar to ours, but his achievements far surpass ours. One of the girls named Xiao Chui said with yearning. During the disciple recruitment ceremony, the young man's frivolous and unrestrained figure had left a deep impression on her. Xiao Chui, you like Lin Ling, right? The girl named Xiao Chui blushed, and then she heard the girl continue to say, Lin Ling is younger than us. Most of our geniuses this year are 19 years old, and he isn't even 19 years old. Fierce. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. Shameless boasting. At this moment, a harsh voice sounded out and several figures slowly walked in. They were also beautiful girls, but they weren't from the same period as Long Xiaoqin. They should be the last batch of geniuses. Lin Ling is nothing but a coward. As soon as he entered the 7 profound martial house, he dared to provoke Master Su Fan. Now that 3 months have passed, who knows where he's run off to? A girl in red indifferently said. Xiao Chui, isn't it good to follow us? Why do you have to follow trash like Long Xiaoqin? Do you think that in the Star Sea Pagoda Long Xiaoqin and Lin Ling will be able to protect you? Lin Ling is nothing more than fishing for fame. Haven't you heard that 2 months ago, the 8 heavenly kings challenged Lin Ling to a duel? Lin Ling didn't dare to fight, he didn't even dare to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. Another girl said harshly. The 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin, also said that Lin Ling didn't defeat him. It was just that the battle was interrupted. But Lin Ling actually spread the word that he had defeated the 8 heavenly kings. His skin is thick enough. The several girls continued to speak. Nonsense, we all saw it with our own eyes. But Xiao Chui didn't believe them. They believed that Lin Ling had absolutely surpassed Zhu Qin. We're talking nonsense? This matter has spread like wildfire in the Star Sea Pagoda. Only this year's geniuses don't believe it. You guys worship Lin Ling too blindly. Moreover, if you like Lin Ling, you might as well like Zhu Qin. At least Zhu Qin is more handsome and powerful than Lin Ling. The harsh girl continued. Many people in the distance were also watching. They couldn't help but laugh. This was the old bullying the newcomers. Is that so? Haha, I didn't expect my brother's fame to be so great. At that moment, a soft voice drifted over, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. A few silhouettes walked over from afar. The one who spoke was Zhu Qin, the young man who had lost to Lin Ling not long ago. Beside him was one of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin. The 8 heavenly kings have arrived. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is just a piece of trash. My brother challenged him to a fight, but he didn't even dare to fight. He actually became your idol. Shame on you. Zhu Qin disdainfully said, causing Long Xiaoqin and the others' faces to turn ugly. They wanted to refute, but when they saw Zhu Qin's indifferent face, they all fell silent. The 8 heavenly kings were not opponents they could resist. Nonsense, we all saw clearly that Zhu Qin lost to Lin Ling in a sword competition. His sword was hanging around his neck. Later, Lin Ling still wanted to fight, but was interrupted by a senior. Lin Ling was not afraid of fighting, but you guys spread the news that Lin Ling refused to fight. The ones who lost face are you guys. Long Xiaoqin didn't speak, but the girl called Xiao Chui couldn't help but speak. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl was so bold. She worshipped Lin Ling to the point of blindness. You want to die? Zhu Qin had been silent, but at this moment he finally opened his eyes. Anger bloomed in his eyes. In the battle between him and Lin Ling's sword was hanging around his neck, causing him to lose. Although he kept clarifying after the battle, there were still a small number of geniuses who questioned him. This became his disgrace. Teach her a lesson. Make her kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Sensing that his brother seemed to be angry, Zhu Qin immediately said coldly. The people around him were just about to attack, but those mean girls from before were even faster. They seemed to want to please Zhu Qin, so they immediately attacked. Xiao Chui, I gave you face but you don't want it. Bitch, don't blame me for giving you 3 slaps. One of the girls said sinisterly. She directly pounced on Xiao Chui, but when she was about to reach Xiao Chui, Long Xiaoqin finally attacked. Although he was confident that he was not Zhu Qin's opponent, he had to attack. After all, Zhu Qin was bullying his own people. Bang. Chapter 571. Slapped flying, this year's newcomers are very bold. You dare to attack me in front of me? Zhu Qin said coldly. He moved his feet and appeared in front of Long Xiaoqin in the next moment. He threw a punch. Rumble. How could Long Xiaochen block this punch? He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You're asking to be humiliated. All of you, slap yourselves 3 times and kowtow 9 times before you can leave. Remember, I'm talking about all your geniuses this year. Zhu Chen appeared with one hand behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face. How ruthless. All the geniuses who came in the same year as Long Xiaochen are going to be punished. The crowd in the distance was stunned. They laughed at Long Xiaochen's misfortune. You're bullying the weak. Shame on you. Xiao Chui shouted angrily when she saw her peers being bullied. They came in the same year as Long Xiaochen, so they had a common enemy. Moreover, she was straightforward and was not afraid of Zhu Chen. I don't hit women, but you're still going to be slapped. Zhu Chen said indifferently. The mean girls at the side understood. I'll do it. One of the girls moved and turned into a shadow in front of Xiao Chui. She slapped her. She didn't turn her hand into a palm, but a claw. The Hongyan's claw cut through the air. If it landed on Xiao Chui's face, it would be enough to disfigure her. This girl was very scheming. She was jealous that Xiao Chui was prettier than her. Xiao Chui. Long Xiaochen shouted anxiously in the distance. He wanted to help, but he was too far away. I don't hit women either, but I hit bitches. At this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded. A faintly discernible figure appeared in front of Xiao Chui. With a gentle wave of his arm, he easily blocked that palm. After which, his other hand slammed forward. Slap. This slap was like a bolt from the blue. It sent the mean girl flying for almost 100 meters before she landed heavily on the ground. As a girl, you're shameless. It's fine if you want to curry favor with others, but you're so insidious that you attack others and even want to disfigure others. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Calm. A calm voice sounded in the open space. The crowd quieted down. They looked over and saw a handsome young man standing in front of Xiao Chui. The young man carried a sword studio. He was dressed in a blue and white robe. He was as elegant as the clouds in the sky. Many people recognized this carefree figure, so soon a surprised voice rang out. Linling, you're back. In the distance, Long Xiaochen's heart trembled. He was overjoyed and then ran over. Lin Studio Linling. Xiao Chui looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. Her heart suddenly began to beat violently. This was the first time she had come into such close contact with the legendary genius. This made her nervous. Studio of Xiao Studio 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 Lu Studio Studio Studio. Of Studio 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 Studio. Xiao Chui couldn't help but blush, and so did the other girls. They were in the same batch as Linling, so they've naturally heard of Linling's achievements. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to meet such a genius, but they never imagined that one would appear before them. So he's Linling? How arrogant. Unlike Xiao Chui and the others, the crowd sneered. There were too many young geniuses in Star Sea Pagoda. Therefore, some people had seen Linling before, but most of them had never seen him before. They had only heard of his name. Moreover, Linling was only a newcomer. He had just arrived at Star Sea Pagoda, yet he didn't follow the rules and didn't give the seniors any face. This made them very dissatisfied. Apart from that, because of Linling, all the geniuses in the same generation as Linling were also arrogant. And now he had actually returned. I thought you ran away. Zhu Chen's pupils stared at Linling. He was also very surprised. During this period of time he had spread rumors, but Linling remained silent. This made him even more convinced that Linling was afraid of him. In the last battle, Linling had won by a fluke. Now that he saw Linling again, his heart was instantly filled with rage. Because of his carelessness, he had shouldered a great humiliation. Now he wanted to wash away that humiliation and even ruthlessly humiliate Linling. March is coming, and the agreement is coming soon. Why would I run away? Looking at Zhu Chen, Linling indifferently said. He had also heard the rumors during this period of time. He didn't expect Zhu Chen's skin to be so thick. He had clearly lost to him, but he still said that he refused to fight. It's good that you're back. At least you have the courage to face me. But last time you were saved by your brother. This time your brother won't come to save you again, right? Zhu Chen took a deep breath and lightly said. Brother? Sure enough, last time Linling didn't win at all. He relied on the help of others to avoid the battle. This Linling's skin is really thick. He dares to say that he won. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then disdainfully laughed. This time they heard Zhu Chen admit it, so they believed it even more. After all, Linling, a newcomer, had defeated one of the 8 heavenly kings. This was the first time in Star Sea Pagoda, so most of them didn't believe it. Brother? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, too lazy to say anything more. He had defeated Zhu Qin last time, so there was no need to talk about this time. Therefore he didn't want to waste time. After all, in his heart, Zhu Qin wasn't a match at all. Whoosh. Using the cloud-soaring steps, Lin Ling's body disappeared like a cloud. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhu Qin and quickly slapped out. Pa. The strength of the King Spirit Realm was released and heavily slapped on Zhu Qin's face, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and crashing heavily on the ground. Bang! That dull sound instantly silenced the crowd. They had just heard Zhu Qin say that last time, it was Lin Ling's brother who interrupted the battle, but in the next moment, Zhu Qin was sent flying with a slap. This dramatic scene made them forget to close their mouths. A dignified 8 heavenly kings was sent flying with a single move. Was this a dream? So powerful. Long Xiaoqian and the rest were shocked. Lin Ling was still unfathomable. He was as ethereal as the clouds in the sky. Long Xiaoqian in particular had a bitter smile on his face when he was surprised. He thought that after 2 months of hard work, the gap between him and Lin Ling had narrowed. However, looking at it now, it seemed that the gap had not narrowed, but had instead widened. After all, he couldn't send Zhu Qin flying with a single slap. Ah, you sneak attacked me. On the ground, Zhu Qin's face had a clear palm print. His eyes were red. Previously he couldn't react at all, and in the next moment he was sent flying with a single slap. This was a great humiliation to him. Sneak attack? Then I'm going to attack now. Let me remind you first, this isn't considered a sneak attack. Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing Zhu Qin's face to twist. However, in the next moment, an ethereal figure appeared in front of him. Lin Ling had arrived. What a terrifying speed. Bah. With another slap, Zhu Qin was sent flying again. Zhu Qin said that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him, but this time, Lin Ling had informed him in advance, yet he was still sent flying. This? Chapter 572. The pig-headed one is your brother. I say your skin is really thick. My sword is hanging on your neck, but you say you haven't lost. You even spread rumors that I refused to fight. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Since you don't care about your face anymore, I'll hit your right cheek. After all, your left cheek is swollen. Lin Ling said casually. At the same time he used the cloud-soaring steps. After reaching the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, his cloud-soaring steps power had increased greatly. Zhu Qin was only at the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling could even defeat a Moon Guard disciple at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm. Zhu Qin was too weak. Lin Ling didn't even bother to use a sword. Whoosh! The ethereal figure appeared in front of Zhu Qin again and slapped him again. This time it was the right side of his face. Who? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Did he really think that he was inferior to Zhu Qin? Zhu Qin was completely defeated. Heavy rain. Zhu Qin's left and right cheeks were swollen. In his anger he used a powerful sword technique that attacked indiscriminately. Slap. As soon as he moved, Lin Ling appeared in front of him and slapped him again. Then he said helplessly, "Sorry, I should have hit the right cheek this time, but I hit the left instead. I'll be careful next time." Bang. His sword technique was broken just as he used it. Zhu Qin fell heavily to the ground, his face swollen like a pig's. He didn't know how powerful Lin Ling's soul power was. As soon as he used his technique, Lin Ling could easily detect his tracks. Therefore, using a sword against Lin Ling was too slow. No sword technique could compare to a slap. The difference in strength is too big. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. One of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin, the 8th strongest genius of the Qinghai Pagoda, had used a sword move, but he had still been beaten into a pig's head. As for the newcomer Lin Ling, he hadn't even used a sword. At this point, if they still didn't admit that Lin Ling had surpassed Zhu Qin, then they would be fools. Moreover, from another perspective, Zhu Qin's skin was very thick. He clearly lost to Lin Ling, but he said that he didn't lose. Instead, he falsely accused Lin Ling of not daring to fight. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to slap his face? Last time my sword was on your neck and you said you didn't lose. Now I won't use my sword. I'll slap you until you admit defeat. Lin Ling's body disappeared and appeared in front of Zhu Qin one after another. The crisp sound of slapping rang out continuously. As for Zhu Qin, he kept swinging his sword, but he couldn't even touch Lin Ling. Instead, he was slapped in the face until he was dizzy, and his nose was bleeding. Ah! He could only roar in anger. After today, how could he still have the face to live? You've beaten me into a pig's head, so you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered? Lin Ling shook his head and slapped even more fiercely. The vicious slapping sound made the hearts of the crowd tremble. At this moment they were all afraid. I admit defeat. Finally, Zhu Qin shouted with difficulty. If he didn't admit defeat, his face would be slapped away. You admit defeat? Zai, how disappointing. Your left face was slapped 3,000 times, and your right face was slapped 2,000 times. I wanted to make it an average, but in the end, you admit defeat. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as if he wasn't satisfied. The pupils of the crowd trembled. How terrifying. One face was slapped 3,000 times, and the other face was slapped 2,000 times. That was a total of 5,000 times. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling still wanted to continue. While they were trembling, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out again. Actually, you don't have to admit defeat. Next time, you can still spread the rumor that I only slapped your face and didn't actually defeat you. At that time, I look forward to fighting you again. Zhu Chen's body trembled and he didn't dare to speak. Next time? Then how could he still have the face to exist? How could he dare to spread this kind of rumor? Those who were with Zhu Chen, slap yourselves 3 times, then kneel down and cow down 9 times. Of course, you can refuse, but I can't guarantee your face. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Zhu Chen anymore. Instead, he indifferently looked at Zhu Qin and those mean girls, causing their faces to turn pale. Long Xiaochen and the others laughed loudly. They suddenly felt a sense of pride. Lin Ling was their genius leader this year, and today he had returned to restore their reputation. In the future, in Star Ocean Pagoda, those who wanted to bully them would have to think twice. Xiao Chui, that girl wanted to hit you before. Go and hit her. Don't worry, Lin Ling is here. Long Xiaochen coldly smiled. He wasn't a kind person. Before, he didn't have a backbone, so he had to swallow his anger. But now he didn't need to fear those old men. After speaking, he walked towards Zhu Qin with a sneer. He didn't forget that Zhu Qin had cheated him miserably. Long Xiaochen, what do you want to do? My brother is one of the 8 heavenly kings. Zhu Qin's pupils shrank. He vaguely knew what Long Xiaochen wanted to do, so he subconsciously brought out his usual trump card. I know that pig-headed guy is your brother. Unfortunately, this usually awe-inspiring trump card was useless now. Instead, it was exchanged with Long Xiaochen's mocking voice. Trump card? Zhu Qin still dared to be arrogant even when he had turned into a pig's head. These guys are ruthless. Lin Ling indifferently looked at Long Xiaochen and the others. Since Long Xiaochen and the others treated him as one of their own, he would naturally help them if he had the strength. Pa pa pa. Long Xiaochen and the others attacked one after another. Zhu Chen's people all knelt down and were slapped in the face. This Lin Ling is as frivolous as the rumors say. The surrounding people had dignified expressions. Lin Ling, who had disappeared for 2 months, had returned, and the force behind his return was extremely great. One of the 8 heavenly kings had been beaten into a pig's head. Lin Ling seemed to be telling the others that he was back. Okay, let's go. After Long Xiaochen and the others vented their anger, Lin Ling smiled and spoke. The previous incident was just a small interlude to him. He didn't care at all. After all, Zhu Chen wasn't worthy of his attention at all. If Zhu Chen hadn't humiliated himself, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered to make a move. Lin Ling, where are you going next? Xiao Chui looked at Lin Ling with admiration and whispered. Star Ocean Pagoda. I'll have to explore that place. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the towering pagoda in the distance. He was finally going to explore that place. However, the Star Ocean Pagoda's vicinity has been occupied by other geniuses. If we want to go there, it might be a little troublesome. The last time I went to explore the Star Ocean Pagoda, I had to pay 100 spirit crystals to enter. Long Xiaochen frowned. Star Guard disciples relied on themselves for everything. Therefore, some geniuses relied on their strength to find spirit crystals. Occupying the Star Ocean Pagoda was naturally a good way to find spirit crystals. Troublesome? Just send them flying. Lin Ling shrugged. With his current strength, there weren't many people in the Star Ocean Pagoda that could make him afraid. Since others were tyrannically occupying that place, then he would speak with his fists. Long Xiaochen and the others were stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Lin Ling was still as frivolous and unruly as ever. Chapter 573. Breaking through the Star Sea Pagoda. The Star Sea Pagoda was the only path for a Star Guard disciple to become a Moon Guard disciple. However, there were only 10 days until the Moon Guard level examination. Lin Ling didn't have enough time to break through the Star Sea Pagoda. The Star Sea Pagoda had 99 floors. For a Star Guard level disciple to break through, it would take them a year. Using 10 days was simply impossible. In the history of the 7 Profound Martial House, no Star Guard level disciple had ever done this. But if Lin Ling failed, then he would lose the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. This would also mean that he had lost the 3-month challenge. Second brother is back? Is he breaking through the Star Sea Pagoda? Yes, he sent me a sound transmission using the mother and child insect. At the 7 Profound Martial House's Myriad Sword Peak, Sakura looked at Di Jichuan and smiled. He had returned earlier than Lin Ling, and had been worried about Lin Ling. 3 months have passed. I wonder how Lin Ling has grown. Old Sword stroked his beard, looking forward to it. There are only 10 days until the Moon Guard level examination. Time is very short, Sakura said with some concern. As far as he knew, no one had ever succeeded in breaking through the 99 floors of the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. If he failed, then Lin Ling would lose the qualifications to enter the Moon Guard level examination. You will succeed, Old Sword said. He believed in this youth. How could the descendant of the limitless Sword Saint be trash? Come, let's go take a look. Then, Sakura and Di Jichuan rushed towards the direction of the Star Sea Pagoda. On the other side, Su Fan also received the news that Lin Ling had returned. This made his heart instantly unhappy. Although he also believed that it was impossible for Lin Ling to become a Moon Guard level disciple in 3 months, Lin Ling had humiliated him greatly. Just hearing his name made him want to kill him. Master Lin Ling has returned? Extreme Lunar Beheader was surprised. He had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but it seemed that they had failed. Let's go and take a look. If we fail in Star Sea Pagoda, then Sword Elder will have lost. Sword Elder and Great Sun Child have always had grudges. This can be considered as helping Great Sun Child vent his anger. Su Fan coldly smiled. It was simply impossible to challenge the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. However, if there were too few difficulties and setbacks, it wouldn't be very interesting. Therefore he planned to give Lin Ling a bit more trouble. The news of Lin Ling's return had spread throughout the 7 Profound Martial House. Many people do not know Lin Ling, but because of Sword Elder and Great Sun Elder, many people have heard of his name. Now that Lin Ling wants to explore Star Sea Pagoda, naturally many people are interested. Using 10 days to explore the Star Ocean Pagoda, this Lin Ling was truly arrogant. At the Star Ocean Pagoda, a large number of people had arrived. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious pagoda that pierced through the clouds. Then they were filled with anticipation. Oh, isn't this Master Su Fan? You can't sit still. In a dozen days, you will be stripped of your position as a master. Sakura and Su Fan had already arrived. As Sakura saw Su Fan in the distance, he suddenly sneered. Who is this person? He even dares to ridicule Master Su Fan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the unruly Sakura with dread. That is Lin Ling's big brother. Someone whispered. The crowd's pupils shrank. Lin Ling looked like a newcomer, but his background was not simple. Are you talking to me? Su Fan coldly looked at Sakura. Regarding the latter's status, he already knew a little bit. He was the bloodline of the 12th Elder Xian. Therefore, he did not need to go through the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House and had directly become a Moon Guard level disciple. After all, the surname D was once the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House master. I am talking to a dog. Sakura laughed. His temperament was sharp and unyielding. If he wanted to curse, then he would curse without any concealment. You. Su Fan coldly snorted and ignored Sakura's provocation. Then he sneered, will my position as a master be stripped, or will the position of Elder Xian be stripped? All of this is still unknown. I only hope that when the time comes, Elder Sword will not go back on his word. The meaning of his words was that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, and if Elder Sword lost, then Elder Sword would have to give up his position as Elder Xian. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling's chances were slim. After all, not to mention the Moon Guard level disciple assessment, the Star Sea Pagoda was enough to stop Lin Ling. You just wait and see. Sakura coldly smiled. This time he did not refute. After all, he also did not have the confidence. Then everyone looked at the huge ancient pagoda and waited again. At this moment, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen were heading towards the Star Sea Pagoda. From Long Xiaochen's words, Lin Ling also knew how difficult his challenge would be. To challenge the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days, no one in the 7 Profound Martial House had ever succeeded. Lin Ling, I used almost 3 months and I've only reached the 88th floor. Long Xiaochen was not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances, but he did not dare to say it. Lin Ling nodded, but he still had his own self-confidence. After all, his goal was to challenge the martial house master. If he could not even pass the Star Sea Pagoda, how could he challenge the martial house master? How could he find his mother? How could he be together with Yu? A martial artist should face adversity without fear. The more they fought, the more courageous they would become. Wait, if you want to enter the Star Sea Pagoda, you have to pay 100 spirit crystals. Just as they arrived at the foot of the ancient pagoda, someone in front of them lightly said. But just as these words fell, someone on the side cautiously said, "Are you crazy? That is Lin Ling, the genius that the entire 7 profound martial house is paying attention to. Even apprentice Su Fan has come, do you dare to stop him?" The young genius that was trying to collect the spirit crystals paled, and quickly stepped aside. "Please go in." Lin Ling lightly nodded. Since the other party did not stop him, he was disinclined to do anything else. He and Long Xiaochen were about to enter the ancient pagoda, but at this moment his eyes flashed. He saw a huge stone tablet sitting at the side of the gate. Sun Xing reached the 2nd floor in 9 months and 5 days. He has created the number 1 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Tang Gang reached the 1st floor in 1 year, 1 month and 11 days. He has created the number 2 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Li Ji reached the 3rd floor. The stone tablet recorded the top results of the Star Sea Pagoda over the years. Without a doubt, these young geniuses' names had already shaken the 7 profound martial house. The number 1 record was 9 months and 5 days. With this, one could see just how difficult the Star Sea Pagoda was. Therefore Lin Ling had used 10 days. No wonder many people thought it was impossible. Let's go in. Without further ado, Lin Ling led Long Xiaochen and the others forward. The Star Sea Pagoda was extremely mysterious. After entering, a rich spiritual energy filled the air, causing Lin Ling's eyes to shine. No wonder so many people wanted to come here. After all, the cultivation environment here was much better than the outside world. 1 day here was equal to 2 days in the outside world. It is said that on the 99 floors, 1 day is equal to 99 days in the outside world. It is the best place to cultivate in the King Spirit realm. Long Xiaochen enviously said. At the same time, a gray fog shrouded them and the surroundings began to change. It was like an illusion but also like a mystic realm. This place turned into a vast ancient mountain range. I heard that the Star Sea Pagoda is the weapon of a powerful martial artist of the 7 profound martial house. There is a universe inside and it is a world of its own. Long Xiaochen said. He had come here once before, so he was more familiar with it. Chapter 574. Easily past, the group continued onwards. Halfway through, Lin Ling saw a massive number of Starguard-level disciples. These Starguard-level disciples were all smiling. They hadn't left Star Sea Pagoda, so they didn't know that Lin Ling was the center of attention at this moment. Another newcomer has arrived. I wonder how far they'll go. At most, the 97th floor. Many people whispered to each other. It had to be known that the Star Sea Pagoda's floors were ranked backwards. If one could reach the 1st floor, their name would naturally shake the 7 profound martial house. They've appeared. Iron elephants are at the early King Spirit realm, and each person has to face 3 of them. At this moment, in the ancient mountain range in front of them, the earth began to shake. A massive number of ancient elephants appeared, shocking the heavens and earth. This was the 99th floor's trial. Each person had to face 3, but Lin Ling and the others had formed a group. Idiot, don't you know that you can't form a team to enter Star Sea Pagoda? Facing a group of them, they'll be eliminated. The surrounding youths who were cultivating sneered. How terrifying. Damn. Xiao Chui's pupils shrank. These monster beasts were fast and their auras were brutal. I'll go. Go. Long Xiaochen stepped forwards and was the first to rush forwards. He used all sorts of martial arts to resist the iron elephants. As for Lin Ling, he didn't move. He calmly watched, the memories of the limitless sword saint rising in his mind. Thus, he was more familiar with the iron elephants. These monster beasts were at the early King Spirit realm, but their skin was thick and their strength was great. Even an early King Spirit realm martial artist wouldn't dare to casually face them. Of course, if a genius were to face them, then it would be a different story. Long Xiaochen's strength was good. He could already fight 1-on-3. His speed was fast and every attack he made caused a great deal of damage. That's Long Xiaochen. He has a bit of skill. If he was alone, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 99th floor. But he brought too much trash with him. Go. In the surrounding mountain ranges, the young geniuses lightly said. Long Xiaochen could face 3 iron elephants, 5 or even 10. But if it was a group, it would be difficult. Linling also saw this. He shook his head and smiled. His body moved and he rushed forwards. He made his move. Water drop sword. Sword. The sword light was like water as it tore through the sky and accurately pierced the eyes of each iron elephant. It was a fatal strike. The skin of the ironhide elephant was like iron and very difficult to pierce through. However, the same could not be said for its eyes. Rumble. Iron elephants fell down one after another, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly everywhere. As for the genius youths who were watching from afar, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That blue and white robed youth was very strong, easily dealing with a group of them. At the very least, they had never seen anyone kill an iron elephant so quickly in the 99th level. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the fallen iron elephant turned into rays of light and flew towards Lin Ling and the others. Each of them had 3 rays of light. After entering their bodies, everyone felt that the king elephant in their bodies had become more condensed. I see. Lin Ling nodded his head. Killing an iron elephant would allow one to gain a certain amount of cultivation. Of course, this kind of help would be great the first time, but it would become lesser and lesser as time went by. However, this was the first time Xiao Cui and the others came here, so they were immediately delighted. They felt that their cultivation had improved by a bit. 99th floor success. Long Xiaochen excitedly smiled. He brought Lin Ling forward once more. The 98th level was still filled with iron elephants, but each person had to face 5 of them. But this time Long Xiaochen was able to kill 10, and the rest were dealt with by Lin Ling. This caused Xiao Cui and the others to feel even more grateful towards Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen. They had followed along, but they had also shared the benefits. On the 97th level, 10 iron elephants appeared this time. The entire mountain range was filled with them. If a martial artist was lacking in confidence, then just their aura alone would be enough to scare them away. But this time, although there were more, they were still unable to stop Lin Ling. 96th level. 95th level. From beginning to end, Lin Ling was extremely relaxed. This caused the eyes of the genius youths in the mountain range to widen. For the first time, they were curious about Lin Ling's origins. As for Long Xiaochen, he was gradually using his full strength. But regarding this result, Lin Ling did not feel any pride. This was because he noticed a drawback. This kind of challenge was continuous and also tested a martial artist's willpower. No wonder there were so many youths resting in the surroundings. It was clear that they did not dare to rush up in one go. From the 94th level onwards, copper elephants will appear. Yes. Long Xiaochen's expression became serious. He was about to erupt with his full strength, so he also reminded Lin Ling. However, he did not know how strong Lin Ling was, or whether or not he had used 50% of his strength. Lin Ling nodded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled. It was still 3 copper elephants per person. Without a doubt, these monster beasts were even more terrifying than the previous ones. You can face your own. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling walked out and unsheathed the tyrannical song sword. The sword light was like water, causing the hearts of the geniuses watching from afar to fiercely tremble. What a fast sword. Then rumbling sounds echoed out. In less than an incense stick of time, all the copper elephants had been dealt with by Lin Ling. On the other side, Long Xiaochen was still fighting his own 3 copper elephants. After sensing that Lin Ling's battle had ended, he could not help but gloomily curse, "Freak." The first time he came here, he had used a full 3 days. Next, everyone continued forward. The number of copper elephants they faced increased. When they reached the 89th level, the entire mountain range was covered with copper elephants. This was nearly Long Xiaochen's limit. Last time he had reached the 88th level, and that was under extraordinary circumstances. Lin Ling, it's all up to you. Long Xiaochen bitterly smiled. After continuous battles, he was already a bit tired. His limbs were constantly circulating spiritual energy, causing his meridians to burn as if they were on fire. Okay. Lin Ling did not hesitate and directly nodded. He was still using the water drop sword and cloud soaring steps. He had the aura of a hero who had drawn his sword and was about to face the 10-year calamity. Rumble. On the ancient land, copper elephants fell one after another. A large amount of light was distributed to Long Xiaochen and the others, allowing their cultivation to improve again. This guy is simply a professional elephant killer. Looking at Lin Ling's smooth sword, Long Xiaochen could not help but sigh. As for Xiao Cui and the others, their eyes flickered. The young man's sword swept through the group of monsters, elegant and indifferent. It was incomparably attractive. After a moment, Lin Ling walked back. He was still as calm as before. His blue and white robe was otherworldly and clean, making Long Xiaochen speechless again. After fighting hundreds of elephants, this freak did not even dirty his clothes. Comparisons were odious. Next, shall we continue? Lin Ling smiled and asked. Currently, he had not even used 30% of his combat strength. No, we have received too many rewards before, and our current realm has not stabilized. If we continue, the spiritual energy in our Dantian might become unstable. Long Xiaochen shook his head. A martial artist's cultivation could not blindly be fast. It had to be stable. Yes, and the spiritual energy here is not bad. We will cultivate here. Xiao Cui and the others also said. The gap between them and Lin Ling was too big, so they did not want to delay Lin Ling. Okay, then be careful. Chapter 575. Harming others, harming oneself. Lin Ling had learned from Long Xiaochen that no one would die in the Starseed Pagoda. Even if they were swallowed by a monster beast, at a critical moment there would be a force that would send them out of the Starseed Pagoda. Thus, Lin Ling wasn't worried about Long Xiaochen and the others. But this was also normal. The Seven Profound Martial House was a proper martial arts temple. It was impossible for the Starseed Pagoda to be filled with life and death crises. Of course, if one was sent out of the Starseed Pagoda, then they would have to start all over again. If I'm not wrong, then the next one is still the copper-skinned elephants, but there are even more of them. Before long, more and more copper-skinned elephants appeared. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but his fighting spirit rose instead. Mind's Eye Sword. War God Fist. Regretless worldly life. All sorts of martial arts were displayed by Lin Ling. By rushing through the Starseed Pagoda, Lin Ling was also consolidating his own boundary. Who is that? Fuck, a monster beast in human form. I can't stop him at all. I watched him come in and wandered around behind him, but I didn't think he would surpass me by so much. If this continues, then he'll reach the 80th floor. Not only that, but he's only at the early King Spirit realm. On the floors, a massive number of young geniuses were panic-stricken. It had to be known that in just a few hours, Lin Ling had already surpassed their achievements in half a month. How could they not be surprised? Outside the pagoda, a massive number of eyes were locked onto the pagoda. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they could see the light emitted from each floor and knew how many people were inside. And every time they would see a new light in the pagoda, that light would bravely move forward, easily ascending to a higher floor. Thus they guessed that it was Lin Ling. What a fast speed, he's already reached the 80th floor. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Ah, he is truly worthy of being my second brother. This kind of climbing speed, who else but me can do it? Sakura and Di Jichuan were sitting outside the pagoda. As they saw Lin Ling's results, they laughed. Su Fan's complexion was ugly, but he wasn't angry. After all, he knew that the 99 floors of the Starseed Pagoda weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. From the 80th level onwards, it was a test of courage. Who's on the 80th floor? Tell them to disturb Lin Ling. If they succeed, they can become my honorary disciple, said Su Fan indifferently. Immediately, the disciples behind him smiled coldly and nodded. And at this time, in the 80th level, there was a misty peak of clouds. Everyone was at the top of a cliff, with only a single rope leading to the other side. This place was very high, exceeding the height of a martial artist's ability to fly. It was as if they were above the heavens. This was a floor that tested a martial artist's courage. Walking through a rope as thick as a finger might not seem difficult for a martial artist, but the surrounding scenery would affect one's state of mind. After all, everyone had fear in their hearts. And if one was affected by this, then they would fall into the abyss and fail. Are you going or not? If not, don't block the way. Lin Ling was not alone on the cliff. After all, this was only the 80th floor. There were many other geniuses. One of the geniuses said to Lin Ling, "If you want to leave, you leave first." Lin Ling looked at the young man indifferently. The young man opened his mouth, but in the end he shook his head and said, "I don't want to leave now. I'll take a rest first." Lin Ling ignored him. After pondering for a while, he stepped on the rope and walked forward steadily. Whoosh! The strong wind blew from all directions, making Lin Ling's body sway. Although it looked like it was shaking, it was actually very stable. Lin Ling's heart gradually calmed down. He realized that this kind of challenge could make one's heart as calm as water. It would not be shaken by the outside world. The senior who created the Star Ocean Pagoda was indeed powerful. All the challenges were aimed at the foundation of a martial artist. He's walking on the rope. Don't touch him. Apprentice Su Fan said that whoever can stop him will become Apprentice Su Fan's disciple. On the other side of the cliff, the young men sneered. Then they grabbed the rope and shook it continuously. Fall him to death. The rope was tough and could not be cut, but it could be shaken. If it was shaken, it would be like a small boat in a storm. If the martial artist's heart was not stable, he would immediately be affected and eventually fall into the abyss. Pa. The rope swayed like a kite. He's dead. Falling into the abyss is equivalent to failing the challenge. He has to start the challenge from the beginning. And I heard that although falling into the abyss won't kill you, it will be very painful. The young geniuses sneered and looked over. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. Although the rope swayed like a storm, the young man on the rope was as immovable as a mountain. He actually swayed with the rope. Every time it looked like he was going to fall into the abyss, his feet seemed to have taken root. He could not fall at all. What a powerful movement skill. The young man's pupils constricted. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. He was as immovable as a mountain. This meant that Lin Ling's movement skill was very terrifying. I can't shake him at all. This can't go on. The young men gritted their teeth. They looked at each other and jumped on the rope. Since they could not shake him, they would do it themselves. Even if they had to die together, they would bring Lin Ling down the abyss. Lin Ling die. One of the young men pounced over like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. However, Lin Ling was right in front of him. But with this pounce, he missed and his body fell into the abyss instead. Save me. The young man shouted in fear. Although he would not die, the pain of crashing to the ground was extremely clear. How is this possible? The remaining young men looked in front of them in shock and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lin Ling from before was just an afterimage. They had captured it wrongly. How could they know that Lin Ling's true intent of clouds was ethereal and formless? How could they see through whether it was real or fake? Catch up to him. The young men roared. But at this moment, the ropes swayed. The entire sky seemed to be swaying, causing their pupils to constrict. They looked over and saw Lin Ling in front of them stepping on the rope. He actually made the rope move with him. Another few young men fell into the abyss. They wanted to harm others, but they ended up harming themselves. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to reach the 80th level. But now they had to start all over again. Only one young man was the closest to Lin Ling. He suddenly sneered and pounced over again. He was sure that the Lin Ling he caught this time was absolutely real. However, he still missed and his body fell into the abyss instead. He turned his head and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw why he missed. It was because Lin Ling was not stepping on the rope, but hanging upside down on the rope. And the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's feet seemed to be tightly glued to the rope. He would not fall. How is this possible? That young man shouted in horror, and finally disappeared under the ethereal clouds. And at this moment, Lin Ling's feet were glued to the rope, and his body was hanging upside down. But the next moment he strangely floated up and stood on the rope again. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Courage? Everything is illusory. Heaven and earth, up and down, there is no difference. Chapter 576. Failure. This Star Sea Pagoda is really interesting. It can continuously increase one's comprehension of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at the figures that had disappeared into the clouds and shook his head. Those youths wanted to harm him, but he was too lazy to fight back. After all, those geniuses were too weak. True intent of clouds. Lin Ling continued to move forward. The scenery around him constantly changed. Sometimes it was the 9 Nether Hell, sometimes it was the 18 Yama palaces. The scenery constantly affected one's will. If one took a wrong step, they would fall into the abyss and return in failure. Sir, you're amazing. Walking the heart rope without stopping. While moving forward, Lin Ling also saw the geniuses on the rope. Those geniuses were cultivating cross-legged on the rope, but they all looked at him with surprise. There isn't any in the first place. Why stop? Lin Ling faintly smiled and continued to move forward. His soul force was extremely strong, and any illusions could not affect him. The rope was very long and it was divided into levels. Gradually, Lin Ling went from the 80th level to the 75th level. The rope also encountered various difficulties, but it actually increased the power of Lin Ling's soaring cloud steps. Unpredictable cloud. The true intent of clouds had reached the second level, and Lin Ling's speed was not only ethereal, but it also produced a thunderous speed. On the next rope, Lin Ling was no longer walking but running. This caused the geniuses on the rope to fiercely tremble. What kind of monster was this? He's almost at the 70th level. How terrifying. He walked 1/3 of the way in one day. As for outside the Star Sea Pagoda, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had walked through the Star Sea Pagoda, so they knew how difficult it was to reach the 70th level in one day. That was not only a test of cultivation, but also a test of willpower, fighting spirit, battle intent, and physical exhaustion. In fact, if a star-level disciple wanted to reach the 70th level, many of them could do it. But to only use one day, this was difficult. The 70th to 60th level is the simplest. It only tests one's cultivation. If he passes, Lin Ling will catch up to the 8 heavenly kings. Some disciples muttered to themselves. They knew that although Lin Ling was walking through the Star Sea Pagoda, his strength was constantly improving under the tempering of the Star Sea Pagoda. This Lin Ling really has some ability. Su Fan's expression was incomparably ugly. A day had passed, but Lin Ling had already reached the 70th floor. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but he had failed. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. At this moment, on the 70th floor, there were much fewer geniuses here. This was an empty space, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he sensed his dantian. The first 30 levels were not difficult for him. On the contrary, with every level he passed, his cultivation improved a little. Moreover, by borrowing the Star Sea Pagoda, he even comprehended 20% of the true intent of clouds. Therefore, Lin Ling was looking forward to the 70th floor. After resting for a moment, he took a step forward. Rumble. At this moment, a huge rock appeared in the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. There was no path in front of him, and it seemed that Lin Ling had to support the huge rock to move forward. Then there was a bang. Lin Ling felt pain in his body, and he disappeared from the 70th floor. He had failed. At this moment, in front of the Star Sea Pagoda's gate, Lin Ling's body appeared. One must know that failing in the Star Sea Pagoda would not result in death, but one would be teleported out. But at this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could not understand why he had failed. A rock smashed down and he had failed. What was going on? Haha, Lin Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met. How did you fail? At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Su Fan. Moreover, his big brother and third brother were also there. In addition, there were many Star Guard level disciples and even Moon Guard level disciples. They seemed to be watching a good show. Ignoring Su Fan, Lin Ling walked towards Sakura. After all, his goal was to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days. It was not that he could not fail. You failed on the 70th floor, but it's okay. After all, reaching the 70th floor in one day is already very impressive. Others used a year to do it. Come on, we are waiting for you to create a miracle. Sakura patted Lin Ling's chest and smiled as he comforted him. Lin Ling smiled, but his gaze was fixed on the Star Sea Pagoda. Until now, he still did not understand why he had failed. It's cultivation. The 70th floor is a test of cultivation. It eliminates those geniuses whose cultivation does not meet the standard. At this moment, someone explained and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. If you want to pass the 70th floor, you must be at the middle stage of the King Spirit realm. Another person said. They were all geniuses at the middle stage of the King Spirit realm, so they had passed the 70th floor before, but they were blocked by the floors behind. I see. Lin Ling nodded in understanding. He was currently at the early stage of the King Spirit realm. No wonder he had failed. Then he chatted with Sakura for a while before walking towards the Star Sea Pagoda again. Entering the Star Sea Pagoda again, Lin Ling spent half a day on the first 30 floors before finally reaching the 70th floor. He sighed inwardly. He finally understood why it took a year to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda. Because if he failed, he would have to start all over again. If he failed on the 98th floor, then it would be painful and he would have to start all over again. After swallowing a pill and recovering his strength, Lin Ling looked ahead. Although a martial artist could not eat or drink, they could rely on pills to eat. So, in order to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda this time, Lin Ling had prepared many origin-returning pills. An early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator dares to come to the 70th floor? Those origin wind stones do not look at strength, only cultivation. Sir, you should go back and bitterly cultivate for a year before coming back. Lin Ling's appearance caused many youths on the floor to remind him. Lin Ling shook his head and continued onward. Bang! A giant stone smashed down from the sky. Lin Ling directly disappeared. He had failed again. Haha, you want to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days? You simply overestimate yourself. As Su Fan saw Lin Ling reappear, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling is very fierce. I believe he can go very high, but 10 days? Dream on. It looks like Lin Ling is going to lose. No matter how strong his martial arts background is, how strong his talent is, how strong his king body is, how strong his strength is, it is useless. If his cultivation is not up to par, he will never pass. The crowd also jeered. The 70th floor only had one test, and that was one's cultivation. Lin Ling ignored these jeers and entered the Star Sea Pagoda again. The third time. Another failure. More jeers sounded out. Even many great figures of the 7 profound martial house were watching, and then they all shook their heads. Old Sword was going to lose. The fourth time, another failure. The various Grand Masters and Old Xian were too lazy to watch. They already thought that Lin Ling had no hope. The fifth time. The sixth time. Everyone was numb. Many people even left the Star Sea Pagoda, too lazy to watch. Only Sakura and the others were still waiting, but their complexions were incomparably dignified. The second day quietly passed. Lin Ling had entered the Star Sea Pagoda 98 times, and every time he failed on the 70th floor. The third day quietly passed. Lin Ling had entered 105 times. The fourth day. The fifth day. The sixth day. The time limit of 10 days was getting closer and closer. Chapter 577. Breaking and establishing outside the Star Sea Pagoda, Sakura and the others were frowning, worried for Lin Ling. Su Fan, on the other hand, was gloating. Everyone was watching a good show, but they didn't realize that Lin Ling was going through more and more floors every day. This meant that the previous floors were getting easier for Lin Ling. How terrifying! He passed the first 30 floors in just an incense stick of time. Yes. Su Fan's face instantly turned ugly. Although Lin Ling didn't succeed, there was no doubt that he had broken the Star Sea Pagoda's record. Sure enough, Lin Ling's name appeared on the stone tablet in front of the Star Sea Pagoda. He had become the genius who went through the Star Sea Pagoda the most times in a day, as well as the fastest to pass the first 30 floors. What terrifying perseverance! Won't he get tired? Many people were secretly shocked. What's the use? Tomorrow is the 10th day and Lin Ling only has 1 day left. He's bound to lose. Su Fan coldly sneered. Yes. There was still 1 day left. Could Lin Ling still succeed? This was simply impossible. Lin Ling still had the 70th floor to go through, not to mention the 70th floor. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the 70th floor of the Star Ocean Pagoda, causing the surrounding geniuses to be terrified. During this period of time they had seen Lin Ling countless times, and they had even become numb to him. In their hearts, Lin Ling could only be described with one word: terrifying. They had never seen a youth with such tenacity. He kept failing and climbing the pagoda. Hoo! Hoo! Letting out a light breath, Lin Ling's eyes focused. He had failed so many times that he had become numb to it. However, he had no way out and could only continue. Moreover, he realized that there were benefits to going through the pagoda. He was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the King Spirit realm. But he took a step forward, and then a rumbling sound echoed. A mysterious boulder smashed down from the sky. This ancient boulder had a mysterious power, and if one's realm wasn't up to par, the pressure would be greater. Block! Block! Lin Ling suddenly clenched his teeth and raised his hands like a cauldron, blocking the mysterious boulder. Bang bang bang. Beneath his feet, the earth split open. This time he blocked it, but the mysterious boulder still pressed down on his entire body, causing his bones to creak. His cultivation realm wasn't up to standard, so the Star Sea Pagoda refused to allow him to advance. You must succeed. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lin Ling took a step forward. He finally took the first step, and the terrifying pressure caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Time is running out. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward, and another huge boulder fell from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to use the horse stance to hold on. What a tough bone. The hearts of the crowd in the distance trembled again. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. After all, Lin Ling couldn't pass through it all. What exactly was supporting this young man? I can't lose. I promised someone, so I have to do it. Holding up the two boulders, Lin Ling clenched his teeth and continued forward. At this moment, within his dantian, the vermilion bird was also trembling. Even though he had a powerful king body, he couldn't display its power at this moment. If I can't even pass through here, how can I challenge the mansion master? How can I find my mother? My life will stop here. I will reach the end. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. The only firm belief he had was to continue forward. If this continues, he'll destroy himself. Many young geniuses couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lin Ling was crazy. He was simply a madman who was willing to risk his life. They were all afraid. Bang. At this moment, the fourth mysterious boulder continued to fall. This ancient boulder had a form. It was a statue holding a sword. The statue was cold and emotionless, as if it still refused to allow the young man to advance. It also seemed that this ancient boulder represented the will of the heavens. Without reaching the middle stage of the King Spirit realm, no one was allowed to pass through the 70th floor. Rumble. The fourth mysterious boulder fell. Lin Ling was finally smashed to the ground, suppressed by 4 mysterious boulders. He failed again. This time, I'm afraid he won't be able to get up again. Looking at the pitiful young man, many people shook their heads. This time's failure was not something that could be solved by starting all over again. Even the young man's heart of martial arts had disintegrated, and his cultivation had probably collapsed as well. At this moment, Lin Ling was suppressed under the boulder. But his eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. This time, although he was suppressed by 4 mysterious boulders, he hadn't been eliminated. He was still on the 70th level. What was going on? No, there's an extra vermilion bird king elephant in my dantian. Sensing his dantian, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. 2 vermilion bird king elephants. This meant that he had stepped into the middle stage of the king spirit realm. Moreover, he could feel an endless stream of energy emanating from the vermilion bird king elephant. The endurance and strength of his spiritual energy had greatly increased. Then he didn't think too much about it. He supported himself with the boulder and stood up. He vaguely knew that he didn't have much time left. In fact, Lin Ling had repeatedly ascended the pagoda and broken the Star Ocean Pagoda's record. Every time he succeeded, a new wisp of spiritual energy would be absorbed by him. Over time, he had accumulated enough spiritual energy to break through to the next realm. After all, he had ascended the pagoda more than 500 times a day for 9 consecutive days. The accumulation of spiritual energy was extremely huge. On the path of martial arts, it's impossible to never fail. Especially when it comes to ascending the Star Ocean Pagoda, it's impossible to never fail. But on the 70th level, that young man has failed the most. Moreover, the 70th level is actually the easiest. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, anyone can pass it. But the easiest level for others seems to be the most difficult for that young man. Unfortunately, he still failed. The crowd was still discussing. At this moment, the cry of a vermilion bird suddenly rang out, causing the crowd to be stunned. Then their faces were filled with fear. In their eyes, that young man had once again stood firm. Flames gushed out from his body as his hands slowly lifted up the 4 mysterious ancient stones. Then, like a giant, he began to move forward. Destruction before establishment. He actually borrowed the pressure and repeated failures to break through to the next realm. As the crowd foolishly looked at that young man, their hearts began to race. That young man was terrifying. Moreover, in their minds, no one had ever broken through to the 70th level before. That young man was likely the first. At this moment, the stone tablet in front of the Star Ocean Pagoda's entrance began to shine. A new line of words appeared on the stone tablet. Lin Ling breaking through to the next realm on the 70th level, creating a new record. Outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. They wanted to see Lin Ling fail again and again, but Lin Ling gave them a silent slap in the face. Lin Ling had used the 70th level to break through to the next realm and even created a new record. They wanted to see Lin Ling's good show, but it was still too early. Through 9 days of hard work, tens of thousands of failures, in exchange for that moment of youth, the disciples couldn't say anything. There was only one word to describe it: crazy. When others failed, you all were laughing at them, but you didn't know that others used failure as motivation and surpassed you all in one step. Sakura was ecstatic in his heart. Then a mocking voice rang out. During this period of time, he had been listening to the disciples gloating over his misfortune. Now would they still dare to laugh at him? His second brother really didn't disappoint him. Sorry I got off work late so the update was late. I've made everyone wait for a long time. Chapter 578. A secret disciple arrives, he broke through the 70th floor. Finally, a disciple said with a dignified expression. They saw that above the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling's light had disappeared from the 72nd floor. How is this possible? Su Fan frowned. Lin Ling's success had undoubtedly shattered his hopes and expectations. But soon he coldly smiled and said, that was just a moment of pride. Don't forget Lin Ling only has 1 day left. If he spent 9 days on the 70th floor, then how many days will he spend on the remaining floors? Sakura frowned. Although he didn't like Su Fan, he couldn't deny that Su Fan's words were true. In fact, the 70th floor is the easiest. It's actually more difficult after that. I passed the 70th floor in a single day, but I was defeated after the 70th floor. Lin Ling broke through too late, not to mention that there are still the 8 heavenly kings above him. All of the disciples stared at the Star Sea Pagoda. At this moment, more and more people gathered to watch. Among them were a massive number of secret disciples. They were all geniuses that were about to participate in the Moon Guard level examination, but they didn't need to pass through the Star Sea Pagoda. And because of this, they arrived with a lofty attitude. Lan Feng came, Zuemo also came, and there's also Tang Yu, this year's top-ranked geniuses. As the crowd saw these arrogant youths arrive, their eyes narrowed. But soon they heard Zuemo's indifferent voice ring out. The rankings are determined by the past. We have already surpassed Lin Ling, so don't compare us with Lin Ling. That's right, we are already preparing for the Moon Guard level examination, but Lin Ling is still rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda. What a pity. Lan Feng said with disdain. In the past, they had boarded the dragon boat with Lin Ling, but they had been heavily suppressed by Lin Ling. But during the disciple recruitment ceremony, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house, and they had only been supporting characters. This matter had made them feel incomparably humiliated, and they had always remembered it in their hearts. Of course, that was before. After 3 months of hard work, they firmly believed that they had surpassed Lin Ling. After all, they had the guidance of masters and cultivation resources. How could Lin Ling compare? Therefore, they came here to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself, and even planned to humiliate him a little. Lin Ling is so pitiful. After offending Su Fan, he suddenly declined. Even his defeated opponent has now surpassed him. Many people secretly sighed and looked around again. They found that other than Su Fan's in-name disciples, the other 35 scholars' in-name disciples were all here. To them, the honorary disciples were like clouds in the sky. Moreover, the honorary disciples seemed to want to see Lin Ling challenge the Star Sea Pagoda. Or perhaps they wanted to see the strength of the 8 heavenly kings. After all, the 8 heavenly kings were going to test the Moon Guard disciples, who were also their opponents. In the Star Sea Pagoda area, only the 8 heavenly kings are worthy of our attention. After the honorary disciples arrived, they said indifferently. As for Lin Ling, they didn't put him in their eyes at all. After all, if someone wanted to go through the remaining floors, it would take at least half a year. Moreover, that person was a top genius. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even be able to reach the top floor in a year. And Lin Ling only needed a day? This was simply a joke. After all, after the 70th floor, what was tested was a solid foundation. At this moment, Lin Ling easily arrived at the 69th floor. What appeared here was actually a golden-skinned elephant. Each one was as tall as a mountain and shone with a golden light, as if they were ancient demonic beasts. Their strength was also in the middle stage of the King Spirit realm. And each time only one would appear, but it had the protection of a golden scale armor, so this golden-skinned elephant was extremely difficult to deal with. Even a middle-stage King Spirit realm genius wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Oh, there's a newcomer, but he looks very unfamiliar. Yes. Facing a golden-skinned elephant for the first time, he suffered. He thought it was as weak as a bronze-skinned elephant. Yes. Let's just watch the show. Exclamation point. The geniuses that appeared after the 70th floor were all famous among the Star Guard disciples. After all, they were all middle-stage King Spirit realm powerhouses. Whoa. The golden-skinned elephant stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. Then it pounced towards Lin Ling. A terrifying thing happened. It had the speed of gold and was like lightning. It wasn't something the bronze-skinned elephant could compare to. Its speed, defense, and attack were all strong. No wonder it was a nightmare for King Spirit realm cultivators. A large number of gazes were on Lin Ling waiting for a good show. However, at this moment they heard a calm voice say, "In Star Ocean Pagoda, only the 70th floor can stop me. The others are not worth mentioning." Exclamation point. How arrogant! Exclamation point. The faces of the geniuses changed. For many geniuses, the 70th floor was the easiest, but this youth said it was the most difficult. The other floors were the most difficult, but this youth said it was the easiest. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? He moved. Exclamation point. At this moment someone cried out in alarm. In the next moment sword light flashed, and with a plop, the giant golden-skinned elephant fell to the ground. Its scale-like armor shattered and it was actually split in two. As the dust spread out, the youth gripped his sword and continued forward. That's it? What? The eyes of the geniuses widened as if they couldn't believe their eyes. In the past, when they faced the 69th floor, they had to struggle for 3 days or even longer. But this youth had instantly defeated them with a single sword strike. Just who was this youth? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent, not at all surprised. In the past, when he was at the early King Spirit Realm, he was able to defeat late King Spirit Realm cultivators. Now that he was at the middle King Spirit Realm, there was no need to mention his strength. Everything was as he said. The only thing that could stop him in Star Ocean Pagoda was the 70th floor. Then he continued onwards. On the 68th floor, 3 golden-skinned elephants appeared. This was enough to cause any Middle King Spirit Realm genius to cower in fear. But they still couldn't block a single sword strike. On the 67th floor it was still a single sword strike. On the 66th floor, the 65th floor, the 64th floor, the 63rd floor, and all the way to the 61st floor, a terrifying scene occurred. The skies were filled with golden-skinned elephants. Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived at a battlefield of monster beasts. At this moment, outside Star Ocean Pagoda, Su Fan and the others were speechless. The pupils of the 36 apprentice academies narrowed. They had thought that Lin Ling would spend a lot of time on the next floors, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so fast? He was simply cutting through all obstacles and bravely advancing. This caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, they couldn't understand. After all, the 70th floor had already taken 9 days. According to common sense, the following floors should be even slower. How could they know that although Lin Ling's cultivation hadn't reached the standard, his strength was incomparably terrifying? The golden-skinned elephants simply couldn't stop him. Impossible. He must have had someone help him, or he must have used some underhanded method. After all, how could he deal with a Middle King Spirit Realm monster beast in a single move? Su Fan's expression was extremely ugly. Although Lin Ling was ascending the pagoda, he was actually slapping his face. "Master, there's no need to be nervous. There are over 100 golden-skinned elephants on the 61st floor. Unless one is at the late King Spirit Realm or a genius like us who has the guidance of an apprentice academies, it's impossible for anyone to pass." Yes. Besides Su Fan, Zuemo flattered. He had thought that he had surpassed Lin Ling and that Lin Ling had become a joke. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling could still surprise him. Chapter 579. The domain of the 8 heavenly kings. At this moment, on the 61st floor, the earth was shaking. Countless beasts were running around Lin Ling. It was a grand sight. There were fewer and fewer genius youths here, only a dozen or so. They looked at the blue-robed youth in the center, and their hearts became heavy. That youth was not afraid in the face of danger, and would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Such courage. However, that youth was facing 100 golden elephants, which was equivalent to facing 100 King Spirit Realm geniuses at the same time. He did not take the initiative and was surrounded. There would be a bitter battle ahead. The Elephant King has moved out, 100 elephants gallop. Suddenly, a genius youth said in fear. They saw the beast that covered the mountain start to trample, turning into a sea of beasts that wanted to drown that youth. Flames of the great vermilion bird. At this moment, a cold voice came out of the mountain range. The blood-red flames seemed to have come from hell, and a dazzling light bloomed. No one could see clearly what happened. They only saw the flames, incomparably hot flames. Boom. As if the forbidden flames of heaven and earth had exploded, a deafening sound came out, and the entire floor shook slightly. The hearts of the genius youths trembled violently. They looked over, but there was no longer a herd of golden elephants. There was nothing but flames, and the youth in the flames was like a flame god, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. All the golden elephants were destroyed in one move. Silence. On the floor, the genius youths were speechless. Such terrifying strength, even the 8 heavenly kings were not as terrifying. As for outside Qinghai Pagoda, Zuimo and Lan Feng were still joking, but when the words came out of their mouths they could not close them. Lin Ling. Veins popped out on Su Fan's face. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face every time, but he failed every time. Haha, Su Fan seems to be angry from embarrassment. The crowd looked at Su Fan and snickered. They knew that Su Fan had specially come to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but Lin Ling had disappointed Su Fan. Then everyone looked at Qinghai Pagoda again and their eyes focused again. No way, as we speak, Lin Ling passed the 60th floor and reached the 50th floor. How is that possible? The 60th floor to 50th floor is a test of martial arts. You have to face a wooden figure and he passed it in the blink of an eye. Did he run? Or is he cheating? Lin Ling was too crazy. The frightening speed that he used to rush the tower appeared once again. It even made the other apprentice disciples frown. This Lin Ling seemed to have some ability. If this continued, it was very likely that he would become their opponent and compete with them for the Moon Guard Rank Disciple examination. The 60th floor to the 50th floor was a test of martial arts. Lin Ling had the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint and his own martial arts comprehension, so he could easily crush them. The 50th level to the 40th level tested one's talent, and Lin Ling easily crushed it again. The 40th level and the 30th level tested one's willpower. And this was Lin Ling's strong point, so he easily passed it. Outside of Star Sea Pagoda, the crowd was numb. But the stone tablet at the entrance was constantly emitting light as record after record was broken. Lin Ling's name was actually recorded the most on the stone tablet. At this moment, those great figures that had left sucked in a breath of cold air, and once again turned their attention to Star Sea Pagoda. This Lin Ling, he obviously doesn't have a master to guide him, nor does he have any cultivation resources. How could his foundation be so solid? Great Sunchild had not cared about Lin Ling, but now he felt that this youth was difficult to deal with. Did this youth want to break the Star Sea Pagoda's record? Aha, he is truly worthy of being the descendant of the Limitless Sword Saint. He never shines, but when he does, he amazes the world. Old Sword also looked at Star Sea Pagoda and couldn't help but laugh. The entire 7 Profound Martial House was paying attention. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was the #1 talent of the 7 Profound Martial House, it did mean that Lin Ling was the one who had created the most records in Star Sea Pagoda. But before the 20th floor, the distance to the top of the pagoda was getting closer and closer. Countless people were nervous. After the 20th floor there are the 8 heavenly kings. They will not allow Lin Ling to surpass them, especially Tong Qianjin. If Lin Ling fails, then he will have to start all over again. But time will not allow him to start again. Many people thought in their hearts, but they were looking forward to it even more. In the distance, the last of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin, had a pale face. He had not thought that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that he had stepped into the domain of the 8 heavenly kings. The 18th floor was the place where one's striking power was tested. The heavens and earth were dark, and there was only a single bronze door. When one reached this floor, it was as if they were in a dark space. Only by opening the door could they go to the next floor. There was only one person here, and that was the 7th ranked of the 8 heavenly kings, Gu Sankai. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged, not attacking again. This was because he had tried many times before but had always failed. But now, if he failed again, then he would be driven out of Star Sea Pagoda and have to start all over again. This was not something that he wanted to see. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded out, causing Gu Sankai to frown. Someone had actually arrived here. Was it the 8th ranked of the 8 heavenly kings, Zhu Qin? You're late, Zhu Qin. Gu Sankai didn't even lift his head as he lightly said. However, the sound of footsteps continued forward, ignoring him. When he finally looked over, his complexion changed. The person who arrived was a youth that was even younger than Zhu Qin. He wore a blue and white robe and his face was handsome and otherworldly. He didn't even look at Gu Sankai. It really wasn't easy for you to come here, but do you want to open the bronze door? Gu Sansai's lips curled up. This was a new face that he had never seen before. But, to be able to reach this place, it must have taken a long time. Perhaps half a year or perhaps a year. Unfortunately, he had come here in vain. If you want to open the door, it's simple. Break it with your strongest attack and you can enter. Gu Sankai said again. His words were simple, but the truth was that he was hiding the dangers of the bronze door. This was because this was the door of true intent. If a martial artist didn't comprehend a trace of true intent, then their attack on the bronze door would be reflected. And because he didn't have true intent, he had failed countless times. Don't hesitate. Remember, you must use your full strength. Gu Sankai said again. He wanted to see a good show for the youth. If he used his full strength and received the reflection of the bronze door, the youth would vomit blood and return. Water drop sword. At this moment, the youth's indifferent voice sounded. His sword was like rain, colorful and dazzling. Rumble. The giant bronze door shook slightly, and the terrifying sword aura was reflected at the same time. It was actually more than the youth's sword aura. Haha, although you won't die here, it will still be very painful to be stabbed by the sword. Moreover, you must have spent a lot of effort to reach the 18th floor. But if you fail, you will have to start all over again. Gu Sankai laughed loudly. This youth was indeed stupid. He only said one sentence and he actually attacked the bronze door. What a strange door. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Countless sword auras were slashing at him, forcing him to constantly dodge. But he faintly sensed the secret of the bronze door. Sword of Understanding. Shio. Like a thunderbolt, all the sword auras were cut off by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's sword heavily slashed on the bronze door, causing it to open with a rumble. As expected, it requires true intent. Lin Ling smiled. His sword of understanding had half a step into 40% true intent. He had succeeded. This? Not far away, Gu Sankai couldn't laugh anymore. He had spent a year to enter the Star Ocean Pagoda, but he was stuck here. Yet, this immature youth had succeeded with a single sword. Moreover, he wanted to see the youth's performance, so he didn't remind him. But now, the youth had given him a silent slap. Chapter 580. 9 Monolith Formation Rumble. The door slowly opened. Lin Ling did not hesitate and was about to step in. Wait, how did you open the door? Don't go in. You won't be a match for the other heavenly kings even if you go in. It's a waste. Let me in. Go. Gu Sankai could no longer sit still and shouted. Lin Ling glanced at him and didn't bother to pay him any more attention. He continued forward. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to die? Gu Sansai's face turned cold as a tyrannical aura erupted. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and abruptly turned around. Say that again? Go. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you want to die? Go. Gu Sankai was stunned for a moment and said the same words again. Moreover, he was furious. In the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him, one of the 8 heavenly kings. Then you can scram. Lin Ling was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. The sword in his right hand extended and heavily stabbed into the ground. Sword moves mountains and rivers. A surging sword aura erupted and ripples bloomed, causing Gu Sansai's pupils to constrict. He did not expect this young man to be so strong. Wait, who are you? Gu Sankai kept retreating. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword had a strange power. It was very terrifying, causing him to panic a little. I can open the bronze door and you didn't even notice the reason. No wonder you were blocked here. Trash. After saying this indifferently, Lin Ling used cloud soaring steps and a sword of understanding slashed across Gu Sansai's neck. At the critical moment, a light flowed out and brought Gu Sankai out of the Star Ocean Pagoda. Gu Sankai was eliminated. Outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, Gu Sansai's body appeared. His face was incomparably ugly. He was eliminated. If he wanted to return to the 18th floor, he obviously did not have enough time. This caused him to pound his fist on the ground, extremely regretful. Gu Sankai, why were you eliminated? Lin Ling should have caught up to you. Why didn't you stop him? In the distance, an honorary disciple recognized Gu Sankai and asked. Lin Ling. Gu Sansai's eyes narrowed. That youth should be Lin Ling. He had heard of this name before. Previously, when Zhu Qin and Lin Ling fought, he wasn't present. Even if he had been present, he might not have remembered. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's strength had become so strong. I lost to him. Gu Sankai gritted his teeth and said. Trash. Su Fan immediately cursed. Lin Ling had also reached a critical moment. If he was eliminated, Lin Ling would have to start all over again. At that time, there would not be enough time, so he wanted the 8 heavenly kings to stop Lin Ling. But who would have thought that one of the 8 heavenly kings would also be eliminated? How shameful. You still want to compete with us? Many nominal disciples said disdainfully. Only they dared to mock Gu Sankai, which made him feel even more humiliated. The 8 heavenly kings might not be as strong as us, but they won't be much weaker. Lin Ling can actually defeat Gu Sankai? Among the nominal disciples, Tang Yu frowned slightly. In the past, the youth was above her, but even after becoming a Star Guard disciple, his strength didn't fall behind by much. What's so strange about that? The 8 heavenly kings are disciples from 2 years ago. Naturally, their strength won't be much weaker than ours. However, it's still easy for us to defeat them. Moreover, Lin Ling only defeated one of them. Lan Feng smiled faintly. Don't forget, we are stronger than them because we have the guidance of a teacher and a large amount of cultivation resources. If they had it too, then the result might not be the same. Tang Yu said unhappily, causing Lan Feng and Zuomo's expressions to turn ugly. This proud daughter of the Tang Empire was still speaking up for Lin Ling. So fast, Lin Ling has already reached the 10th floor. As they spoke, the surrounding Star Guard disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If he were a veteran disciple, then this wouldn't be surprising. But Lin Ling had only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. Moreover, his starting point was very low, and he didn't have the guidance of a teacher. For him to reach such heights was truly admirable. The 8 heavenly kings will stop him. It is said that the top few heavenly kings are at the late king spirit realm. A disciple beside Su Fan said with a smile, causing Su Fan to nod. At this moment, on the 10th floor of Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling's figure quickly passed through. His lips curved up in a smile. Star Sea Pagoda was really good. Wandering here, Lin Ling had obtained great benefits. Not only had his cultivation reached the middle king spirit realm, but he had also comprehended 20% of the true meaning of clouds. He had also awakened many of Limitless Sword Saint's memories, and was now even more familiar with the 7 Profound Martial House. These benefits were significant. What left him speechless was that when Limitless Sword Saint was 4 years old, his father had left him here and let him wander by himself. By the time he was 6 years old, Limitless Sword Saint had already treated the Star Sea Pagoda as his back garden. Before long, Lin Ling had reached the 9th floor. There was no one here, but it was actually easy to wander. It tested one's defense, and one had to face the impact of the sea. It was said that if one didn't have a solid foundation at the middle king spirit realm, then anyone would be washed away. Of course, this was very simple for Lin Ling. His foundation was the most solid in the 7 Profound Martial House, so he simply didn't need to defend. When the flames erupted, even the sea would burn. This sort of progress left those watching dumbfounded. They even suspected that Lin Ling had cheated. But the 8th floor was a bit more difficult. This was the 9 Palaces boulder array, and it tested a genius ability to deduce martial arts. When Lin Ling arrived, he found himself in the middle of the chessboard of heaven and earth. The chessboard was as vast as a mountain, with layers upon layers. The ground was crisscrossed and it was extremely mysterious. This was the 9 Palaces boulder array. It was said that there was only one path that led to the end. As for the other paths, if one made a single mistake, then one would be struck by the 9 tribulations thunder of the boulder. It could even damage the king elephant and cause its cultivation to plummet. This was the most terrifying part. After all, if one failed and was sent out, then at most they could start all over again. But if they failed, then they would be struck by the 9 tribulations thunder and their cultivation would plummet. This was not something that anyone wanted to see. Hey, someone's coming. It's not Gu Sankai and it's not Zhu Chen. It's Lin Ling. There were 4 people in the 9 Palaces boulder array, and they were blocked here. They were the 8 heavenly kings Ouyang Liushang, Yang Shan, Qiu Malian, and Tong Qianjin. Obviously they were stronger. They were ranked 3rd to 6th, so they were able to go further. Of the 4, only Tong Qianjin and Ouyang Liushang recognized Lin Ling. The former knew that Lin Ling had provoked him last time, and he was still brooding over it. As for the latter, the black-clothed, long-legged girl, she was curious about Lin Ling. Go back the way you came. Yang Shan, who was ranked 4th, did not recognize Lin Ling and immediately shouted coldly. Dragons did not cohabit with snakes. How could he allow a newcomer to step into their circle of 8 heavenly kings? How shameful. Gu Sankai and Zhu Chen were actually surpassed by a nameless junior. How ironic. Newcomer, scram before we get angry. Qiu Malian also shouted coldly. It was a critical moment now, and she did not want to be surpassed by others. Only Tong Qianjin did not chase Lin Ling away. Instead he sneered, interesting. You're not bad to be able to reach here. However, why did you not dare to fight me like a mouse when I challenged you to a duel last time? Chapter 581. All of you get lost. You should leave. Not everyone can come here. If you take a wrong step, the 9-boulder tribulation lightning will strike and cause your cultivation to drop. Ouyang Liushang advised. She was afraid that Lin Ling didn't know the danger here. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the complex array. Memories rose in his mind. In reality, this was the Yin-Yang 9 Palaces array. It was more complicated than the ordinary 9 Palaces array. If Lin Ling wanted to deduce it, it wouldn't be difficult. However, after he obtained the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint, it made the deduction easier. He glanced at the 4 and found that Yang Shan was the fastest. He was already in the front half. Qiu Maoyan and Ouyang Liushang were in the middle. Only Tong Qianjin was at the back. Staring at Ouyang Liushang, who reminded him, Lin Ling found that the girl's legs were long and slender. Her legs were wrapped in a thin black muslin. It was extremely alluring. Nodding at her kindly, Lin Ling walked towards Tong Qianjin. Last time when I defeated Zhu Qin, you said I relied on luck. If Zhu Qin used his strength to suppress me, I would definitely lose. Now try using your strength to suppress me. Sword of the Heart. Lin Ling said as he walked. At the same time his sword slashed out. The sword light was like a dragon. After reaching the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm, any one of his slashes was extremely terrifying. What? Yang Shan and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. They had already warned Lin Ling to get lost. Who knew that this youth not only didn't leave, but instead took the initiative to attack. He was extremely magnanimous. He didn't hide anything or act pretentious. He just didn't like Tong Qianjin, so he attacked. You're courting death. Tong Qianjin's expression became indifferent. Lin Ling dared to attack him. He simply didn't know his limits. Check. He extended his palm. A golden light flashed and appeared in his palm. It was a square golden boulder. The ground shook at this moment. It was obvious that the boulder was very heavy. Qianjin was an expert in the field of martial arts. Weight was also a terrifying power. It was said that this kind of martial artist didn't need to practice any techniques. With a casual punch they could split the ground and change the color of the sky. Rumble. A palm containing terrifying weight slammed towards Lin Ling's sword. Then, the matrix of the 9 palaces of the monolith shook. However, under everyone's gaze, the giant golden stone palm was cut apart. Not good. Tong Qianjin's expression changed. He raised his right hand and saw that it was dripping with blood. It had been cut off by a sword. How could you possibly break my jack? You've reached the mid-stage of the King Spirit Realm? Tong Qianjin's face was unsightly to behold. Then, his pupils constricted as he realized that Lin Ling's cultivation base had increased. As for the other 3 heavenly kings, their eyes trembled. They had thought that Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but now Lin Ling had injured Tong Qianjin with a single strike. This strength was terrifying. Didn't you say that you could defeat the 3 intelligences? Where is your strength? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light as he slashed out once again. It was still a sword of the heart, but this time, it was even more dazzling. I was just careless. Do you really think you can defeat me? 10,000 Jin body. Tong Qianjin coldly snorted as his aura erupted. Cracks actually appeared on his body. It was extremely strange. Only those who were familiar with him would know that these cracks were caused by the weight of his body. Tong Qianjin had used his innate king body. Million domain. He slapped out with both palms. Circles of ripples bloomed as a terrifying million weight appeared. The weight was like the earth, controlling thousands of lives. And at this moment, the sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness as if it was cutting through the heavens. The weight and the sword light fiercely collided. But in the next moment, Tong Qianjin's body trembled as he realized that within his million domain, a sword light was slashing towards him. It actually ignored his weight domain. It's the true meaning of the sword. In the distance, Ouyang Liushang's expression changed. Last time, when Lin Ling and Zhu Qin fought, it was a competition of sword techniques. She had no idea that Lin Ling had comprehended the true meaning of the sword. Shwa. Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered. Tong Qianjin snorted as he retreated to another array in the 9 palaces of the rocks array. He coldly stared at Lin Ling and was extremely cold. You dare to injure me? You said that I was like a rat. Then aren't you like a rat now? Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he took another step and slashed out with his sword. Rumble. This sword caused a change in the 9 palaces of the rocks array. A rock-like thunderbolt descended and heavily smashed onto Tong Qianjin's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the sword slashed out, causing him to be heavily injured. My cultivation. Tong Qinjin's face was filled with fear. He was repelled by Lin Ling and walked into the wrong array. And Lin Ling's sword drew out the 9 palaces of the rocks, causing the king elephant in his dantian to be injured, causing his cultivation to fall. You dare to be so overbearing and tell me to scram? Lin Ling slashed out again. Wait. Tong Qianjin anxiously shouted, but it was still too late. The sword once again drew out the 9 palaces of the rocks, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The king elephant in his dantian cracked, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the king's spirit realm. The current you doesn't have the qualifications to say that you can defeat 3 intelligent people with brute force. Lin Ling coldly said. Last time, when he was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, Tong Qianjin was disdainful of him, thinking that he could crush Lin Ling because of his high cultivation. But now Lin Ling was at the mid-stage of the king's spirit realm, while Tong Qianjin's cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the king's spirit realm. You crippled me? Tong Qianjin hated Lin Ling to death because he no longer had the qualifications to be one of the 8 heavenly kings. After all, his cultivation had fallen, and there were many Star Guard disciples who were stronger than him. Are you still not going to scram? Do you want me to slash you to the heavenly spirit realm before you scram? Lin Ling shouted again. Lin Ling. Tong Qianjin roared angrily. In the end, he slapped his own forehead and took care of himself before being transported out of the Star Sea Pagoda. Only this way would he not continue to lose his cultivation. But even so, he was filled with regret. Tong Qianjin disappeared, and the remaining 3's pupils constricted. They couldn't say anything. Lin Ling, they'd all heard of this name before. He was just a newcomer, but they completely didn't expect that in just 3 months, Lin Ling would already have the strength to shake the 8 heavenly kings. What do you want to do? Yang Shan's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. Both of you scram. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the 2 and spoke in an icy voice. These 2 wanted him to scram from the beginning so he wouldn't give them any face and would also drive them away in a domineering manner. You want us to scram? Qiu Malian was startled for a moment before speaking in a sharp voice. If you don't scram, then you will lose your cultivation. Lin Ling coldly replied, causing Yang Shan and Qiu Malian's hearts to fiercely tremble. When they thought of Tong Qianjin's fate, they also became somewhat fearful. If their cultivation dropped, would they still be the 8 heavenly kings? Would they still have the qualifications to compete for the position of a Moon Guard disciple? Haha, just deliberately mystifying things. If you can touch me, then I'll try. Don't forget, this is the 9 palaces of Boulder's formation. Yang Shan suddenly sneered. Qiu Malian suddenly thought of something and also sneered. Chapter 582. Chase them all away. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. You attacked Tong Qianjin earlier because he was closer to you. Yang Shan and the rest are already in the front half of the 9 palaces monoliths formation. If you attack, you will attract the 9 tribulations thunder. Ouyang Liushang said softly. She knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here and didn't know the terror of the 9 palaces monoliths formation. Do you understand? Trash, come, attack me if you have the ability. Humph, he better take care of himself. Be careful not to take a wrong step and attract the 9 tribulations thunder. At that time, his cultivation will regress and all his previous efforts will be wasted. Yang Shan and Qiu Molian laughed in disdain and then continued to deduce. Thank you. Lin Ling ignored their words and smiled at Ouyang Liushang. That girl gave him a good impression, at least she wasn't high and mighty. As for Yang Shan and Qiu Molian, if they minded their own business, Lin Ling wouldn't bother with them. But since they took the initiative to cause trouble, then Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid of them. It's just the 9 palaces yin-yang formation. Lin Ling stepped out and slowly walked forward. Be careful. Ouyang Liushang warned, but then she was shocked. Lin Ling's casual step didn't attract the 9 tribulations thunder. What was going on? When she came here for the first time, she took 3 days to deduce when she took the first step. Could it be that Lin Ling was lucky? But then her Hongyan mouth couldn't close because in her eyes, the blue and white robed youth walked forward slowly and was getting closer and closer to her. What kind of freak was this? Ouyang Liushang's heart trembled fiercely. Then she collected her thoughts and continued to deduce. Finally, she decided to take the next step. She hesitated for half a month for this step. She should succeed. Her slender jade legs stepped out. Her delicate feet were wrapped in black muslin and she was about to take a step to the left. Your feet are very beautiful, but the purple nail polish suits you better. Also, that step is wrong and will attract the 9 tribulations thunder. At this moment, the sound of a smile came into her ears, making Ouyang Liushang's beautiful eyes congeal. Turning around to look, she was immediately horrified to discover that the youth had already come behind her. She had spent 3 months of hard work to get here, but the youth had caught up to her in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Moreover, he had reminded her that that step was wrong. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that she was dreaming. Thank you. Ouyang Liushang blushed. Although the young man behind her was younger than her, and it was not the first time she heard someone praise her legs, but when it came from the young man's mouth, she still felt shy. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and walked in another direction. As for Ouyang Liushang, he knew that this girl had the most perfect legs out of all the girls he had ever seen. Moreover, he had a feeling that this girl's legs were very powerful. All right. Ouyang Liushang nodded and subconsciously followed Lin Ling. Afterwards, she discovered that Lin Ling was very familiar with the 9 palaces of the monolith's array, easily taking over a dozen steps. This made her say in surprise, "Could it be that you have come into contact with the 9 palaces of the monolith's array before?" "Ah, perhaps I have. It was when I was 4 years old." Lin Ling smiled and thought to himself, Senior Wuji came here when he was 4 years old, and his memories were passed on to me, so I can be considered to have come here when I was 4 years old. Ah. Ouyang Liushang smiled, naturally treating Lin Ling's words as a joke. Walking and not walking, retreating and not retreating. Being indecisive and blocking the path. What martial path are you talking about? Gradually, Lin Ling caught up to Chiu Maoyan, and his cold voice sounded at the same time. He didn't give this heavenly king any face. What, you caught up to me? Chiu Maoyan's body trembled. He turned around and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The youth who was still at the starting point was now only a step away from him. How did this youth do it? Not only did I catch up to you, I'm going to chase you out of here. Lin Ling's voice was cold and carried boundless dominance. It was as if only he and Ouyang Liushang could exist here, and no one else was allowed to stay. Even the 8 heavenly kings were no exception. In the world of geniuses, great waves washed away the sand. Even if Lin Ling didn't eliminate others, others would eliminate Lin Ling. Therefore Lin Ling didn't have any petty kindness. You want to chase me away? Do you know how much time I spent coming here? Do you know how long I prepared for the Moon Guard level exam? You want to chase me away with just one sentence? You have the right. Chiu Maoyan's ugly face was extremely gloomy at this moment. I know you spent a lot of time and effort, but why do you tell others to scram when they catch up to you? Is it because you feel that you spent a lot of effort so you don't allow others to surpass you? Scram. Lin Ling's expression was cold as he slashed with his sword. Rumble. This slash wasn't very powerful, but it attracted the 9 boulders tribulation lightning and smashed towards Chiu Maoyan. Impossible. Chiu Maoyan roared. She was about to go crazy from anger. Why was the 9 boulders tribulation lightning targeting her and not Lin Ling? Boom. The 9 boulders tribulation lightning smashed down, damaging Chiu Maoyan's cultivation. Then another bolt smashed down, reducing her to the early stage of the King Spirit realm. My cultivation. Chiu Maoyan's face was extremely pale. She was also crippled. If you don't scram, you'll be worse than trash. Lin Ling shouted coldly, causing Chiu Maoyan's expression to twist. In the end, he self-detonated his cultivation and also left Star Sea Pagoda. There's one more. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked ahead and continued forward. This guy is very familiar with the 9 boulders formation. Could it be that his ability to deduce martial arts is very strong? At this moment, Yang Shan's heart was trembling. He didn't pity Chiu Maoyan's cultivation for the great drop. Instead, he was shocked by Lin Ling's familiarity with the 9 boulders formation. If Lin Ling led him, then he would have a chance to charge even higher. Wait, you lead me forward. Yang Shan shouted. There was only one path to the finish line. If he followed Lin Ling, then he would absolutely succeed. Haha, before you wanted me to scram. Lin Ling laughed contemptuously. I didn't know you were so fierce and familiar with this place. But now I take back my words. You don't need to scram, just lead me to the finish line. Yang Shan laughed as if he could see himself at the peak of Star Sea Pagoda. It was said that those who reached the peak could even see the 7 profound martial house master. Are you sick? As he was pleasantly surprised, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out, causing Yang Shan to be stunned. This youth was calling him sick? You originally wanted to drive me away, but then you saw that I was a little useful, so you immediately wanted me to lead you away. Don't you think you're sick? Or do you think I owe you something? Lin Ling said again, then shook his head. I'm sorry. Not only will I not lead you, but I will also drive you away. You dare? Yang Shan's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. Shwa. The sword light cut down. It didn't seem powerful, but it mysteriously caused the 9 tribulation thunder to fall. Uff. Yang Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared, Lin Ling, you dare to frame me? Your cultivation is good, late King Spirit Realm. However, I don't like people whose cultivation surpasses mine, so get down here. Lin Ling cut down again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 583. While Storm in the past, he was able to laugh at thousands of Star Guard level disciples because he was at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm. But now, the method he was so proud of was gone. You're crazy. Yang Shan was so angry that he almost went mad. If it weren't for the 9 palace array, he would have killed Lin Ling. However, he didn't dare. He couldn't attack as he wished like Lin Ling, so he could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Scram. Yang Shan shouted again, causing Yang Shan's eyes to narrow. He had finally dealt with himself and was sent out of Star Sea Pagoda. They've all failed. Ouyang Liushang stared blankly at the scene in front of her, unable to react. Her competitors had all been eliminated, and the one who had done this was a newcomer that had only been a Star Guard level disciple for 3 months. Let's go. Next is the Will Storm. Lin Ling's expression was calm, without any pride or complacency. This was because he knew that what was stopping him was the last level, the Will Storm. There, any martial arts experience or foundation would be useless. The only thing he could rely on was his willpower. The remaining 2 heavenly kings should also be there. Shio, shio, shio. At the same time, outside Star Sea Pagoda, several figures appeared, causing the surroundings to fall silent. The 8 heavenly kings, Gu Sankai, Tong Chenjin, Chiumalyan, Yang Shan, these geniuses that had always occupied the top of Star Sea Pagoda had all appeared outside. The crowd was in a daze. They thought that the 8 heavenly kings would block Lin Ling, but who would have thought that they would all be eliminated by Lin Ling? All of this was like a dream, as if it was all a dream. There must be someone helping him. It must be Sword Elder, otherwise how could he have rushed into the top 10 and eliminated so many geniuses? Sword Elder, oh Sword Elder, in order to win you're willing to do anything. In the silence, Su Fanshue's angry roar sounded out. After Lin Ling had been blocked on the 70th level, he had continued to advance bravely. This made Su Fanshue furious and he thought it was impossible. Are you talking about me? However, just as he finished speaking, a sword filled with killing intent hung above Su Fanshue's head. His pupils constricted as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Sword Elder had arrived. Su Fan, don't talk nonsense. Slap yourself 3 times. At this moment, another aged voice rang out. This person seemed to be punishing Su Fan, but in truth, he was also saving Su Fan. It was none other than Great Sunchild. Pa pa pa. Su Fan understood. Without another word, he slapped himself 3 times. Then he looked at the newcomers with fear. He realized that Elder Jian was here, as was Elder Virokana. Furthermore, it seemed that many of the ancient experts of the 12 Elders Xian were here as well. These ancient experts had come because of Lin Ling. At this moment he no longer had the right to be arrogant. He could only be reduced to a Star Guard disciple. As for the other disciples, they were all silent. Their hearts were pounding like thunder. So many big shots had arrived. This Lin Ling is a little interesting. He reached the 10th floor in 1 day. However, although I won't help the Sword Elder, I still have to say something fair. Even the 12 of us, the Xian Elders, can't help in the Star Sea Pagoda. What we rely on is the martial artists themselves. An Elder Xian lightly said. His body exuded a faint light, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. But, his words had already made it clear that Lin Ling had relied on himself to reach this point. To reach the Star Sea Pagoda in 10 days, how fierce. This is the first person in the 7 profound martial house to date. Another Elder Xian said as he looked at the stone tablet in front of the Star Sea Pagoda. On the stone tablet, a massive number of Lin Ling's names appeared. These were the miracles that Lin Ling had broken through. The words of praise from the several Elders Xian undoubtedly caused the other disciples to be jealous. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling was stronger than them, it at least showed that Lin Ling's heart and foundation of martial arts were much more solid than theirs. This was not what they wanted to see. It's too early to be happy. The moon has already risen. If it hangs in the sky, then it will be over. It's hard to say whether or not Lin Ling can reach the 99th floor. Elder Vairocana coldly sneered. Yes, he may have defeated the 8 heavenly kings, but he's still an arrow at the end of its flight. Another Elder Xian said. He seemed to have a good relationship with Elder Vairocana, so he spoke up for him. You've spoken enough nonsense. What a pity every time you fail. As an Elder Xian, it's better to be steady and not make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors. Elder Sword narrowed his eyes and said. Elder Vairocana's complexion turned ugly, but he didn't say anything else. Indeed, they had always thought that Lin Ling would fail, but Lin Ling had succeeded every time. So, their words of pride were the same as slapping themselves in the face. The moon is getting higher and higher. Sakura looked at the sky, his heart a bit nervous. If there was more time, he believed that Lin Ling would absolutely succeed. But Lin Ling didn't have much time left. Then the 12 Elder Xians used their mysterious martial arts to open the first level. Clouds drifted in the sky and the scene of the first level appeared. The entire 7 profound martial house was paying attention to the Starseed Pagoda. But at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He led Ouyang Liushang all the way up, cutting down all obstacles. Finally, he reached the first level, which was also the last level. If he succeeded, then he would become the first genius of the 7 profound martial house to use 10 days to break through the Starseed Pagoda. He would create the first record of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, you are so fierce. Your foundation is incomparably solid. I believe that besides those at the peak of the King Spirit realm, no one else is your match. Ouyang Liushang had been following Lin Ling and had witnessed Lin Ling's terrifying strength. She couldn't help but admire him. In her heart she was curious. Just how did this youth cultivate? He didn't have a master to guide him, nor did he have any cultivation resources, so how could his foundation be so solid? Besides those at the peak of the King Spirit realm? Lin Ling smiled and shook his head but didn't say much. In his heart there were some words that he didn't say. Even if it was someone at the peak of the King Spirit realm, he didn't fear them. Then the two of them talked. Ouyang Liushang didn't plan to enter the last level. She knew that it was very difficult. If she failed, then she would be eliminated. At that time, she wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the Moon Guard level examination. Come on, my big brother is also inside. I believe that you will succeed. Ouyang Liushang said, giving her blessing. Lin Ling was surprised, but then he nodded. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The first level appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying vortex appeared. It was like the eye of the heavens, indifferently looking at everything on the floor. But here it was like a void. There was only a terrible storm blowing. Will storm. Here it wasn't a test of strength or boundary. What it tested was one's will. That was why it was called the will storm. This was the most terrifying floor. So far in the 7 profound martial house, there were no more than 10 people that had ever stepped onto this floor. Most of the geniuses that had ventured here had stopped here. This was because the requirements for willpower were very high. This was a place that could tear apart a person's soul. Willpower was illusory. It was innate, but it was also cultivated. For instance, some people were born with outstanding willpower, and would not retreat in the face of death. But some people were born with weak willpower. But because they had experienced great events in their lives, such as the destruction of their family or humiliation, they had been reborn and tempered, and their willpower was incomparably tenacious. Chapter 584. Declaration of Will. What? Someone's here. The two looked back and were startled. In their minds, of the Star Guard level disciples, only the 2 of them were proud sons of heaven. The other geniuses didn't have the qualifications to appear here. Even facing a secret disciple, they had enough confidence and disdain. After all, although a secret disciple had the guidance of a master, they didn't dare to venture into the Starseed Pagoda. If one were to compare, a secret disciple was like a noble and they were like a commoner. Everything had to be fought for. He's younger than us. Iron Yin, it seems that the student has surpassed the master. One of the youths said. Ah, he has courage. But whether or not he can catch up to us will depend on his strength. The other youth said and then shouted, Little brother, this is a will storm. You must take one step at a time, otherwise it will tear apart your soul. Not only that, but a powerful soul force won't be of much help here. The most important thing is willpower. Thank you. Hearing these two, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. These two were the first and second ranked heavenly kings of the 8 heavenly kings? But compared to the other heavenly kings, they were more open and honest. My name is Iron Yen. My name is Ouyang Feiyang. The two youths greeted each other. Then Lin Ling didn't hesitate and reported his name. You're Lin Ling, the one who caused such an uproar when you first came to the 7 Profound Martial House. Haha, it really is better to meet you in person. You want to challenge Master Su Fan and Elder Great Sunday. You don't have much time left. Fierce. I thought this was a joke, but I didn't think that you would come here. So I have to cheer for you. In the past, I had the opportunity to enter Master Su Fan's courtyard, but because I didn't give him a gift, that old ghost rejected me. So, I'm looking forward to seeing you slap him. The two youths laughed heartily. Haha, I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Ling also laughed. These two youths were bold and carefree, and had left a good impression on him. Then Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He stepped forward. Rumble. A terrifying storm came, tearing at Lin Ling's soul, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. His body was fine, but his soul was trembling. Ah, we can't lose to little brother. When the wind blows, the clouds soar, and the might of the sea returns home. A brave warrior will guard the 4 directions. The moment Lin Ling took a step forward, Tai Yen let out a loud roar. His heroic words accompanied his step as he took a step forward. But outside of Star Sea Pagoda, all was quiet. Countless eyes looked up at the clouds in the sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. The 3 of them were indeed top-notch Star Guard level disciples. In the face of the willpower storm, they actually dared to recite poems. If you want to resist the willpower storm, you can only resist it with your willpower. They seem to be talking big, but they are actually declaring their willpower. Elder Xian said indifferently, nodding his head approvingly at Tai Yen. Star Guard level disciples were like commoners. They didn't have any apprentices to guide them, but commoners had their own pride. Moreover, the 3 of them seemed to be rushing through Star Sea Pagoda, but the truth was that they were ridiculing the honorary disciples. After all, honorary disciples had the guidance of apprentices and also the cultivation resources rewarded by the martial house. But would they dare to rush through Star Sea Pagoda? Especially apprentice Master Su Fan. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Before, Ouyang Feiyang had said that because he hadn't given a gift, apprentice Master Su Fan hadn't become an honorary disciple. To say this in front of so many people would undoubtedly cause him to lose face, and even cause others to question his ability. These 3 people are overestimating themselves. They will all die in the willpower storm. Su Fan coldly said. The willpower storm targeted the soul, so if they failed, their soul would collapse and they would die without a doubt. Many elders Xian nodded. Up until now, there had been no more than 10 people that had succeeded in the 7 Profound Martial House. This showed just how terrifying the willpower storm was, and one of them was the current martial house master. They've taken another step forward, and Lin Ling's speed is very fast. He's almost catching up to Tai Yen and Ouyang Feiyang. At this moment, a disciple cried out in alarm. They saw that in the vortex of the willpower storm, 3 figures stood tall like mountains. But Lin Ling had unexpectedly caught up, and was gradually catching up to the 2. What a terrifying willpower. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Then they saw Ouyang Feiyang also take a step forward. Lin Ling, you're fierce. You've actually caught up to me. But I will not admit defeat. A young man's heroic spirit, befriending 5 heroes. Liver and gallbladder holes, hair standing up. A heroic voice sounded out. Ouyang Feiyang took a large step forward, and once again overtook Lin Ling. Only Tai Yen frowned and his body trembled. He wanted to take another step forward, but he seemed to lack the courage to do so. Obviously, in this battle between the 3 of them, he had been defeated. However, there were still many people cheering for them. These were all Star Guard level disciples. No matter what, today was the day that these Star Guard level disciples would become famous. After all, today's Star Sea Pagoda adventure had attracted the attention of countless seniors. As for the noble-like honorary disciples, their faces turned ugly. This dazzling light actually did not belong to them. Lin Ling, you can do it. Ouyang Feiyang, you must pass the first floor. Then the crowd saw Lin Ling take another step forward and catch up to Ouyang Feiyang. This made many Xian elders nod secretly. No matter how talented this Lin Ling was, his martial arts heart and willpower were extremely firm. His future achievements would not be weak. I've surpassed you, Ouyang Feiyang. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was trembling, and even his soul was trembling. However, he forced a smile on the corner of his mouth. This made Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan smile bitterly. This little brother was indeed terrifying. But soon Lin Ling's gaze was no longer on Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan. He looked at the heaven's eye vortex in front of him. In his heart, he knew that the one he wanted to surpass was not Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan, but the heaven's eye vortex, the willpower storm. Bang! Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had surpassed them even more. Chi-chi. A terrifying tearing force attacked, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. At this moment, his soul condensed and turned into a pair of eyes, resisting the willpower storm. However, the willpower storm had 1,000 years of history. Lin Ling's foundation was still too weak. Pa. His soul was torn apart and Lin Ling's bones were broken. His body was bleeding profusely. Don't be too hasty. You must take one step at a time. Ouyang Feiyang said worriedly. Lin Ling was too crazy. Pa. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward. This madman. Tai Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling risked his soul to take another step forward. Did he not want to live anymore? Madman, a typical madman. At this moment, outside the Star Ocean Pagoda, there was silence. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so crazy. I don't have much time left, Lin Ling said indifferently. He took another step forward. This time he risked his life to take 3 steps forward. Plop. Then he knelt down on one knee. His soul was blank, as if it would disappear with the wind at any moment. His willpower was also beginning to blur. Die, you overconfident trash. Chapter 585. Reach the summit, it's too late. The moon will soon reach the middle of the sky. Lin Ling has lost. Great Sunchild also said coldly. The other disciples were also gloating. They naturally didn't want to see Lin Ling's name once again shake the 7 profound martial house. Only the Star Guard disciples were cheering for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not only proving himself, but also winning glory for the common disciples. But all of this seemed a bit reckless. Lin Ling had left in too much of a hurry. The consequences would be unimaginable. Willpower was also a mysterious strength. It was just that it was very difficult for an ordinary person to control this strength. Until now, very few people had been able to display this strength to the extreme. But Lin Ling wasn't the person with the most terrifying willpower. He was also aware of this. Those people with terrifying willpower lived by martial arts. In their hearts, besides martial arts, there was nothing else. They could abandon their family, friends, and even loved ones. If killing their loved ones could increase their strength, then they wouldn't hesitate to kill their loved ones. This was something that Lin Ling couldn't do. Lin Ling's willpower was tempered through hard work. In the ancient Yen sect, he had to face the entire sect. In the Fire Ancient clan, he had to face being swallowed up by the other ancient clans. In Cloud Sea City, he had to be drawn into the vortex of time. All of this had been supported by his willpower. He had never given up. But now, the will storm wanted to tear apart his soul. How could he give up? In his life, there was no such thing as giving up. His kneeling right knee was lifted up with great difficulty. At first, it was slow, but gradually it became steady and powerful. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He looked at the mysterious vortex in front of him and clenched his teeth as he stepped forward. My chest is filled with clouds and I will reach the peak and all the mountains are small. A heroic voice floated out from his mouth, echoing throughout the Star Sea Pagoda. It was like the voice of the highest heavens, spreading out layer upon layer. Everyone's pupils shrank. Before, they had heard Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan's declaration of will. But now they heard Lin Ling's declaration of will. To use a declaration of will to resist the will storm, this was a confrontation of the heart of martial arts. Under countless gazes, the young man who was kneeling on one knee stood up once more. He took a step forward and his figure vanished into the vortex. At the same time, the bright moon in the sky had reached the middle of the sky. Pure white moonlight sprinkled down like snow, shining on everyone's body. However, no one paid attention to the moonlight. They were all looking at the top of the pagoda in shock. There, a slender figure finally appeared. He had broken through the first level of the Star Ocean Pagoda in 10 days. Success. The bright moonlight shone on the youth at the top of the pagoda. At this moment, the youth emitted a dazzling light. Rumble. At the same time, the Star Ocean Pagoda began to sway. The stone tablet beside the pagoda began to emit a light that soared into the heavens, and a large number of words began to appear. Lin Ling has become the 10th disciple to pass the first level. Lin Ling, in 10 days he has broken through the Star Sea Pagoda and created the #1 record in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, countless records were broken, which made the surroundings even more silent. There was no doubt that Lin Ling had left a beautiful mark among the Star Guard level disciples. Perhaps this mark would be passed down among the Star Guard level disciples for thousands of years. He actually succeeded. Master Su Fanxue clenched his teeth. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart was indescribable. He had come here to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but now he had to watch as Lin Ling climbed to the top step by step, creating the #1 record. Haha. Old Sword looked deeply at the youth at the top of the pagoda. At this moment he seemed to see Di Wuji of the past. His descendant had finally raised the banner of the 7 profound martial house. This was the clarion call for a counterattack. Countless people were silent, their hearts shocked. Although breaking through the first level did not mean that Lin Ling was the strongest, it showed that Lin Ling's potential was the most terrifying. He was above the tens of thousands of Star Guard level disciples. Over the years, there have been many geniuses that have broken through the 99th level. But there are very few that have broken through the first level. You have succeeded. At this moment, a light bloomed in the sky. A vague figure soared in the sky as if he were the ruler of the world. At the same time, not only the Star Ocean Pagoda, but even the entire vast 7 profound martial house was shaken. They knew who that figure was. It was the current martial house master. Sure enough, after breaking through the first level, the martial house master will appear. The crowd was shocked. He came. Old Sword, Sakura, and the others frowned. This person was the one that they had to surpass, and also the old enemy of their D bloodline. He was the disciple of the previous generation's martial house master. He was Di Wuji's older brother. His surname was Di, but now he had changed his surname to Tian. All around there was silence. Even the 12 Xian elders felt a thick pressure at this moment. You can obtain a reward, any reward. In the sky, that calm voice floated out, but it carried with it an infinite majesty. At the top of the pagoda, the youth stood tall like a mountain. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. His handsome face looked up at the sky, his eyes constantly flashing. This scene was extremely eye-catching. It was as if the ancient martial house master and the new rising genius were taking turns. The king. Lin Ling, what great courage. Facing the martial house master, he can actually remain so calm. Zuemo, Lan Feng, and the other geniuses that had been trying to trample Lin Ling under their feet all felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lin Ling had succeeded and created the first level record in the Star Ocean Pagoda. Not only that, but just by looking at Lin Ling's current momentum, even if they didn't want to admit it, they recognized Lin Ling's courage and courage. From another perspective, Lin Ling was still above their heads. Martial House Master? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The man in the sky was very vague and no one could see what he looked like. Perhaps it was because he was too far away, but there would be a day when he would overtake the martial house master and see his appearance. I want a scabbard. Lin Ling calmly said. The martial house master said that he would agree to any request from Lin Ling, but Lin Ling only wants a scabbard? The crowd's pupils shrank. This Lin Ling was wasting too much of an opportunity. For instance, if Lin Ling wanted to become the martial house master's disciple, then the martial house master would probably agree. What an interesting youth. On a distant mountain peak, a mysterious black-clothed person was quietly watching. Her crescent-like eyebrows were slightly raised, as if she were looking down on the world. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was the black-clothed leader that he had threatened when he had come to the 7 profound martial house to save Di Zichuan. This person seemed to have been paying attention to Lin Ling. Not only that, but he had an attitude as if he were evenly matched with Lin Ling. Scabbard. In the sky, the martial house master asked in a puzzled voice, "You don't want anything else?" No need. No need. Ever since I became a Star Guard level disciple, I have become accustomed to relying on my own strength. I don't like relying on others and I don't like owing others favors. Lin Ling lightly said, causing the hearts of those below to tremble. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. It seemed that he didn't want any reward from the martial house master. As for the secret disciples, their complexions were a bit ugly. Lin Ling's words were also mocking them. They had the guidance of masters and cultivation resources, but so what? Lin Ling hadn't used anything. He had relied on himself, and now he had created a Star Sea Pagoda record. Then what scabbard do you want? The voice in the sky sounded out again. Chapter 586. Kill me? Speak. Speak. The voice in the sky was icy cold. Scabbard, stabbing north. Calm. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth, causing many people to be puzzled. What sort of scabbard was this? This time, the martial house master was finally silent. He finally understood Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling did not want his reward, he only wanted to take back what was his. This was a very arrogant disposition. Even in the face of a powerhouse like him, he would not lower his head. And that thing did not belong to the martial house master. The scabbard stabbing north was a very nostalgic item. It was his junior apprentice brother's scabbard. He didn't think that someone in this era would still remember it. This youth was likely his junior apprentice brother's descendant. Diwuji, I didn't think that the proud and arrogant you would actually have a descendant. Not only that, but you were able to pass down your favorite stabbing north. This degree of pampering had already surpassed your first disciple, the Vermilion Bird divine martial artist. Did you bring him to the Seven Profound Martial House to take revenge? I can give it to you. But did you come to the Seven Profound Martial House to challenge me? Speak. In the sky, a black scabbard flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it, and the voice in the sky sounded out again. That's right, I came to trample you beneath my feet. Speak. As he took the scabbard, Lin Ling faintly smiled. His eyes blazed as he looked at the sky. His light voice floated out again. Beneath the Star-Sea Pagoda, there was a deathly silence. There was only the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this youth, their hearts shaking. This youth really dared to speak. Moreover, he dared to speak in front of the martial house master and trample him beneath his feet. This was too domineering. Did he not know that the martial house master could destroy him with a single finger? What a fierce mind. He knows that the martial house master does not dare to move against him. Speak. But the 12th Elder Shen's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was very courageous, but that did not mean that he was brave without strategy. He had spoken his purpose because he knew that even if the martial house master was enraged, he would not dare to move against Lin Ling. This was because this would affect the martial house master's prestige. Haha, as expected of my second brother. That's right, we'll all trample you beneath our feet. Just at this moment, Sakura's heroic voice sounded out. His target was also the prefecture lord. Countless gazes looked at Sakura and then looked at Lin Ling, who was at the top of the pagoda. They were no longer surprised in their hearts. No wonder they all wanted to surpass the prefecture lord. It was because they were all members of the D clan, the bloodline of the previous prefecture lord. Very good. However, if you want to surpass me, you're still too weak. To me, you're like ants. In the sky, a calm voice resounded. Maybe Lin Ling and Sakura made him dissatisfied, but he wasn't angered because they were merely two little ants. All of you take care of yourselves. After leaving behind another sentence, the dark clouds in the sky churned and the mysterious figure disappeared. Since you dare to challenge him, you have courage. Unfortunately, you can't see yourself clearly. In the distance, the mysterious black-clothed man let out a disdainful sound, and then disappeared. Ignoring everyone's opinion, Lin Ling looked at the scabbard in his hand. This scabbard was very big, like a piece of wood. It was the favorite item of Senior Wuji in the past, and he had taken it back today. And this was just the beginning. Lin Ling would take back everything that the prefecture lord had taken away from him. I'm not used to carrying a scabbard, but the tyrannical song sword and piercing north are together. Taking down the sword on his back, Lin Ling put it back into the scabbard. At the same time, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He knew that the tyrannical song sword had increased its power and even changed its form. The fusion of the sword and scabbard even made Lin Ling feel that the tyrannical song sword was letting out a joyful sound, as if it had seen an old friend. Putting the sword back on his back, Lin Ling jumped down from the Star Ocean Pagoda. Bang! A dull sound rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Then countless gazes looked deeply at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. You've succeeded, but don't be complacent too early. The bet that day was to become a Moon Guard disciple, and now you only have the opportunity to take the test. Elder Great Sunchild lightly said. In fact, she had never placed Lin Ling in her eyes. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House didn't have many things, but there were many geniuses. Lin Ling, at best, was a relatively fierce talent of this year. But she hadn't thought that in just 3 months, this youth would be able to walk the same road that others walked in a year. This result had exceeded her expectations. That's right, I only have the opportunity to take the test. But I'm a bit tired today, so I plan to take the Moon Guard rank test next year. Lin Ling looked at Elder Great Sun and suddenly said with a faint smile. What do you mean? My bet with Elder Sword was 3 months from now and you actually dragged it out until next year? Are you giving up? Elder Great Sun Child frowned, coldly shouting. The crowd didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. After all, Lin Ling already had the qualifications to take the test, so why would he drag it out until next year? Because I'm tired, it's that simple. Also, I have the qualifications to take the test. This means that I can take the test at any time, it doesn't have to be 3 months from now. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. Then you have violated the rules of my bet with Elder Sword. That means you have admitted defeat. Elder Great Sun Child sneered. Rules? Then let me ask Elder Great Sun Child. You sent people to kill me, did you violate the rules? Yes. Lin Ling took a step forward, calmly saying. Although his words were calm, his momentum was overbearing, as if he didn't fear Elder Great Sun Child. Kill you? Yes. Elder Great Sun Child's pupils shrank. In her bet with Elder Sword, if Elder Sword lost, then he would have to give up the position of Elder Xian. Therefore she hoped that Lin Ling would continue the bet, and would not send people to kill Lin Ling. After all, she would win. But now Lin Ling was being hunted down. Su Fan. Elder Great Sun Child coldly looked to the side, causing Su Fan's face to turn pale. Although he also wanted Lin Ling to die, he still knew the severity of the situation. At this time, how could he dare to kill Lin Ling? I really didn't, he's talking nonsense. Nonsense. Su Fan kept waving his hands. Lin Ling sneered, you didn't? When we were in the Green Sky region, you sent 5 Moon Guard disciples to kill me. This matter is known by the entire Green Sky region. Do you need me to find someone to prove it? Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward with a murderous look on his face. Since he broke the rules, then kill him. If he dies, then I will continue the bet. After all, you broke the rules first. Nonsense. Kill me? Nonsense. Su Fan's face turned even paler. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, he immediately took a step back. Moreover, because of panic, he fell to the ground with a putong sound. His embarrassing appearance made many disciples gasp. This is the highly respected 36 students? He was actually scared out of his wits by Lin Ling alone. Although they knew that Su Fan was not afraid of Lin Ling, but Elder Great Sun Child, they still found it funny that a dignified Great Sun Child would lose face like this. Lin Ling, don't you dare slander me. Chapter 587. Extortion. It's Tai Yuezhan, it must be him. Damn. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes turned and pushed the blame to Tai Yuezhan. Regardless of whether Tai Yuezhan ordered people to kill Lin Ling, he had to sacrifice Tai Yuezhan now. At this moment, Tai Yuezhan's face was ashen. He was the one who did it, so he immediately felt guilty. Moreover, he thought that his plan was perfect. If Lin Ling died, there would be no evidence and no one would know that he was the murderer. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling was not dead, and even more did not expect that Lin Ling would be so difficult to deal with. He dared to raise conditions at this time and force Elder Sun Tong to kill them. Whether he admitted it or not, in order to let Lin Ling continue to gamble, Elder Sun Tong would choose a scapegoat to appease Lin Ling's anger. Without a doubt, this person was him. Looks like it's you who did it. How dare you ruin my plans? Die. Die. Elder Sun Tong looked coldly at Tai Yuezhan, and a terrifying aura erupted, wanting to kill Tai Yuezhan. Wait, I didn't say that they must die. Die. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing Elder Sun Tong's face to turn ugly. Previously, Lin Ling refused to gamble again, so she wanted to kill 1 or 2 ants to satisfy Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling said that he did not want to kill them. Was he playing with her? Actually, you can do it lightly. For example, spend money to avoid disaster. Give each of them 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, and the matter of chasing them will be written off. Lin Ling said indifferently. It was actually very simple for him to kill Tai Yuezhan, but it was useless to him. It was better to increase his strength and extort some money. Moreover, if Tai Yuezhan really wanted to kill him, he would do it himself. After all, with his current strength, Tai Yuezhan might not be his opponent. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit crystals you don't want to rob? Su Fan roared subconsciously. Even he could not take out this amount of money in a short period of time. One had to know that Lin Ling only needed 100,000 spirit crystals to refine the true fire pill, and that was already very expensive. Therefore, 1,000,000 was very terrifying. From another perspective, he could nurture more than a dozen King Spirit Realm experts. So you don't want to give it to me? Could it be that in your heart, Great Sun Elder's bet is not worth 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? Lin Ling was not in a hurry and said with a faint smile. Don't twist the truth. Su Fan gritted his teeth. This Lin Ling's mouth was too powerful. It was like a sword. No one is allowed to interrupt my bet with Jian Lao. Not to mention 1,000,000, even if it was 10,000,000, it would still be worth it. Great Sunchild said coldly. It was indeed worth it. After all, if Sword Elder lost, he would have to give up the position of Elder Xian. How could the position of Elder Xian not be worth 10,000,000? 10,000,000? 10,000,000 then. Lin Ling chuckled again. His words caused Su Fan and Tai Yuzhan's faces to instantly turn pale. They had the urge to vomit blood. 10,000,000? Perhaps they had never spent so many resources on cultivation in their entire lives. This Lin Ling was so cunning he actually took the opportunity to raise the price. 1,000,000, I'll give it to you. Su Fan finally endured the pain and said. If he didn't give it to him with Lin Ling's fierce temper, he would really extort 10,000,000. Both of you will give it to me. A total of 2,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. Lin Ling said again, causing Su Fan and Tai Yuzhan's hearts to fiercely tremble. This Lin Ling was so ruthless. Haha, second brother is indeed the successor of Di Wuji. When Sakura saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This made Sword Elder beside him also shake his head and laugh. Lin Ling, this little guy is really vicious and merciless. Alright, I'll give you the money, but I hope the bet will continue. Also, don't forget the promise. If you lose, Jian Lao will give up the position of Elder Xian. Great Sunchild didn't care about Su Fan's bleeding. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said. Then his gaze landed on Jian Lao. With so many people watching, even if Jian Lao wanted to go back on his words, he wouldn't be able to. Don't worry, I'm not like you. My skin is as thick as a city wall. I will do what I say. But you, after you lose, don't forget my 3 slaps. Jian Lao naturally wouldn't back down. He coldly sneered. Good, I'll be waiting for you. Let's go. Go. Great Sunchild looked at Lin Ling with a deep gaze, and finally waved his hand. The rest of the people left one by one. But as they looked at Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken. They didn't think that a newcomer of only 3 months would be able to set off a monstrous wave in the 7 profound martial house. Not only that, but he had also created the #1 record in the Star Sea Pagoda. Lin Ling, you won't be proud for long. Leave. Su Fan also left, coldly threatening Lin Ling. But in exchange, Lin Ling disdainfully said, fuck off. Scram. With just a single word, a single sentence, he, a dignified 36 apprentice, had once again lost his dignity. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling was the first person to reprimand an apprentice. Lin Ling, you're still a newcomer? As for the Star Guard level disciples, they were still looking at Lin Ling as if they were in a dream. They didn't think that in a short 3 months, this youth would become the #1 Star Guard level disciple. Especially the 8 heavenly kings, Gu Sankai and the others, their faces were distorted. They had been eliminated by Lin Ling, and their hearts were filled with resentment. They had wanted to find Lin Ling to settle accounts, but now they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they dare to move? Haha, little brother, you're fierce. At the Star Sea Pagoda, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yen had both appeared. Now that the time had come, they didn't need to rush through the first level. Also, they had the qualifications to be a Moon Guard level disciple. And the ones with the qualifications were 4 people. Lin Ling, Ouyang Feiyang, Tai Yen and Ouyang Liushang. Looking at the 4 people, Yang Shan, Tong Qianjin, and the others' eyes were spitting fire. They had prepared for a year to enter the Star Sea Pagoda, but they had failed at the crucial moment. And the one who had been eliminated was Lin Ling. Suddenly, they regretted. After all, if they weren't so high and mighty, perhaps Lin Ling wouldn't have eliminated them. There are still 3 days left. Lin Ling, do your best. No matter what, I will always be behind you. The Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then he left alone. After all, with so many people watching, he could not secretly help Lin Ling and leave a topic for others to gossip about. Moreover, he believed that Lin Ling would not disappoint him. Thank you, Sword Elder. Lin Ling replied politely. Sword Elder didn't say much, but he supported him without any complaints. Therefore he couldn't lose. Then Lin Ling smiled at Sakura and Ouyang Feiyang, and left with Long Xiaoqun, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan. After all, he didn't know much about the Moon Guard level exam, so he wanted to ask Ouyang Feiyang and the others. On a mountain peak, all of Lin Ling's friends were gathered. They were all looking at Lin Ling. Second brother, are you confident in the Moon Guard level exam? Sakura couldn't help but ask. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months. He didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, but he knew that Lin Ling's strength was at the top among the Star Guard level disciples. It's still hard to say. After all, I don't know how the exam is going to be. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He was still calm. Chapter 588. A genius that came out of nowhere. The 7 profound martial house is so vast. Although there seems to be a clear hierarchy, the truth is that there are many uncertainties. For instance, a Moon Guard disciple might not necessarily be stronger than a Star Guard disciple. Tai Yan said. How is that possible? Long Xiaoqun immediately said in surprise. According to his guess, a Moon Guard disciple should be above a Star Guard disciple. It was impossible for them to be weaker than a Star Guard disciple. Haha, I also thought it was impossible at first, but you missed a few points. First, many Moon Guard disciples have succeeded through the back door. For instance, they have received a gift from their domain, or they know some ancient powerhouses or have illustrious family backgrounds. Second, true geniuses like to start from the bottom and take one step at a time. Therefore, although they don't seem to be Moon Guard disciples, the truth is that because they have cultivated for a long time, their combat strength has already surpassed many Moon Guard disciples. For instance, the 36 Academy's secret disciples. As far as I know, several of them have been secret disciples for 3 years. The reason they haven't become Moon Guard disciples is because they want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ouyang Feiyang said. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He agreed with Ouyang Feiyang's words. Indeed, there were strong and weak Moon Guard disciples, but that didn't mean that a Star Guard disciple was necessarily weaker than them. Those secret disciples that had cultivated for 3 years in the academies were naturally stronger than many Moon Guard disciples. With this division, Lin Ling had an approximate guess in his heart. First, a Star Guard disciple was equal to a common disciple. They had the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Pagoda. Second, a secret disciple could enter the Star Sea Pagoda at any time, but they had to build a solid foundation. Third, a Moon Guard disciple. This was the division of the 7 profound martial house's disciples. A Star Guard disciple was the lowest level. This year there were only 4 people participating. But a secret disciple was like a noble disciple. There were over 100 people participating. Perhaps they hadn't entered the Star Sea Pagoda, but in terms of strength, they were absolutely stronger than a Star Guard disciple. I know a few freaks that are very fierce. They are twice as strong as me. Ouyang Feiyang said again. You are already the first of the 8 heavenly kings, and they are twice as strong as you. Long Xiaoqun sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, with the guidance of a master, a secret disciple's strength was truly fierce. That's why it's not easy to become number 1 on the martial stage. It depends on luck. Anyway, we Star Guard disciples are the weakest. Less than 3 can become Moon Guard disciples every year. Tai Yan sighed as well. Don't worry, we still have 3 days. Just do your best. Lin Ling didn't feel as much pressure as they did. After all, venturing into the Star Sea Pagoda was a test of his martial arts foundation. But in truth, he still had a lot of strength that he hadn't revealed yet. A registered disciple? I'm looking forward to their challenge. Everyone spoke a few more words and then they separated one after another. They made use of the 3 days of cultivation to strive to increase their strength by a bit. Second brother, you can do it. You have already created a record in the Star Sea Pagoda, and your name has already shaken the 7 profound martial house. You must pass the Moon Guard rank examination and create another record in the 7 profound martial house. Before leaving, Di Jichuan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After that, Sakura also smiled. Second brother, what ranking do you intend to obtain in the Moon Guard ranking test? If I don't want to fight, then I'll fight for first place. Lin Ling raised his eyes and faintly looked at his brothers. Sakura and Di Jichuan were stunned for a moment and then they laughed. This brother of theirs was always full of confidence. After everyone left, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He didn't know how strong a registered disciple was, so he could only try his best to enhance his own strength. At the same time, the more than 100 registered disciples of the 7 profound martial house were also bitterly cultivating, quietly waiting for the time when their accumulated strength would be released. I Ching, what is the perfection of your Yellow Springs 9 nether hands? In a mountain range, flames soared into the sky. This was one of the mystical lands of the 7 profound martial house. Every day, earth fire would soar into the sky, causing many people to avoid it. But at this moment, in the middle of the flames, a figure was sitting cross-legged, enduring the burning of the earth fire. It was extremely terrifying. Scholar, my Yellow Springs 9 nether hands has reached the 5th perfection. A confident voice sounded out from the cave, causing an old man outside the cave to nod with satisfaction. 4th grade talent King body, peak King spirit realm, and in addition to that, you've cultivated a King step martial art to 50%. This Moon Guard level examination is your time to shine. Remember, if you don't fight, then you must take first place. Yes, scholar. When you can enter the top 3, then I will officially accept you as my disciple. I'll win. Obviously, this was a registered disciple that was highly valued by the scholar, and the Moon Guard level examination was the time for him to soar into the sky. Junior apprentice brother Linghu, you're so annoying, don't touch me there. At this moment, on the other side, a handsome and confident youth was holding a gorgeously dressed woman's arm as they walked forward. His hands were restlessly touching her everywhere. This was the area of the Moon Guard level disciples. It was a lively and bustling street, but he was wearing the robes of a Star Guard level disciple. Linghui, you dare to steal my woman. At this moment, several figures chased after them from behind, causing the entire street to become silent. That arrogant Star Guard level disciple was going to suffer. That's because you're a piece of trash. You can't even keep an eye on your own woman. You deserve to be cuckolded. The youth was not afraid at all, still holding the woman in his arms as he strode forward. You're courting death. Several Moon Guard level disciples were instantly enraged and strode toward the youth. Dazzling light fist, dazzling chaos. The youth smiled faintly and stopped in his tracks, releasing a terrifying aura. The formless light fist was dazzling to the eyes. It was as if he had thrown out 20,000 punches in a single breath. Bang, bang, bang. Several Moon Guard level disciples were sent flying and fell to the ground. Fist marks appeared on their chests, dazzling as if they had been branded by fire. Looking at the youth again, his fists were flickering with red light and emitting white smoke as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Moon Guard level disciple? Trash. The youth smiled disdainfully, then continued forward with the woman in his arms. What terrifying strength. A Star Guard level disciple defeated a Moon Guard level disciple. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying genius. He must be an in-name disciple. After all, only in-name disciples could be so powerful with the guidance of an apprentice. He's Linghu Yi, one of the top 10 in-name disciples. It's said that he always finishes his opponents in a single move. This year's Moon Guard level exam is going to be interesting. The crowd discussed animatedly. The same thing was happening in the 100 territories. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were surrounding a young girl, all of them revealing their killing intent. Who are you? Why did you kill our Iron Deer country's king? These cultivators were all at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, and there were even a few ancient cultivators at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Domineering heavenly palm. The young girl smiled faintly. Her seemingly thin and weak palm struck out, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Domineering and magnificent. Rumble. Nearly 100 King Spirit realm cultivators were killed in a single move. Even the ancient cultivators at the peak of the King Spirit realm were injured. If you want to blame someone, blame your king for being too perverted. Since you dared to tease me, you should count yourselves lucky that I didn't kill you. However, the Moon Guard level exam is coming soon, so I have to go. Chapter 589. Blazing Sun, Sparrow Sun, what a terrifying genius. He's only at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, but he's already invincible. He's definitely from the Rainforest Sacred Land. The remaining elders at the peak of the King Spirit realm looked extremely fearful. Was that still a young girl? That was a little witch. Geniuses appeared one after another. Some of them cultivated for 3 years, some came out of seclusion under the guidance of masters, and some returned from training in the 100 Realms. Without a doubt, the Moon Guard exam was their time to shine. At the same time, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. He currently had 2 million mid-grade spirit crystals, so he didn't lack the resources to break through to the next realm. However, the Moon Guard exam was too short, and he had just broken through in the Star Sea Pagoda, so it wasn't suitable for him to break through again. However, he could stabilize his mid-stage King Spirit realm. Therefore, during this period he planned to increase the power of his martial arts. Tyrannical Song Sword. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, causing the Tyrannical Song Sword to disappear from the ground. The Tyrannical Song Sword was still fusing with the scabbard, piercing north. He still needed some time. After my king body reached the level of 5 motifs true fire, I haven't been able to sense the characteristics of the king body. Now I can increase my comprehension of fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Lin Ling went through the Star Sea Pagoda again. With his current strength, it was easy for him to go through 99 levels in a day. In the Star Sea Pagoda, a large number of cultivating geniuses were shocked when they saw Lin Ling quickly pass through. Was that blue-robed youth the one who broke the Star Sea Pagoda's record? Right now, Lin Ling has become our Star Guard representative. I hope he can win glory for us in the Moon Guard exam. However, compared to the 10 rising stars of the unnamed disciples, Lin Ling's foundation is still a bit weak. Husen, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll beat you up. Anyway, my idol is Lin Ling. No one can blaspheme him. All of the geniuses began to discuss amongst themselves. It had to be said that after Lin Ling created the first miracle, his reputation in the Star Sea Pagoda region had greatly increased. He had already surpassed the 8 heavenly kings of the past. And at this moment, Lin Ling once again arrived at the first level. The willpower storm was still wreaking havoc there, but after coming here once, Lin Ling no longer feared the willpower storm. Using the willpower storm to improve my understanding of fire, Lin Ling muttered to himself as he sat down cross-legged. Blood-red flames blossomed from the surface of his body. These were the flames of the vermilion bird. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling was like a statue, and within his dantian, the 2 king elephants grew even clearer, emanating an ancient aura. The vermilion bird was one of the 4 spirits. Its body was covered in flames that would never be extinguished. It possessed an exuberant vitality. Blood-red flames danced in Lin Ling's heart. He could faintly see the birth of the vermilion bird, its prosperity and its fall. The will of fire? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could vaguely feel an indescribable concept. The instinct to control fire, several realms, the concept of fire, the great concept of fire, the true meaning of fire, the resonance of the heavens and earth. Lin Ling constantly spoke. These were his former understandings of fire. Suddenly, he looked up at the willpower storm in front of him and stepped forwards. He arrived at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He didn't know why, but the vermilion bird within his body seemed to want him to come beneath the blazing sun. As for why, he didn't know. The flames of the vermilion bird have already gained sentience. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He could feel that his vermilion bird already possessed the will of fire. This was a will that originated from ancient times. The Pentamati true fire allowed me to possess a 5th grade king body as well as 50% of the true meaning of fire. But, if I want to increase the heat of the fire by another 10%, that will be very difficult. Lin Ling looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, his eyebrows furrowed together. Suddenly his pupils shrank. The flames of the sun. That's right, if he wanted to increase the power of the vermilion bird's flames, he would have to reach the level of the Pentamati true fire. But, besides this condition, it seemed that he could absorb other flames, such as the flames of the sun. In the past, he had cultivated the 2nd generation of the Fire Ancient Clan's flame techniques. Among them, the 8,000 burning flames absorbed the fire of the heavens and earth, greatly increasing the power of his flames. But now, the vermilion bird's flames wanted him to look at the blazing sun. Could it be that it wanted him to absorb the flames of the sun? The flames of the sun are terrifying. They can burn all things in the world. If I can borrow them, then the vermilion bird's flames can be displayed to the extreme. Lin Ling's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In terms of the true meaning of sword, he wasn't the strongest. But in terms of the true meaning of fire, he believed that he wouldn't lose to any other fire attribute martial artist. After all, this was the martial Tao that he had been bitterly cultivating. This was also his Tao of fire. Chi-chi. Stretching out his right hand, a blood-red flame floated out. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He was comprehending the flames of the sun in the sky, allowing the flames of the sun to fuse with the vermilion bird's flames. One day passed quietly, but the vermilion bird's flames in his hand didn't change much. At this moment, below the Star Sea Pagoda, countless eyes were watching. They were secretly surprised. What was Lin Ling doing? The second day passed quietly, and the flames in Lin Ling's hand still didn't change. Those Star Guard rank disciples gradually left. They were just curious, but when they saw that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any changes, they didn't have the patience to continue watching. The third day arrived quietly. In the early morning, everything was quiet. From the east, a wisp of purple light shone over and gradually fell on Lin Ling's body. It made Lin Ling's body, which was like a stone sculpture, move slightly. All of a sudden he had a trace of understanding. He actually saw the vermilion bird's flames in the light of the blazing sun. Blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't know why he called out this name, but he knew that he had succeeded in borrowing the flames of the sun. Countless rays of light rushed towards Lin Ling's right hand, causing the flames in Lin Ling's hand to quietly change. At first it was a blazing sun as big as a stone mill. Then it continued to absorb the sunlight in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling seemed to be holding a blazing sun. That blazing sun was terrifyingly hot. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. What a terrifying flame power. With the vermilion bird's flames as a guide, it can absorb the flames of the sun. It is indeed worthy of being called blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered with excitement. This could be considered the first true intent of fire martial art that he had comprehended. Absorbing the flames of the sun had increased the vermilion bird's strength to 60% or even 70% of the true intent of fire. What is that? What a terrifying sun. There is a person holding it up under the sun. Is that a martial art? Although it was early in the morning, there were still some hard-working geniuses who came to the Star Sea Pagoda. At this moment they were all looking at the top of the Star Sea Pagoda in shock. Then they heard a faintly discernible voice. Blazing sun, vermilion bird sun. Rumble. At the top of the pagoda, that slender figure actually slapped the sun towards the Star Sea Pagoda. Was he crazy? Rumble. A terrifying force erupted. The blazing sun that was 100 meters in size was slapped towards the Star Sea Pagoda by Lin Ling, causing the entire Star Sea Pagoda to tremble. Even the ancient city walls began to crack. This was a solar storm. Sorry the update was late. I had to work overtime today. Moreover, I caught a cold and felt dizzy. Sorry for the long wait. Today's update will be added tomorrow. Chapter 590. Dragon Mountain Tournament. The Star Sea Pagoda was one of the symbols of the Seven Profound Martial House. It was also the most sacred place for Star Guard level disciples. But now, this ancient pagoda was actually cracking. The power of that blazing sun was terrifying. Not good. Is the pagoda going to fall? The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly moved out of the way, but then they discovered that the Star Sea Pagoda was still standing. It was truly worthy of being called an ancient war tool. But before long they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because a crack had spread from the top of the Star Sea Pagoda to the ground. The crowd was silent, unable to speak. They looked at the figure at the top of the pagoda, but that person had already disappeared. What a fierce will of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the mountain peak. He couldn't help but smile with joy. Before the Moon Guard level examination began, he had finally raised another card in his hand. And that move was very fierce. He was confident that even if an early Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse were to face it, they would still be filled with hatred. However, the heavens and earth had their disadvantages. Blazing sun. The sparrow sun was terrifying, but its flaw was that it needed to absorb the sun's fire. If it was a cloudy day or night, then this move would be useless. Sure enough, borrowing the power of the heavens and earth is inferior to using one's own strength. There are limits to using it. Lin Ling shook his head. He waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword that was buried in the mountain peak rushed out. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had returned to its former greatsword form, a heavy sword without an edge. However, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying power bursting out of it. After fusing with the scabbard, the tyrannical song sword has finally reached 40% sword true meaning. Lin Ling smiled once more. As he looked at the sword in his hand, the second boundary of the tyrannical sword manual rose up in his heart. Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Lin Ling raised his sword, and a terrifying sword intent gushed out, causing Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword to continuously expand. It actually turned into a huge sword that was over 100 meters long. This was 40% sword intent. In the past, the first boundary of the slow sword manual, Sword Moves Mountains and Rivers, was half a step into 40% sword true meaning. But now, Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens was an absolute 40% sword true meaning. What a sharp sword, unparalleled tyrannical overlord. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrannical song Sword Overlord Soaring Heavens. Tyrannical Overlord Sword. Rumble. Soon, the sword in Lin Ling's hand slowly shrunk, and that world-shaking sword intent also disappeared. In the end, he didn't slash out because he knew that this slash was enough to cause the mountain peak to collapse. Right now, he didn't want too many people to know his strength. The test of the lunar guards hadn't reached a critical moment yet. It was better to keep a trump card for himself. Peak of the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. 20% completion of the true meaning of Cloud, 40% completion of the true meaning of Sword, 50% completion of the true meaning of Fire, as well as the blazing Sunflame, Sparrow Sunday. As one of the honorary disciples of the 36 academies, I want to see just how strong they are. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. Unknowingly, he was getting closer and closer to becoming the prefecture lord. Second brother, it's time for registration, but you're still cultivating. At this moment, Sakura's voice came from below the mountain peak, making Lin Ling smile as he leaped down the mountain peak. The others also arrived one after another, including Ouyang Feiyang and his sister, Tai Yan and Long Xiaoqun. Why do I feel like your aura has changed again? It's like a storm. Long Xiaoqun sized up Lin Ling and couldn't help but say, "Is that so?" Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled, "You're overthinking it." He vaguely sensed that this was the resonance between his vermilion bird's flames and the sun's flames, forming a solar storm. I have the same feeling. Lin Ling, in these past 3 days your strength hasn't increased, right? Ouyang Feiyang also stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. Lin Ling was younger than him, but for some reason he always felt that he couldn't see through this youth. My strength has increased a bit, reaching the peak of the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. Lin Ling said with a smile. It doesn't matter if your cultivation realm isn't strong as long as your combat strength is strong, I don't know. However, there are many factors that affect a genius combat strength. Talent, king physique, martial intent, soul force, king stage martial arts, and so on. Therefore, cultivation realm is only the foundation, it still depends on how you perform on the spot. Sakura said, comforting Lin Ling. As far as he knew, there was a peak king spirit realm youth in this assessment. Although a genius could jump ranks to fight, it wasn't strange for a middle stage king spirit realm martial artist to defeat a peak king spirit realm martial artist. But the premise was that you weren't facing a peak king spirit realm martial artist. After all, even if you had a hidden card, so did your opponent. On this point, Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yan had a deep understanding. Only they knew how strong the secret disciples were, especially the 10 rising stars. It was said that they had already been selected by the 36 apprentices. From secret disciples to direct disciples, that was only a matter of time. Second brother, as long as you can become the champion of the group stage, then you can become a Moon Guard disciple. So good luck. Sakura didn't expect Lin Ling to take first place. He only wanted Lin Ling to take first place in the group stage. After all, he only had 60% confidence that he would be able to sweep away all the secret disciples. Then everyone left together. This time, the Moon Guard disciple assessment was held at Dragon Lake. That was one of the most famous places in the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that the first martial house master had created this ancient lake with a single punch. It had a sacred and inviolable reputation. Hey Swordsman Su, you also came. Yes, I received an invitation from the 7 Profound Martial House, so I came to see the geniuses here. Haha, although this is only a Moon Guard disciple assessment and cannot compare to the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen List or the 100 Territories Genius Competition, it is still a great competition where a hidden dragon rises from the abyss. Every year, if you can take first place in the assessment, then you will be able to enter the 7 Profound Heavens Chosen List in the future. I'm looking forward to it. If I didn't know a master at the 7 Profound Martial House, then I wouldn't have come. At this moment, at the edge of the ancient Dragon Lake, a large number of martial artists had appeared. They were all martial artists from the rainforest's holy land. Each one of them was an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Look, the disciples of the ancient Tao martial palace have also come. They are being led by an elder. That's nothing. The great Sun Void Temple sky-bearing mansion, and the others have all come. On that mountain peak, every year during the Moon Guard disciple assessment, people from the other 6 major martial arts halls will come. Not only that, but there are many geniuses that come. They also want to see how the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house are. No wonder it's like this. I wonder who will be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and shake the rainforest's holy land. There were a large number of mountain peaks around Dragon Lake, and at this moment there were people on those mountain peaks. These people were from the other 6 major martial arts halls. The rainforest's holy land had 7 major martial arts halls. Howling Sky Academy, Ancient Tao Martial Palace, Sun Moon Heavenly Gate, Central Martial Hall, Great Sun Void Temple Sky-bearing Mansion, and the 7 Profound Martial House. Each of these halls had an ancient history. I wonder who will be able to bloom with the most dazzling light this time. That must be the Blood King of the 10 Rising Stars, Duan Tianya. That's right, the champion will be none other than him. He is a native martial artist of the rainforest's holy land. Since he was a child, he knows more than anyone else. Within the 6 major martial arts halls, the genius disciples were all talking. Chapter 591. 155 Talents to Battle. The elders of the 6 major martial halls looked at each other and shook their heads. Blood King Duan Tianya, this talent was truly fierce. He hadn't even fought yet, but it seemed that he had already been selected as first place. The 7 Profound Martial House's 12th Elder Xian has arrived. At this moment someone shouted out, causing the vast Dragon Lake to quiet down. In the distance, a giant white crane appeared, carrying a massive number of ancient powerhouses. Then it stopped at a mountain peak. Then the 36 schoolmasters also appeared. They all had smiles on their faces as if they were waiting for their own disciples to display their dazzling brilliance. Elder Sword, your good luck has come to an end. In the silence, a smiling voice floated out from Dragon Lake. Countless eyes looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Elder Great Sunday. The 7 Profound Martial House disciples all had expectant looks on their faces. But the other martial artists of the 6 major martial halls were puzzled, but they soon learned everything. This bet is very interesting. I didn't think that this year's Moon Guard level examination would have such a prize. Haha, this is also a chance for us to see the strength of the 10 rising stars, and also add to the fun. But if Elder Sword becomes a Moon Guard level disciple, then he won't lose. Elder Great Sun will be slapped 3 times, so Elder Sword will definitely win. You're too optimistic. You must know that the disciple participating in the bet is a Star Guard level disciple, and he has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. What, this is courting death? Elder Sword will definitely lose. The crowd was talking. Of course, they didn't pay much attention to the bet. After all, their eyes had all fallen onto the competition of the 10 rising stars. 155 disciples have arrived. At this moment, an old voice sounded out, causing Dragon Lake to be even more silent. Countless eyes looked over and saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, the figures of 155 youths had appeared. Each of them was as fierce as a dragon or as fierce as a tiger. Their eyes were filled with confidence, and they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of superiority of being the center of attention. Out of the countless talented youths, they were the proud sons of heaven ranked 155. Therefore they had the qualifications to be confident. Of course, everyone's eyes fell on the 10 rising stars. The so-called 10 rising stars were geniuses whose names had already shaken the 7 Profound Martial House. It was just that they hadn't participated in the Moon Guard level examination. They wanted to accumulate enough strength to amaze the world. How lively! Among the 155 people, Lin Ling's gaze swept over the surroundings. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that a mere test would attract so many people. There are so many people and all of them are powerful. There are geniuses on the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking, Sun Guard disciples, and even people from other martial arts halls. There are even people who have surpassed the Emperor's spirit realm. Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yin said with serious expressions. Although this was not their first time participating, they were still nervous. So what? They've only cultivated longer than us. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling remained indifferent and smiled calmly. Ouyang Feiyang and the other man looked at Lin Ling strangely. If they didn't know Lin Ling's background, they would have thought that Lin Ling had already taken the Moon Guard level exam. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Pervert. Lunatic. The two couldn't help but curse. Ouyang Liushang chuckled. Her big brother and Tai Yen had always been unconvinced by others. Now that they said this, it was obvious that they considered Lin Ling to be a genius on equal footing. This made her feel as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling had only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but the road he had walked had already surpassed many geniuses. Lin Ling helplessly rubbed his nose. In fact, he wasn't nervous at all. It wasn't that he didn't think that these powerhouses were fierce, but that he had obtained the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. In those memories, there was the terrifying 7 Profound Prodigy ranking tournament, and the 100 Territories Genius tournament that had shaken the entire 100 Territories. It was said that the 100 Territories Genius tournament was a competition between the 7 great martial houses geniuses. The winner's name would shake the entire Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, see you in the tournament. Don't lose too quickly. Breaking the Star Sea Pagoda record doesn't mean your combat strength is strong. I'm looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, disdainful voices sounded out from not too far away. It was Zuemo and Lan Feng. At this moment they were much more low-key. Although they were at the top of this year's rankings, they weren't facing this year's geniuses. There were geniuses from last year and the year before that. You don't even dare to taunt me loudly and you want to surpass me? Lin Ling faintly smiled, his voice undisguised. Zuemo and Lan Feng's pupils shrank, and they wished they could shrink back. This was because Lin Ling's words had attracted the attention of the other 100 geniuses. This Lin Ling had great courage. It was as if he wasn't afraid of becoming a thorn in their side. Don't be too proud. Zuemo wasn't willing to be outdone. He shouted out in a low voice. You're sick. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to speak with the two of them. His calm appearance made Tang Yue giggle. Although Lin Ling was a Star Guard disciple, he was like a common disciple. But no matter what, he would never lose his fighting spirit. He wasn't like Zuemo and Lan Feng. Their mouths were fierce, but when they met other geniuses they didn't dare to speak loudly. This was too shameful. What an interesting little fellow. The other geniuses looked at Lin Ling. They appreciated Lin Ling's humble attitude, but they didn't care too much. To them Lin Ling was too young. At most, he would only be a first-round participant in the tournament. The Moon Guard level examination is about to begin. We are indebted to everyone for coming to watch. The 7 Profound Martial House would like to thank everyone. In the sky, the ancient voice sounded out once more. It was obviously the host of the tournament. The surrounding martial artists smiled. They had heard too much of the introductions, so they were looking forward to the following introductions. The host seemed to know everyone's urgency, so he didn't speak any more nonsense. The 155 geniuses will now be introduced one by one. First are the Star Guard level disciples. This year there are only 4 of them. A Star Guard level disciple was equal to a common disciple. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there weren't many of them. Their reaction was dull. After all, a Star Guard level disciple was at most a first-round participant. Only the Star Guard disciples were cheering for Lin Ling and the other 3. Many people shook their heads and smiled. This youth was really hot-blooded. Flying Legs Ouyang Feiyang. 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 3 records in the Star Ocean Pagoda. Iron Fist Tai Yen. 19 years old. Late-stage King Spirit Realm. He once set 2 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. The introduction was very detailed. This was to prevent the participating disciples from finding someone to replace them. Not bad to be able to set 3 Star Sea Pagoda records. This flying kick Ouyang Feiyang is quite powerful. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Although the Star Ocean Pagoda did not represent one's strength, it represented one's potential. Over the years, many records had been created. It would be very difficult to create another record at this moment. That flying kick was able to create a record, so his strength was not simple. Next, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House all had their own names, but when had he ever been called Vermilion Bird? This caused Lin Ling to helplessly shake his head. He was afraid that the Sword Elder had given him this name to register him. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 18 years old. Midstage King Spirit Realm. He once set 208 records in the Star Sea Pagoda. He is the 10th person to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. The voice was vast and mighty, like a great bell that spread into everyone's ears. 208 records? Silence. Chapter 592. Martial Stage 7. It had to be known that creating a record was already terrifying, but this youth had created over 200 records. And the most terrifying thing was that he had broken through the first level and become the 10th person of the 7 profound martial house. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, what kind of little fellow is this? Wow! The members of the 6 great martial arts palaces and the other martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, someone spoke of Lin Ling's origins. This made everyone realize that Lin Ling was actually the young man who represented the Sword Elder in this bet. So, this youth is not some nameless nobody. In the bet between the Sword Elder and the Great Sun Elder, my opinion of him has increased by 30%. Wow! The crowd had their own opinions. Although they were surprised, they were still not optimistic. After all, to create a Star Sea Pagoda record, this could only mean that Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid, but it did not mean that his battle prowess was strong. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. How could he compare to a secret disciple that had the guidance of a master? He's just fishing for fame. The 150 secret disciples lightly shook their heads. Although they had not ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda, the 7 profound martial house was not a place like the Star Sea Pagoda. Most of them had proud achievements, but that was only in other places, so they naturally disdained him. It's only fame, all of us have it. There is no need to be so proud. A newcomer should be low-key. A soft voice sounded out, causing everyone to look. It was a young man with long red hair and 6 pierced ears. He gave off a devilishly charming feeling. As the crowd looked at the red-haired youth, their eyes narrowed. Feng Tianting, late King Spirit Realm. It was said that he had a terrifying 4th-grade talent, the King Body. He was ranked 6th in the 10 Rising Stars, and was also ranked in the top 10 of the more than 100 secret disciples. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This red-haired youth was ridiculing him. But he had never seen this red-haired youth before, so why was he targeting him? Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be that this red-haired youth had a good relationship with Su Fan? Don't offend him. He has a level 4 king body. You should know that the most outstanding geniuses every year are mostly level 3. Level 4 is very powerful. Ouyang Feiyang pulled Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed the case. Take this year's geniuses for example. Zhao Qingtian had a 3rd-grade king body, but his strength was already above 10,000 people. If he had a 4th-grade king body, then he had the qualifications to be proud. But to Lin Ling, that was all there was to it. Ignoring the red-haired youth's provocation, Lin Ling continued to wait. At the same time, the voice in the skies sounded out once more, introducing the honorary disciples. It was common knowledge that in-name disciples were stronger than Star Guard-level disciples. After all, in-name disciples had the guidance of masters. If they were talented, their strength would naturally rise to a higher level. Then, the final announcement of the 10 rising stars caused a stir among the crowd. First, Blood King Duan Tianya 2nd, Ghost God Red Flame 3rd, Thunder General Zhu Lane Light Fist Ling Hui 5th, Drunken Sword Xiaoying 6th, Martial Demon Feng Tianting number 7, Domineering Dominance of Heaven and Earth Chapter 8, Demon Leg Nan Window number 9, Wine Chaser Zhou Lingtian 10th. Killer Knife Hao Yun. The weakest of these 10 people was at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm, but only 2 of them did not have a 4th-grade king body. This seemed to be a dividing line. If one wanted to stand above countless geniuses, then one had to at least have a 4th-grade king body. Moreover, the martial arts they knew were at least 4th-grade king body. This was another huge dividing line. Among the Star Guard-level disciples, 3rd-grade king body was extremely rare, let alone 4th-grade king body. There's no need to talk about Blood King Duan Tianya's strength. It's not strange for him to surpass a large number of Moon Guard-level disciples. I'm afraid he can enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Of course. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 profound prodigy list only records geniuses in the Emperor Spirit Realm, Blood King Duan Tianya would have entered long ago. Ghost God Red Flame is also very scary. He's not good at long-range attacks, but he's the genius with the strongest close-range attacks. There's also Thunder General and Light Fist. TSK, it seems that all the powerful in-name disciples have participated this year. The Dragon Pan Lake competition will be very exciting. I can't wait. At the edge of the vast lake, voices sounded like the waves of the sea. The 10 people were like the most dazzling stars. They ignored the gazes of the surroundings and chatted with each other. Blood King, my strength has increased greatly this year. I'll definitely defeat you. Your fighting spirit is not bad, but it's a pity that you're not confident enough. I've already comprehended 50% of martial intent. A young man wearing a long robe with a determined expression said lightly, causing the other 9 stars to narrow their eyes. Their starting point and cultivation were mostly the same, so they relied on battle experience and martial arts. Many of them had learned 5th grade King body martial arts and even comprehended martial intent. However, Blood King Duan Tianya had comprehended 50% of martial intent. How could they surpass him? Martial intent was a concept that was above King body martial arts. 50% of martial intent against a 5th grade King body martial arts, 50% of martial intent would win completely. Other than Ghost God Red Flame, the others have never thought of surpassing Blood King. They just want to maintain their current ranking. Yes, my goal is one of the other 10 stars. Drunken Sword, you're the only one among the 10 stars who uses a sword, and you're the disciple of Drunken Sky. I want to see how drunk your sword is. I'm drunk, but my sword isn't. The 10 stars looked at each other again, their fighting spirit boiling. But soon someone said, this year's stage belongs to the 10 of us. I wonder if any of these newcomers will rise. I heard that Lin Ling represented Elder Sword in a bet. I wonder which stage he'll appear on. There's nothing to see. Those below the 10 stars are trash. Following that, a new star said lightly. His words were filled with disdain, as if other than the 10 stars, the rest of the geniuses were not worthy of his attention. The rules are the same as usual. 10 stages, 15 people in a group. The winner of the stage will pass the Moon Guard test. Above the sky, the voice sounded again. Following that, the 10 martial platforms were quickly divided. Surprisingly, Blood King was not in the same group as Demon God. Most of the 10 rising stars had split up, each occupying a martial platform. Only the 7th martial platform was somewhat odd. 2 of the 10 rising stars had appeared at the same time. They were Martial Demon Feng Tianting and Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian. We've encountered Martial Demon. Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian frowned. He knew how difficult it was to deal with that guy. Stage 7, I'm going to be first. Martial Demon Feng Tianting was ranked higher than Windchaser Zhou Ling Tian. He was not afraid of him at all. Looks like the competition depends on luck. The crowd discussed, but they were still looking forward to it. Lin Ling, I'm on stage 5. That's great, there's not a single one of the 10 stars there. Ouyang Feiyang said happily. He was assigned to the only stage without any of the 10 stars. Tai Yin was extremely depressed. His stage was number 6 and there was one of the 10 stars there. It was Ghost God Scarlet Flame who was ranked 2nd. There was no need to look. He had already failed this year. As for Ouyang Liushang, her luck was not bad. Her opponent on stage was Slaughter Saber Hao Yun who was ranked 10th. At least she had some hope. Lin Ling, what about you? Chapter 593. The first battle, you're out of luck. There are 2 of the 10 rising stars on the 7th stage. Any one of them is enough to give you a headache. Ouyang Feiyang sympathized with Lin Ling. There were 15 geniuses on each stage, so with one more 10 rising stars, the chances of encountering them would be higher, and the elimination would be faster. And the rules of the stage were that if one won a battle, 1 point would be awarded, and if one lost a battle, no points would be recorded. This meant that if one wanted to become the champion of the stage, one had to win all 15 battles. Of course, the other geniuses seemed hopeless, but that was not the case. For example, if the 10 rising stars met someone who could restrain them and lost 2 battles, then even if you were not a match for the 10 rising stars, as long as your points were higher than his, it was still the same as winning. Therefore, the competition was not only a test of combat strength, but also endurance. It was very difficult to win consecutively. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing more 10 rising stars. Lin Ling waved the jade token in his hand and said indifferently, causing Ouyang Feiyang and the others to roll their eyes. This guy was so arrogant. However, even though Lin Ling said so, he still had a feeling that this arrangement was deliberately made by someone. That person should be the Great Sun Elder. For safety, he arranged 2 10 rising stars for him. How despicable. But could they stop him? Rumble. Right at this moment, the ancient dragon Coiling Lake began to tremble, the water rippled and 10 martial stages slowly rose from the lake. These martial stages were made from 7 starlight escape stones. They were extremely hard, and were said to be able to withstand the attacks of Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Stage 1, Blood Saber Heaven Breaking Edge against Shadow Vine Saber. Stage 2. Opponents began to appear on the 10 stages, and the entire Dragon Lake was bustling with noise. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It had finally begun. Among them, Ouyang Feiyang was the first to go up. He was lucky to meet a King Spirit Realm in-name disciple who had a 4th grade King rank martial art. Ouyang Feiyang's hidden martial art was also a 4th grade King rank martial art, but his cultivation level was higher, and he had reached the stage of great success. After a long battle, he finally won the first battle. After returning, Ouyang Feiyang was incomparably happy. 15 battles, won first. Win. It's only your first opponent and you're already using your trump card. How stupid. Tai Yan mocked, but he was actually happy for Ouyang Feiyang. Lin Ling was naturally the same, but he smiled and said, if you reveal your full strength in the first round, the next opponent will face you and focus on your trump card. It will be even harder for you to win. After all, this is a battle of attrition, not something that can be settled in 1 or 2 rounds. Ouyang Feiyang sighed. Of course I know that. But if I don't use my trump card, I can't win. These words caused Tai Yan's expression to darken. His opponents were indeed very strong. While they were talking, the other martial platforms had already finished their round. The difference in strength was too great. As long as the 10 rising stars went up, they would win in a second. Tai Yan and Ouyang Liushang also went up. Tai Yan's luck seemed to be better. Although his opponent had a high-grade king body, his martial arts foundation was weak. It was obvious that he was a genius who had talent but did not work hard. In the end, Tai Yan easily won. Ouyang Liushang's luck was not good. He met Slaughter Knife Hao Yun and lost in 1 move. He was even heavily injured. His opponent did not show any mercy to the fairer sex and even wanted to kill Hao Yun. According to the rules of the martial platform, the one who admitted defeat lost. Falling into the lake was also a loss. The other one was dead. Such a ruthless person. Even a girl would be hurt. If Liushang did not admit defeat quickly, he would have killed her. Tai Yan coldly stared at the young man on the martial platform. The young man felt Tai Yan's gaze and smirked. If you don't accept it, come and see if I will kill you or not. Slaughter Knife Hao Yun was very overbearing. But his strength was not as good as hers. Tai Yan could only swallow his anger. Ouyang Liushang's brother, Ouyang Feiyang's face was cold. He would remember this grudge. Brother, it's nothing. Just a small injury. Ouyang Liushang did not want everyone to worry about her. If you meet me, I will avenge that knife for you, Lin Ling lightly said. Ouyang Liushang was his friend, so if he had the strength, he would avenge that knife for him. Very quickly, it was Lin Ling's turn to go up. His luck was pretty good. He did not meet the 10 new stars but a normal disciple. It was Zuemo. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. He had not thought that Zuemo would be on the same martial platform as him. It really was a small world. Zuemo, kill him. Many disciples shouted. In the distance, Great Sunchild Elder and Su Fan's eyes were cold. They had arranged 2 of the 10 new stars on the 7th martial platform. Especially Martial Demon Feng Tianting, who was ranked 5th. Lin Ling would definitely lose. Second brother, do your best. Di Shitian and Di Jixuan were extremely nervous. They were not very clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only Sword Elder was still calm. Don't worry, just a clown. It won't be hard for Lin Ling. He was not clear about Lin Ling's strength, but he believed in Lin Ling. Ah, my luck is pretty good. I met you in the first round. On the martial platform, Zuemo stood indifferently. Then he looked at the distance of Dragon Coiling Lake. Lan Feng, the humiliation of our defeat in the past can be washed away today. In the past, he was weaker than Lin Ling, but after receiving the guidance of Su Fan and learning a 4th grade king-level martial art, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling seemed to have sword essence, but according to what he knew, it was only 30% sword essence. It could not compare to a 4th grade king-level martial art. Zuemo, defeat him and step on his face. In the distance, Lan Feng's voice came, causing Zuemo to nod. He waved his right hand and a blade appeared. He was not good at using blades before, but the king-level martial art he learned was blade skills, so he used a blade now. 100 splits water splitting slash. Without saying more, Zuemo charged straight at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not know what was so good about Zuemo's luck. Zuemo's realm was the same as his, and his king body was a pitiful second grade. He was at the fourth grade. Just with the suppression of the king body in his dantian, he could easily crush his opponent. Lin Ling still did not move until the giant blade appeared in front of his forehead. Countless people gasped. Was Lin Ling going to lose in the first round? However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and suddenly slapped the giant blade in front of his forehead. The blade was stuck in front of his forehead and could not be cut down no matter what. Chi. At the same time, flames appeared in Lin Ling's hands and melted the blade. Die Lin Ling. At this moment, Zuemo had not noticed all this and was still swinging his blade. But soon he was stunned. The blade seemed to have disappeared. What was going on? Your blade has turned into molten iron. Also, when fighting with an opponent you can't see through, it's better to first understand the opponent's strength before using your trump card. Lin Ling pointed at the molten iron on the ground and then said faintly, "Ah." Zuemo's mouth opened wide. His king-level martial art required him to use a blade, but without a blade how could he fight? Moreover, he didn't even notice when Lin Ling had melted his saber. Okay, go wash your head in the lake and wake up. Chapter 594. 100 flowers bloom, Lin Ling, I will not let you off. Zuemo roared in the water, losing all face in the first battle and becoming a drowned rat. However, this was met with even more ridicule. As for Lan Feng, his complexion was ugly. In the past, Lin Ling had easily oppressed them and now Lin Ling was still doing the same. This little boy called Lin Ling, his vision and courage are not bad. To use his hand to break the saber, that saber was the weakness of the 100 splits water-splitting slash. Drunken Sword Xiaoying said. For a Star Guard level disciple, his strength is not bad. But if he has the chance to meet me, I will make sure he loses convincingly. Ghost God Scarlet Flame swept his eyes over Zuemo with disdain. Instead, his eyes fell on the martial stage on the other side. There, the third-ranked general of Thunder Zhu Lane had made her move. The true meaning of thunder bloomed, and the martial stage was filled with thunder. Her opponent had been defeated in a single move, and even the lake water around the martial stage was filled with thunder. What a terrifying power of thunder. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The true meaning of thunder. No wonder she was ranked third among the 10 rising stars. Lin Ling also looked over, secretly surprised. There were many people in the 7 profound martial house that understood the true meaning of martial arts. Then, the second round, the third round, the fourth round and all the way to the 6th round Lin Ling easily won. He didn't even use 30% of his strength. He relied on his rich spiritual energy and martial arts experience. As for Tai Yin, he had already lost 2 matches. It seemed that there was no hope for him this year. Only Ouyang Feiyang and Lin Ling had maintained a winning streak. This caused many Star Guard level disciples to sigh. In the past, the 8 heavenly kings had dominated the Star Sea Pagoda. However, in the face of all the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house, the 8 heavenly kings were insignificant. Especially Yang Shan, Gu Sankai, Tong Qianjin, and the others helplessly shook their heads. Towards Lin Ling they were thoroughly convinced. Lin Ling not bad. Keep it up. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. But not too far away, Elder Great Sun coldly snorted and said, he is temporarily arrogant. Don't forget, he is not the only one who has maintained a winning streak. There are 2 other rising stars on the martial stage. Let's wait and see. Sword Elder faintly said. After 6 rounds, his opponents gradually became stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to the other martial stages. His gaze landed on the 7th martial stage because one of the 10 rising stars, Windchaser Zhou Lingtian, had come out to fight. Windchaser. The lake began to boil and a gust of wind blew past. A young man in a blue robe appeared on the martial arts platform. His opponent was a registered disciple. He was one of the more famous Sky Moon apprentices among the 36 apprentices, so many people thought he would win. Moreover, he was also one of the 5 people who maintained a winning streak on the 7th martial stage. This could be considered the most intense battle on the 7th martial platform. You only have 10 moves. After 10 moves, jump into the lake yourself. I've already given you plenty of chances. Windchaser Zhou Lingtian said calmly. He was very confident. Most people would give him a handicap of 3 moves, but he gave him a handicap of 10. No wonder he said that he had given him a lot of chances. "Thank you, but I will do my best." The young man's face was solemn. Even though he had given him 10 moves, he did not dare to underestimate Zhou Lingtian. Meteor Butterfly Finger. He took a step forward and a dazzling butterfly finger shot out. It was colorful and dazzling as if it had frozen the space. It was extremely powerful. Just this technique alone was unparalleled among the Star Guard disciples. Even among the Moon Guard disciples, there were many who were weaker than him. This King Stage technique was clearly of a high level. Is there no way to dodge? Many people realized that the butterfly finger had already sealed off any space for Windchaser Zhou Lingtian to dodge. This technique is quite interesting. However, Windchaser Zhou Lingtian smiled faintly. He didn't move, but his body disappeared from the spot. It felt as if he had forcefully torn apart space and appeared from another space. He had dodged all the attacks. Impossible. Big wave. The young man's face changed. He had used his trump card. However, he still couldn't catch up to Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. This made the crowd gasp. It was as if the young man was the only one fighting on the martial platform. Windchaser Zhou Lingtian had already disappeared. "Sai, you can't win even if I give you 10 moves. What a piece of trash." Finally, Zhou Lingtian's impatient voice rang out. He gently kicked out. Boom. The young man fell into the lake. He had been defeated. What a terrifying movement technique. It looks like he's the only one on the 7th martial platform that can compete with martial demon Feng Tianting. Yeah, that's right. Only the two of them can maintain a winning streak. The other two will still lose, including that Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. To have such strength at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before his name would shake the entire 7 profound martial house. No matter how strong a martial skill is, it's useless. If you can't touch someone, then everything is just empty talk. Ouyang Feiyang said with a dignified expression. He found that if he were on the martial platform, he would simply be helpless. That is the true meaning of wind. Lin Ling faintly said. Ouyang Feiyang's pupils shrank. No wonder Lin Ling would have to face these opponents. Lin Ling's situation would be very troublesome. The 7th and 8th rounds began one after another. On the other side of the martial platform, Drunken Sword Xiaoying stepped onto the stage. It was said that his sword was the most elusive, and his opponent was a similarly illustrious disciple. However, under the dazzling display of swords, that opponent was instantly defeated. His entire person was intoxicated by Xiao Ying's sword dance. When he left the martial platform, he was dizzy and fell into the lake. The swordsman was not intoxicated, but the opponent was. What a terrifying concept of martial arts. I'm a bit dizzy. I don't know how many swords Xiaoying used. Ouyang Feiyang frowned. Even from a distance he was affected. Beside him, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. In fact, it was only one sword. The other swords were only the true meaning of the sword. Moreover, they were half a step into 40% sword intent. Although Lin Ling was not a pure swordsman, he was very curious about the only swordsman in the top 10 new stars. His words caused Ouyang Feiyang to be secretly surprised. At the start of the tournament, every genius was on high alert, but Lin Ling seemed very relaxed. Moreover, he was able to see the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. Ironcliff's battle has begun. Lin Ling didn't know what Ouyang Feiyang was thinking and calmly said. On the martial stage, Tai Yan finally met the strongest demon god, Qi Yan. Many people were also watching the battle, but they weren't watching Tai Yan, they were watching Qi Yan. Demon Flame Step. Under countless gazes, Scarlet Flame disappeared from the martial platform. Like a shadow, he passed through Iron Cliff and appeared again. Iron Cliff was already in his hand. Boom. Striking the ground with his hand, a 50-meter tall purple flame soared into the sky. The flame turned into a huge demon head, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Within the flame, Scarlet Flame's figure walked out step by step. Trash, go home and train for another 5 years. 5 years later, you will be able to defeat the current me. The gap between the two was huge. This meant that the difference between Iron Cliff and Scarlet Flame was 5 years of training time. Among the top 10 new stars, only Scarlet Flame does not have a long-range martial arts attack. But if you are caught by him, the result is defeat. Don't tell me you are called a demon god. With the unpredictable shadow, other than the Blood King, no one is his opponent. Chapter 595. First display of talent, capturing hand? Lin Ling frowned. He was also aware of Qi Yan's terrifying strength. His talent king body was very strong, at least a 5th grade one. He could draw support from a mysterious power to use the capturing hand. If he was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a voice sounded out from the 7th martial stage. Lin Ling had stepped onto the stage, and his opponent was Windchaser Zhou Lingtian. Currently, Zhou Lingtian, Feng Tianting, and Lin Ling have all maintained their winning streaks on the 7th martial stage. The rest of them have all lost. That Lin Ling is too fierce. Before this, he only used a single fist to finish his opponents. It seems that he hasn't used his full strength. He is truly worthy of being a talent that Sword Elder values. But if he doesn't use his full strength against Zhou Lingtian, he might even lose. Everyone looked at the 7th martial stage. Even some of the 10 rising stars looked over. They had heard of the bet between Sword Elder and Great Sun Elder, so they were curious. Zhou Lingtian is the oldest of the disciples. He has been cultivating for 3 years, but Lin Ling has only been cultivating for 3 months. Sword Elder, your good luck has come to an end. On a distant mountain peak, Great Sun Elder was drinking tea. She had a strong confidence in the upcoming battle. We'll know after we fight. Sword Elder calmly smiled. He knew that Zhou Lingtian's speed was very fast. If Lin Ling could not break through, then he would most likely lose. Whether or not Lin Ling had a martial art that could break through movement techniques, he did not know. He could only wait and see. On the martial stage, Lin Ling had arrived early. Then a gust of wind blew and Zhou Lingtian appeared on the stage. He was very elegant, and his long green robes seemed to condense from the wind. I heard that in order to become famous, you came to the 7 profound martial house and made a big bet to attract the attention of others. Zhou Lingtian did not speak like he had to his other opponents. Instead, he disdainfully said, I only want to ask you, how long have you been cultivating at the 7 profound martial house? Yes. He liked opponents that were down to earth, and disdained opponents that were frivolous and arrogant. Therefore he did not like Lin Ling. 3 months. Lin Ling replied calmly. He had also sensed Zhou Lingtian's disdain for him and thought that he was just trying to please the crowd. However, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. 3 years for me. However, to be able to win 6 consecutive victories in 3 months, your strength is not bad. It's barely passable. Zhou Lingtian said calmly. You barely caught my eye. Lin Ling replied again. His words made the crowd's pupils dilate. Zhou Lingtian's strength was obvious to all, but he was barely qualified to enter Lin Ling's eyes. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. You're young and frivolous. No wonder I don't like frivolous and arrogant opponents like you. However, you'll have to take a good look at yourself. Zhou Lingtian wasn't angered at all. He simply shook his head. In the next moment he vanished. Whoosh. Only the wind was blowing on the martial stage. It was very strange. Wind Emperor's 6 bells palm. A faintly discernible voice came from the martial stage. Whirlwind palms appeared one after another, tearing through the air and slapping towards Lin Ling. One moment to the left, the next moment to the right. It was difficult to track his movements. With the concept of wind, Zhou Lingtian's movement technique is the strangest among the 10 rising stars. Now that he has disappeared, Lin Ling can only continue to block until he loses. Far away from the Dragon Lake, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said calmly. The true intent of wind was a very powerful concept of martial arts. It was difficult to track its movements. You're not the only one with movement techniques. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. In the next moment he used the soaring cloud steps, and the true intent of clouds spread out. Bang, bang, bang. All the whirlwinds smashed onto the martial stage, causing the lake water to rise into the sky and block the view of many people. However, the crowd's pupils dilated. They did not want to miss a single scene. Whoosh. At this moment there was no one left on the martial stage. The 2 figures had disappeared. Occasionally the sound of collision could be heard. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for people to track it. How is this possible? Zhou Lingtian has the true intent of wind. His body can turn into the wind, but Lin Ling's speed is not inferior to his. That's the soaring cloud steps. But why is it so strange? Alright, I heard that although the soaring cloud steps is a 4th grade king tier martial arts, it can be used to comprehend the true intent of clouds. Wind and clouds. The crowd was shocked. Even the other rising stars were looking at the martial stage. They did not expect that there was a hidden dark horse here. At this moment, Zhou Lingtian did not have the time to care about the surprised voices. He was more surprised than the others. Someone had actually caught up with him in terms of movement technique. How was this possible? Wind entangling shadow. In his surprise, Zhou Lingtian used a terrifying technique. It was a wind silk that could sense a martial artist's aura and then silently wrap around them. All this time he had used this technique to defeat countless geniuses, including those of the Moon Guard rank. On the martial stage, countless wind silks wrapped around a corner and gradually formed a human silhouette like a cocoon. Zhou Lingtian smiled happily. He caught it. But in the next moment the cocoon melted like water. It was as if the person wrapped around it had disappeared. That was an afterimage. Your wind concept is only at 10%. That's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Zhou Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Facing his terrifying movement technique, Lin Ling could still deceive him? The sky-raising storm light. With a roar, Zhou Lingtian's hands continuously slapped out. Large amounts of wind silks shot out like silk threads, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Boundless startling clouds. Lin Ling's face was calm. His body floated like a cloud, and even seemed to distort space at times to avoid large amounts of wind silks. Move with the wind like the clouds in the sky. When the wind comes, the clouds will drift. The wind can never catch the clouds. Seeing this ethereal scene, one of the 12 elders Xian's heart trembled. Lin Ling's movement technique comprehension was terrifying. He actually dodged all of them. It seems that in terms of movement technique, Lin Ling isn't weaker than anyone. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying and Radiant Fist Ling Hu Yi of the 10 Rising Stars frowned. They knew very well that the wind was shot out in all directions like silk threads. Ordinary people couldn't avoid it, but geniuses with strong movement technique comprehension could predict the trajectory of the wind in advance and form a picture of the overall situation in their mind. Then they could find the most suitable route in a short period of time to avoid the wind silks. All of this seemed simple, but there were very few geniuses who could do it. It required eyesight, martial arts experience, and even extremely sharp senses. Especially senses, one had to be able to sense the trajectory of the wind before it blew. That was the key. If it was up to them to break the move, they would only need one way, and that was to break the move with force. It was impossible to break the move with movement technique. You lost. On the martial stage, a faint voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was still a punch. Rumble. The sound of water rang out. Zhou Lingtian fell into the water but quickly floated up. His expression was extremely ugly. He felt humiliated to be defeated by a youth in his proudest domain. Moreover, he had previously used the tone of a senior to guide Lin Ling, but now he no longer had the qualifications. You have to see everything with your own eyes before you have the right to speak. You heard rumors and thought that I was arrogant and didn't know my limits. It seems that the frivolous one is you. Sigh. Chapter 596. Martial Demon. Haha Lin Ling, good job. Haha. On top of the mountain peak, the Sword Elder's laughter resounded through the air. Lin Ling had won this battle beautifully. He had defeated his opponent with his own strength, which made the Sword Elder extremely proud. His cloud intent has reached at least 20%. This is extremely rare among the Star Guard disciples. Elder Sword, you have good eyes. Some of the 12 Xian elders also praised. That little bastard. Elder Deri clenched his teeth. Lin Ling didn't have a master to guide him. How could he comprehend the cloud intent? Damn little bastard, messing up my plans again and again. At this moment Lin Ling returned to the lake. Ouyang Feiyang and the rest looked at Lin Ling in fear. They didn't expect Lin Ling's movement technique to be so terrifying. Master, did you know that? You're the first to defeat the 10 rising stars. Tai Yin said excitedly. If his wind intent had reached 20%, it would have been difficult for me to win. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't show any arrogance. After all, his target wasn't Zhou Lingtian. No matter what, it's good to win. Haha, our blood was boiling when we saw it. Ouyang Feiyang gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. The competition continued. Gradually, some geniuses began to run out of spirit chi and stamina. Clearly, they had revealed too many trump cards in the previous competition, causing them to be weak later on. Of course, the powerful geniuses still hid their trump cards, saving them for the critical moment. Not long after, on the 7th martial stage, the highly regarded martial demon Feng Tianting came out. He was the first person to maintain a winning streak on the 7th martial stage, and the second was Lin Ling. His opponent naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Some were looking forward to the battle between him and Lin Ling to see whose winning streak would be broken first. Some were looking forward to the battle between Feng Tianting and Zhou Ling Tian, but the result was quickly revealed. It was Zhou Ling Tian. Zhou Ling Tian, do you dare to fight? Haha. Martial demon Feng Tianting had the title of demon. Naturally, he was like a crazy demon, but in reality that was indeed the case. Go martial demon, we're all your fans. Haha. In the distance, a large number of cheers came from martial demon. Noisy. On the martial stage, martial demon Feng Tianting frowned and punched out. Rumble, a terrifying true martial intent turned into a giant fist and smashed towards the dragon coiling lake, injuring a large number of disciples and even killing many of them. Are you crazy? He actually dared to speak to him. The martial demon had a strange personality and was known to kill indiscriminately. Once he entered the demonic path, he would even dare to fight the Blood King. Someone said with a solemn expression. The martial demon was a person who used martial arts as a demon. When one became a demon, they would not even recognize their own family. Everyone was silent, even the host was silent. Feng Tianting was a crazy genius, but it was also because of his crazy obsession that he was so strong. Zhou Lingtian, do you dare to fight? Martial devil Feng Tianting shouted again, which made Zhou Lingtian grit his teeth. Feng Tianting was one of the opponents he didn't want to face the most. Feng Tianting was simply too crazy. He wanted to win no matter what the battle was. If he couldn't win, he would keep pestering you until he won. Trash, you don't dare to fight? The arrogant voice rang out again. Zhou Lingtian finally went up. With so many people watching, he couldn't avoid the battle or else he would lose face. When fighting with me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. There is only life and death. Either you die or I die. On the martial stage, Feng Tianting's body emitted a tyrannical aura. This was his heart of martial arts. Just a spar is enough. Why do we have to fight to the death? Zhou Lingtian hesitated. If you dare to come up, you will die. The 7th martial stage is my world. You will die and so will Lin Ling. Feng Tianting spoke word by word, causing Zhou Lingtian to furrow his brows. In the next moment, the true intent of wind was unleashed. At the same time, Feng Tianting had already made his move. There was no reason at all. Rumble. His martial arts were very simple. It was just a simple punch and kick, but it was extremely terrifying. Because each punch and kick carried true martial intent, and it was 30%. This was a killing machine. Bang bang bang. The more Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and he was both evil and tyrannical. Zhou Lingtian kept dodging the attacks, but his momentum gradually weakened. Then he gritted his teeth and wanted to use the sky-raising storm light to entangle Feng Tianting. His martial art was useless against Lin Ling, but it was useful against Feng Tianting. After all, it was used to restrain martial artists who weren't fast enough. You dare. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in his ear. His pupils constricted and he subconsciously looked over. He found that the one who spoke was Ghost God Qi Yan. Haha, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Feng Tianting took advantage of Zhou Lingtian's shock and kicked out. The demonic qi rippled, causing the lake water to soar into the sky. Bang! Zhou Lingtian couldn't react in time and was sent flying. However, his eyes were still fixed on Ghost God Qi Yan. If Qi Yan hadn't interrupted him, he might have been able to entangle Feng Tianting with his martial art. I admit defeat. Seeing that his martial art had failed, Zhou Lingtian quickly admitted defeat. Too slow. Feng Tianting took a step forward and stomped down like a giant's leg. 30% of his martial intent erupted and stomped Zhou Lingtian to death. One of the 10 rising stars had fallen. The crowd was silent. Feng Tianting was terrifying. Zhou Lingtian had clearly admitted defeat, but he still wanted to kill him. Feng Tianting, you have violated the rules of the tournament. At this moment, the host's cold voice sounded. He had heard Zhou Lingtian's voice. According to the rules, Feng Tianting should have stopped. When martial artists fight, who will pay attention to other people's voices? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Zhou Lingtian for being too slow in admitting defeat. However, just as the host finished speaking, an old voice sounded. It was Elder De Sun. She was supporting Feng Tianting. Everyone was silent. Unless Elder Xian supported Feng Tianting, Zhou Lingtian's death would be in vain. However, it was obvious that no one supported Zhou Lingtian. I noticed that during the tournament, someone was interfering with Zhou Lingtian. The host judge said again, but his eyes were fixed on ghost god Qi Yan in the distance. That counts as interfering? There are many voices around each stage, and the young geniuses on the stages should ignore those voices. If he can be disturbed, it can only mean that his martial heart is not stable. Elder De Sun said indifferently. This? The host judge was speechless. Elder De Sun's words were reasonable. After all, the audience was cheering. That was unavoidable. Geniuses should not be disturbed. However, ghost god Qi Yan had interrupted Zhou Lingtian's martial arts. That was too unsightly. Host judge, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. You can't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Lingtian for being useless. Hurry up and announce my victory. Feng Qianting's arrogant voice sounded. His red hair was like fire. The host judge had no choice but to announce Feng Qianting's victory. Haha, I'm the only one with a winning streak. Next opponent, Lin Ling, you're dead. Feng Qianting laughed loudly as he left the stage. The crowd's expression was complicated. If Zhou Lingtian was dead, Lin Ling would also die. After all, everyone had witnessed Feng Qianting's madness. Chapter 597. Despicable Means. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Ouyang Feiyang frowned and said with dissatisfaction, What ruthless means? Feng Qianting has the support of the great Sun Elder, he's getting more and more arrogant. That's right. Zhou Lingtian wanted to fight back, but Scarlet Flame interrupted him. He seemed to say that if Zhou Lingtian dared to fight back, he would die. So Zhou Lingtian hesitated, and in the end he lost. This battle was very unfair. Tai Yin said solemnly. It was an ugly and overbearing method. Feng Qianting and the others were unscrupulous because they had the support of the great Sun Elder. However, although their methods were sinister, they did it well on the surface, making it hard for others to find an excuse to refute them. Lin Ling, don't go. You might not be Feng Qianting's opponent. If you lose, you'll die. Ouyang Feiyang looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head. This battle is unavoidable. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. I want to see who's the devil. His words were full of determination, but it only made Ouyang Feiyang and Tai Yin even more worried. At this moment, Blood King Duan Qinya stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. Why are you helping him? Even if you don't, Feng Qianting will still win. I just want him to win more beautifully as long as he's happy. Scarlet Flame's cold face revealed a smile. He helped Feng Qianting to make him happy so that Zhou Lingtian would die. Zhou Lingtian's life was worthless to him. Who is he to you? Blood King Duan Qinya asked. My junior brother. Scarlet Flame smiled, which made the hearts of the 10 rising stars tremble. No wonder. A ghost and a devil, so they came from the same sect. Moreover, both of them had an indescribable temperament. If they didn't go crazy, they wouldn't live. Next, the battles continued, but as expected, the rising stars swept through the crowd. They were already waiting for the competition to end. And if there was an accident, then it would be the 7th martial stage. At present, among the 10 martial stages that maintained a winning streak, other than the new star, it was Lin Ling. This vermilion bird Lin Ling is quite powerful. I can't see through him. The crowd also noticed this and started to discuss. Next, Lin Ling began to appear on the 7th martial platform. His opponent's strength was not bad, but after seeing Lin Ling, he avoided Lin Ling. Clearly he was afraid of Lin Ling's soaring cloud steps. Of course this was useless. Lin Ling's strong point was not his movement techniques, but his other areas were even more terrifying. If the enemy didn't make a move, then Lin Ling would. Then he easily won another match. Next match, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Chongshanjiang Santai. At that moment, the voice of the judge sounded out again, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. Lin Ling was fighting consecutively? One had to know that the battles were randomly selected, and it was rare for consecutive battles to occur. If they were arranged to fight consecutively, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the geniuses. After all, there was no time to recover physical strength and spirit chi. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and went on stage again. This time the opponent was a bit difficult to deal with. His defense was strong, and he was constantly consuming Lin Ling's physical strength and spirit chi. The genius youth seemed to be doing it on purpose. Of course he still lost to Lin Ling in the end. Next match, Lin Ling vs Ice Fan Lu Yun. It was Lin Ling's turn again. This time the crowd finally realized that something was wrong. I decided who would go on stage according to the jade plates drawn. In fact, I am also very puzzled. The judge frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and it made him extremely puzzled. His luck is just bad. This kind of situation rarely happens, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. On a mountain peak far away from Dragon Coiling Lake, Old Great Sun's laughter spread out. Although he said this, many people were still aware that something was wrong. Was this Old Great Sun's trick? However, since Old Great Sun had spoken, what could others say without any evidence? As for the other martial artists from the 6 great martial halls, they didn't say anything. They came to watch this tournament to see the strength of these geniuses, and to see the future of the 7 profound martial house. They didn't care who was the one that suffered a loss. Not to mention that this was the matter of the 12th elder Xian, they wouldn't meddle. Despicable, this must be Old Great Sun's trick. Sakura's face was extremely cold. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting continuously. When he met Feng Tianting in the later stages, his physical strength and spirit chi would be difficult to support. In order to win, Old Great Sun had used all sorts of insidious methods. But Sword Elder frowned as he looked at Old Great Sunday. He wasn't a fool, he was naturally aware that this was Old Great Sun's trick. But this trick was done very well so that he couldn't find any evidence. Since everyone had noticed it, Lin Ling naturally noticed it as well. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Ling's pupils were icy cold. He looked at Old Great Sun on the distant mountain peak. He saw that Old Great Sun's old face was smiling at him. Lin Ling nodded. He crossed the Dragon Coiling Lake and stepped onto the martial stage once more. Aha, to maintain a winning streak you're quite fierce. His opponent was a thin youth. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. You want to break my winning streak? Lin Ling coldly said. No, I just want to fight as hard as I can. It would be best to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. The youth smiled, causing Lin Ling to frown. He had a guess in his heart. This youth had obviously received instructions from Old Great Sun, and had come to waste his strength. Very good. Lin Ling was disinclined to say anything more. He shot towards the youth, and a tyrannical power of fire bloomed. This move caused the youth's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling's strength was even greater than before. I admit defeat. The youth constantly retreated. Too late. Lin Ling's fist did not stop. Flames spewed out and he killed the youth with one punch. Boom. The youth directly turned into powder. He wanted to waste Lin Ling's strength, but he had underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Therefore it was too late to admit defeat. So powerful. Many people's eyes narrowed. In the previous battle, they thought that Lin Ling's strength was only so. Therefore, the geniuses who participated in the competition were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. It was enough to wear down Lin Ling's strength. But who knew that Lin Ling had hidden his strength? Flames bloomed and mercilessly killed the youth. He has already admitted defeat, but you still killed him. Are you breaking the rules? In the silence, Old Great Sun's sharp voice rang out. It carried a trace of malice. Lin Ling stood on the martial stage. He was too lazy to leave. He sneered, when a martial artist fights they are completely focused. Who would notice the voices of others? If there is anyone to blame, he can only blame himself for admitting defeat too late. Old Great Sun, this is what you said earlier. You. Old Great Sun's face turned ugly. She wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but she did not expect that Lin Ling would return the favor. Next match. The judge was not one of Old Great Sun's people. Therefore he quickly decided that Lin Ling had won. Then he announced the next opponent. Senior Judge, there is no need to shout. I will continue to stay here until the end of the 16th round. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out, causing the crowd to gasp. This young man was so arrogant, he seemed to know about Elder Great Sun's scheme. He didn't even leave the stage and directly continued to fight. Chapter 598. War Demon. In an instant, countless gazes from the 10 martial stages of the Dragon Lake fell on the 7th martial stage. Even the 10 rising stars sneered. This Lin Ling was very arrogant. At least they did not have the courage to dominate the martial stage and threaten to sweep the rest of the opponents. Sure, but you have to remember that if you continue to fight, your physical strength and spirit chi will be exhausted. The referee said with a smile. He was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling. After all, a tag team battle was too unfair to Lin Ling, so he also agreed to Lin Ling's request. Thank you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd and a cold smile appeared on his face. Currently, I have 11 consecutive victories. There are still 5 matches left. Geniuses who come on stage, please remember, those who are weaker than me will die. For this battle, Lin Ling came with a fair mentality. However, if the opponent wanted to play tricks, then Lin Ling would accompany him. If you want to exhaust my body and spirit chi, then let's see how many people you have. Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. Very crazy, very domineering. Lin Ling was also declaring war on the Great Sun Elder. You want people to make things difficult for me? Fine, I'll kill them one by one. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against 5 Moon Saber Li Tianyi. Yes. The referee's voice sounded, but the lakeside was silent. No one dared to go up. The nominal disciple called Li Tianyi was Su Fan's disciple. He originally wanted to go up and exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength, but he hesitated because if he dared to go up, Lin Ling would definitely dare to kill him. Go Li Tianyi. Yes. In the distance, Su Fan's angry voice sounded. His disciple was too embarrassing. Ah, Su Fan, your disciple is as useless as you. Yes. A disdainful laugh floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing Su Fan's face to turn ugly. Lin Ling called him trash in front of countless martial artists in the rainforest's sacred land. Let me test your strength. Yes. However, there was still a disciple who came up. At the same time, he looked at the referee. After getting the referee's nod, he proudly appeared on the martial stage. 10 wins in a row. You are very proud. You are so proud that you can't see yourself clearly. However, Master Su Fan is my benefactor and has given me careful guidance. How can I let you humiliate him? Let me see how strong a genius like you is. Let me remind you, if you only have the strength from before, you will definitely lose. No, you will definitely die. After the nominal disciple stepped onto the martial platform, he immediately said coldly, "Whoosh." Lin Ling didn't say much. He used the cloud-soaring steps and a fire fist appeared. Raging flames blasted out. You're courting death. That nominal disciple shouted coldly and displayed a powerful martial art. It was thunder and lightning. He thought that Lin Ling's movement technique was strong, so he was confident that he could help Su Fan learn. But what he didn't know was that Lin Ling's king body far surpassed his. Boom. The fire fist blasted out. It was a very simple punch, but the nominal disciple along with his martial art was turned into ashes. Black smoke floated on the martial platform. Those were the ashes after being burned by the fire. Flattery is fine, but stepping on me to flatter, I won't allow it. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from the martial stage, causing the Dragon Lake to become even more silent. No one would have thought that the stage of the 10 rising stars would become the stage of the Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. What a low-key little guy. If it wasn't for Great Sun Old Man's unsightly actions, he might have continued to be low-key. Some powerful martial artists secretly nodded. They just realized that Lin Ling, this dark horse, was terrifyingly dark. Next round, King Spear Wang zipping. The referee's voice floated out again. I admit defeat. Next round, Heaven Hook Hand Su Ning. I admit defeat. The next few nominal disciples admitted defeat one after another, making Great Sun Old Man's face turn black. In order to win today, she had thought of all the ways and made a few foolproof plans, but who would have thought that all of them would fail? This Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Now, it was up to Martial Demon Feng Tianting. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, 13 wins in a row, not bad, he is the strongest among the Star Guard disciples. The referee said again and then announced the last person, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Martial Demon Feng Tianting. The Dragon Pan Lake was completely silent. The strongest battle of the 7th martial platform had finally arrived. Who would win and who would lose? Haha, if I go on stage I will either die or live. A tyrannical voice floated out with evil charm. Even the lake water was shaking, making the crowd's pupils constrict. As expected of Martial Demon, he wanted to kill people as soon as he went on stage. I also planned to do so. On the martial platform, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Martial Demon Feng Tianting who was walking on the lake and said with a cold smile. Martial Demon Feng Tianting used his demonic power to intimidate others, making others not dare to fight, using his madness to make others fearful. But Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Let's see who is more demonic. Domineering, martial demon's madness, everyone knows, but Lin Ling is also domineering. This battle will be very intense. Everyone's blood started to boil. On the mountain peak far away, Great Sunchild calmly drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Sword Elder from the corner of his eyes. Very nervous, right? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for boasting and throwing away the identity of Elder Xian. She seemed to think that she had already won. Chapter 599. Sword moves mountains and rivers. What a mysterious king body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Feng Qianting's king body was the same as his vermilion bird's flames. Once it exploded, any attack would be infused with martial intent. Compared to the vermilion bird's flames, Feng Qianting's spiritual body was even more terrifying. After all, any martial arts could be converted into martial intent. But the vermilion bird's flames could only be fire Dao. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword and blocked Feng Qianting's punch, but that punch also bent Lin Ling's sword and made a buzzing sound. Feng Qianting's attack power was terrifying. Domineering for 1,000 years. Boom! Feng Tianting took another step forward, and his martial intent erupted again. One fist could dominate 1,000 years. Dripping sword. Boom! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. His sword was like rain, forming a fan-shaped sword beam in front of him, blocking the fist. At the same time he used the soaring cloud steps, constantly dodging Feng Qianting's attacks. Under the countless fists, small holes appeared in the square. Just the explosion of martial intent was able to affect the hard martial stage. Feng Qianting's martial intent seems to be somewhat different. In the distance, the elders of the 6 martial arts halls said indifferently. Although Feng Qianting's 30% martial intent was higher than an ordinary 4th-grade king-ranked martial art, there was still something mysterious about it. Senior Yishao, when you were wandering in the upper 3 regions, did you see this king body? I feel that it is very familiar. It seems to be the martial Dao of the Fighting Evil faction. That's right, it is from the Fighting Evil faction. Also, I saw that the demon god Scarlet Flame's martial arts were also very mysterious. It seems to be from that faction. The elders discussed. The upper 3 regions had a long history. For example, the Great Tang Empire was one of them. It looked like a country, but in fact, many people knew that this country was related to the 4 ancient desolate races. The Fighting Evil faction was also an ancient faction. The members of this faction kept a low profile and hid in one of the places in the 18 upper regions. The martial arts they cultivated were either ghosts or demons. It was a rather mysterious faction. Of course, they kept a low profile only because they were few in number, so not many people knew about them. However, their madness was extremely terrifying. In the past, there was a country in the upper 3 regions that had provoked this bloodline, and in the end the entire country had been annihilated. Even the region lord couldn't stop this bloodline's massacre. People of this lineage would go crazy if they could communicate with ghosts and devils. Lin Ling is going to lose. Then a few elders said indifferently. Wherever they looked, the battle on the martial stage was getting more and more intense. Invincible 5 emotions. The more martial demon Feng Tianting fought, the crazier he became. With a swipe of his claw, 5 sharp claw marks slashed at the martial stage, leaving 5 deep grooves on the martial stage. Sword of Understanding. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, releasing 30% of his sword intent. Although the sword light didn't seem thick, it blocked Feng Qianting's attack. This Lin Ling is too strong. He fought several people in a row, but he still hasn't lost. Moreover, he actually has the sword intent. The crowd was completely shocked. Lin Ling's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. This dark horse was really dark and dazzling. However, compared to the martial demon, he was still a bit weaker. This caused him to be suppressed by the martial demon. Your sword is too young, just like you. Feng Qianting's entire body was covered in strange cloud patterns. As he punched out, Lin Ling's sword couldn't hit him. And even if it did, it didn't cause much damage. It's a king body. The power of vibration. Lin Ling kept retreating, frowning slightly. Haha, your eyesight is not bad. That's right, my king body is very noble. It can allow any king step martial arts to cultivate to 30% of their martial intent. Moreover, with the power of vibration, it is comparable to a half-step 40% martial intent. Lin Ling, you are dead. Arrogant laughter came out from Feng Qianting's mouth, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Feng Qianting's origin was not simple. The upper three regions were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Soon after, Lin Ling noticed a detail. The martial stage seemed to be constantly vibrating, but it was very subtle. Moreover, the vast dragon lake was also vibrating with ripples blooming. It was Feng Qianting's vibration power. Demonic drum thunder seal. An even more terrifying secret art burst out. Feng Qianting was half squatting in a horse stance. His palms stretched out, facing Lin Ling from afar. His red hair fluttered in the wind and demonic qi surged. However, ripples spread out from his palm, constantly expanding. That was the air being vibrated. Pa. At the same time, with the seventh martial stage as the center, the vast dragon lake gave up the massive ripples. The lake water was turbulent, and even some of the youths on the lakeside held swords and sabers in their hands. Even the sabers and swords were shaken. Half a step to 40% true meaning of vibration. The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying strength. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was extremely difficult to comprehend. Although the seven profound martial house had many geniuses, there were very few that could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and most of them were only at 20%. But a half step to 40% true meaning of martial arts was extremely rare. Lin Ling will be shattered by my junior apprentice brother. In the distance, ghost god Scarlet Flame smiled, full of confidence. No one was optimistic that Lin Ling would be able to withstand this move. Before, Lin Ling had not been defeated because his movement martial arts were sharp, but his sword simply could not break through the true meaning of vibration. Lin Ling is holding his sword with both hands. Has he given up? Maybe he'll resist before he dies. Unfortunately, it's useless. Although his sword is sharp, it's still too young. The crowd did not want to miss any opportunity. They were all looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Feng Qianting made his move. His palm erupted with a terrifying strength. Although it seemed slow, it instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling, as if he wanted to crush Lin Ling with his palm. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still held his sword with both hands. Many people even saw that beneath his long hair, his eyes were closed. Courting death. Second brother. Sakura could not help but shout, his pupils red. Was he really going to be defeated? Only one person could see that Lin Ling was strangely holding his sword with both hands. This person was far away on the other side of the seven profound martial house. At this moment, his eyes were closed and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. His sword's true meaning has risen. Feng Qianting is too slow. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly opened. Sword moves mountains and rivers. The great sword that had always been sharp had changed at this moment. Its momentum was magnificent, as if it wanted to sever the world. A sword that was too sharp, revealing its edge, could be fatal in a single strike. This was a fast sword, but it was ineffective against Feng Qianting. Feng Qianting's power of vibration could shake off the sharp sword. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, he could only use violence to curb violence and use strength to break strength. Therefore, he had to use the slow sword art. A terrifying sword's true meaning erupted. It was as heavy as a mountain, and as it fell to the ground, the entire martial stage split open. Feng Qianting's palm also split open in an instant. Countless swords' true meaning seemed to fall from the sky, piercing through his right arm. His body, it was as if he had stepped into the forbidden zone of the sword. Sword moves mountains and rivers was a relatively slow sword move, but it was a large area attack. The sword stabbed into the ground. Above the ground, there would be countless swords' true meaning that was half a step into 40%. Those who entered the domain died. Chapter 600. You can die. Feng Qianting's body flew backwards, numerous bloody holes pierced through his body. But all around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence. Lin Ling actually had a half-step 40% sword true meaning? And it was even stronger than Feng Qianting's true meaning of martial arts? Old Great Sunchild was still drinking tea, but before the tea could reach her mouth, the teacup shattered and even the water turned to ashes. Her frowning face twisted. She had arranged for 2 new stars to fight against Lin Ling, but in the end she had not been able to stop Lin Ling. In the end she was still going to lose. She had never underestimated Lin Ling, nor had she ever overestimated Lin Ling. She had only acted according to the rules. A genius that had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months, She was confident that she had given him enough obstacles. However, Lin Ling had still created a miracle. What secret was this Lin Ling hiding? On the martial stage, Lin Ling gripped his sword with one hand and walked step by step towards Feng Tianting. Feng Tianting's face was pale, his pupils constricted. He had not thought that he would be defeated. You think you have the qualifications to be called a demon? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Feng Tianting's face to become even more ferocious. He said in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" Even though he was severely wounded, he was still like a demon, still as strong as ever. You said that if you stepped onto the martial stage you would either die or live. You never thought that the one to die would be you. Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. You want to kill me? Feng Tianting clenched his teeth. He never thought that he would die, and he never thought that someone would dare to kill him. He was a demon, and if he did not go crazy then he would not live. But this boy was even crazier than him. You dare. At this moment, a cold voice reached Lin Ling's ears. He saw that at the edge of Dragon Lake, ghost god Qian was coldly looking at Lin Ling. Their fighting evil faction had always gone crazy, and now someone dared to move against their own junior apprentice brother in front of them? Courting death. I'm very sorry, Great Sunchild once said that when fighting on the martial platform, one has to ignore the sounds in the surroundings. So what are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile that was even more devilish than Feng Tianting's, and he slowly raised his sword. You. Scarlet Flame's pupils constricted. Lin Ling clearly heard what he said, but he said that he didn't. He was disdainful of him and even mocking him. I admit defeat. Feng Tianting looked at the young man in front of him. He had no doubt that the young man would cut down the sword, so he anxiously shouted. You used your insanity to intimidate others, making them not dare to fight. Now that you admit defeat, it seems like your previous title of insanity is just for show. Don't you think it's ironic? Lin Ling's smile became even colder. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Feng Tianting's complexion was ugly, but he was still anxiously shouting. The crowd's pupils constricted. The unruly and tyrannical martial demon was actually constantly shouting that he had lost and begging for mercy. This was completely different from the impression they had of martial demons. How ironic. He has already admitted defeat and you still dare to kill him? You have violated the rules. At this moment in the skies above, an old voice sounded out. It was angry from shame and even sinister. Then, it turned into a billowing dark cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. It was Great Sunchild. Great Sunchild was seething with anger. Whether or not Feng Tianting died, she had already lost. Thus she resented Lin Ling. Lin Ling was nothing but an ant. She wanted to kill Lin Ling to vent her anger. Unfortunately she was fast, but another figure wasn't slow either. A sword cut through the horizon as if tearing apart space itself, and appeared in front of Great Sunchild. A crisp slap sounded out, shaking the entire Dragon Lake. Great Sunchild has been slapped in the face. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at the figure in the sky. It was Old Sword. You dare to hit me? Great Sunchild rubbed her face, her complexion becoming even more ferocious. She was one of the 7 profound martial house's 12 elders, and had an illustrious reputation in the rainforest Holy Land. She was highly respected, but today she had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. There are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword stepped into the void, his clothes flapping in the wind. He coldly looked at Great Sunchild. He already had a grudge with this person, so as long as he had a handle on her, he would not show any mercy. It seems that the 2 elders made a bet. If Old Sword lost, he would give up his status as Elder Xian. If Great Sunchild lost, she would be slapped 3 times. After the crowd was surprised, they began to talk amongst themselves. Great Sunchild's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. She had wanted to take this chance to kill Lin Ling, but she had obviously failed. Now that she had jumped out of everyone's sight, it was impossible for her to back down. There are still 2 more slaps. At this moment on the 7th martial stage, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had used his status as a disciple to force Great Sunchild to be slapped in the face. Haha, there are still 2 more slaps. Old Sword turned around and looked at Lin Ling. He laughed and then said coldly. Great Sunchild could not put down her face and was not willing to be slapped in the face. But now he and Lin Ling were forcing Great Sunchild to move her face over in front of countless people. You are ruthless. Great Sunchild's expression kept changing. In the end she coldly stared at Lin Ling. She then moved her body and floated towards Old Sword. Her old face moved over. She had no right to reject any more. You are asking for humiliation. Sword Elder laughs coldly and uses both hands to draw the bow. Pa pa pa, crisp clapping sounds out, causing blood to flow out from Great Sun Elder's mouth while her eyes are filled with hatred. Feels good, right? Old Sword said again, causing Great Sunchild's body to tremble. She coldly snorted and no longer spoke. She returned to the mountain peak. Today she had lost all her face. Around the Dragon Pan Lake, many people wanted to laugh but did not dare to. They could only endure silently. After all, to them, to be able to see the 12th Elder Shen being slapped in the face was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today was the day of the Moon Guard Disciple Assessment. Everyone was here to see the geniuses. But who would have thought that the scene would turn into Elder Shen being slapped in the face? This scene, the interlude, is not bad. At this moment, on the 7th martial stage, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing Great Sunchild's heart to tremble again. It was as if a knife was cutting through her heart. Lin Ling was mocking her for being slapped in the face previously. If not for the countless people here, she would have slapped that junior to death. Lin Ling must die, she must kill him. Lin Ling naturally sensed the resentful gazes on the mountain peak, but he was fearless. He did not know what grudges there were between Great Sunchild and Old Sword, but when Su Fan made things difficult for him, it was Old Sword who supported him. Great Sunchild wanted to use Lin Ling to make things difficult for Old Sword, using Lin Ling as a chess piece. Since he dared to play with others, he had to be prepared to be played by others. Lin Ling, he had to control his own life, he would not let others play with him. You can die now. Lin Ling looked at Feng Tianting, his eyes cold. At this moment, a murderous voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears again. How dare you? Just as the words were spoken, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. The heavily injured Feng Tianting obviously could not block his sword. A sword wound appeared on his neck, blood flowing out. He stared at Lin Ling with his eyes wide open, as if he still could not believe that he would die here. He had lost to a newcomer. Chapter 601. Promoted to Moon Guard Disciple. Another one of the 10 rising stars has fallen. Looking at this scene, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. 2 of the 7 rising stars had fallen, and the only one who had made it to the end was a Star Guard disciple. All of this was like a dream. However, no one sympathized with Wu Mo's death, because Wu Mo brought this upon himself. He was crazy, he was a demon, he was stronger than others, so he casually killed his opponents. However, when he met an opponent stronger than him, his end came. At this moment, Lin Ling turned around and looked at the angry demon god Qi Yan in the distance. He suddenly smiled. Sorry, what did you say before? Sorry. This smile was full of sarcasm. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had heard Qi Yan's words, but Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. After killing Feng Tianting, he turned around and asked, What did you say before? To Scarlet Flame, this kind of attitude was absolutely infuriating. Many people's hearts jumped again, especially the Star Guard disciples. They never thought that the youth who had cultivated in Star Sea Pagoda would have reached such heights. Lin Ling, fearless, frivolous and carefree. 7th martial stage, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, complete victory, promoted to Moon Guard disciple, can participate in the main stage competition. Praise. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard, and then he looked at the blue and white robed youth leaving the stage step by step, nodding his head. This youth was very calm. If not for Great Sunchild forcing him too hard, this youth would still be low-key. Although he had such strength, he was not arrogant, and in the future, his achievements would be even more extraordinary. Lin Ling has become the new 10 rising stars. Sigh. Many people sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, this youth had reached the top of the pyramid. One must know that even among the Moon Guard disciples, the 10 rising stars were considered to be above average, stronger than many others, and these rising stars had cultivated for a long time, but Lin Ling had only cultivated for 3 months. Student Su Fan, don't forget your promise. Sigh. Arriving at the lakeside, Lin Ling looked at the distant mountain peak. Su Fan's pupils were blank, as if he hadn't realized that Lin Ling had won. But as he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion instantly became ugly. He had to relinquish his status as one of the 36 apprentices, and be demoted to an elder of the 7 profound martial house. It had to be known that the position of an apprentice was only below old Xian, and was above tens of thousands of people. But if he gave up this status, it was the same as giving up a massive amount of cultivation resources, and even receiving a great deal of ridicule. Lin. He never would have thought that a commoner disciple would be able to walk to this day without the guidance of a master. Breaking promise? Yusu. At this moment, the ice-cold voice of the sword elder resounded out. He had always kept a low profile and endured patiently, but as long as he won, he would have enough authority to speak. If Su Fan dared to break his promise, he would kill him with a single strike of his sword. Lin his. Linling, you're amazing. How can you be so strong? After Linling walked back, Ouyang Feiyang and the others excitedly said. They had not thought that Linling would surpass them by so much. They had always thought that Linling's foundation was only better than theirs. One of the 10 rising stars was an existence that they looked up to. I was just lucky. Linling faintly smiled. Second brother, good job. In the distance, Sakura quickly ran over and thumped Linling's chest. Before, he had truly been worried for Linling. Moreover, he had not thought that in a short 3 months, Linling would cultivate the Overlord Sword secret art, to the slow sword boundary. This terrifying speed made him feel inferior. Everyone surrounded Linling, laughing and chatting. They were happy for Linling. In the distance, Ghost God Scarlet Flame was still standing. His junior apprentice brother had died in front of him, but that youth had not panicked at all and had directly ignored him. This caused him to coldly say, Linling, I want you dead. The other 10 rising stars looked at Linling and shook their heads. In this battle, Linling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. But at the same time, he had provoked a terrifying enemy. That was the 2nd-ranked Ghost God Scarlet Flame. Linling's life would not be long. The matches on the 10 martial stages finally ended. A total of 10 people had become Moon Guard-level disciples. Besides the 10 rising stars of the previous generation, there were 2 newcomers. One of them was Ouyang Feiyang. His martial stage did not have a rising star. Although he had lost a match, his points were the highest, so he had smoothly advanced. The other person was Linling. Compared to Ouyang Feiyang, Linling was a true dark horse. This was because his strength was obvious to all. At noon at Myriad Sword Peak, 10,000 swords stood like a forest. Everyone had gathered here. Even Long Xiaoqun and the others had come. Each and every one of them was congratulating Linling. Linling, you have finally become a Moon Guard-level disciple, and you have broken another record. You are the first genius in the history of the 7 profound martial house to become a Moon Guard-level disciple in 3 months. The sword elder stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Linling. In fact, he was optimistic about Linling because Linling had obtained Di Wuji's approval. But he did not think that this youth Linling was not simple at all. His speed of growth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Haha. Haha. Linling gently smiled. He was not proud of himself. After all, he knew that there were many people who were stronger than him. These 3 days are the main stage matches. The winners will be rewarded and the rewards are very generous. Unfortunately, only the top 3 will receive them. Sakura took out some wine and filled everyone's cups. Then he said with some regret. Yes, it is said that there are 7th-grade King Step martial arts, medium-grade spirit crystals and any kind of spirit grass, medicinal herbs and pills. These are the rewards for the first place. Ouyang Feiyang drank some wine and said with some yearning. Linling, if you had participated a year later, then you would have been able to obtain first place, and the rewards would have been generous. Long Xiaoqun looked at Linling and smiled. Linling's current height had already surpassed everyone's expectations, but he was still far from first place. No matter, becoming a Moon Guard-level disciple is good enough. You don't need to think about anything else. Sakura was afraid that Linling would not be reconciled, so he comforted him. Linling drank some wine and shook his head helplessly. Everyone seemed to think that defeating the martial demon was his limit, but he did not explain. After all, it was better to explain 3 days later and let everyone know. It was night and the sky was filled with stars. Linling lay on the grass and looked at the stars in the sky. He could not help but smile. Unknowingly, he had also become a Moon Guard-level disciple, and he was getting closer and closer to his goal of challenging the Mansion Master. After I challenge the Mansion Master, will I be able to find my mother? At that time, I will be able to be with Yu and the others. I wonder how they are now. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He had some nostalgia, but then he shook his head. Currently he was not weak among the Moon Guard level disciples, but there was still the 7 profound prodigy list above him. That was his next goal. Moreover, he had already offended Great Sun Elder, Su Fan and Ghost God Qi Yin, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling, are you there? Chapter 602. Invited, what's the matter? Lin Ling asked, puzzled. Someone sent me an invitation, saying that this year's Moon Guard level disciples will be gathering. Also, the 10 rising stars will be there. Do you think I should go? Ouyang Feiyang frowned. The invitation said that it was only for the same batch of Moon Guard level disciples, and it was extremely polite. Of course, Lin Ling was invited as well. 10 rising stars? What do you think? Lin Ling frowned and then asked. Ouyang Feiyang shook his head. I don't think it's a good thing. After all, we don't have any friendship, so how could they contact us? I'm afraid they want to humiliate us. After all, we are both newcomers. But if we don't go, then it will be a bit shameful. If we don't even dare to go, then we won't give them any face. Lin Ling nodded and then suddenly sneered. Since they are inviting us to drink, then there's no reason not to go. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Is there wine to drink? I'll go too. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked out of the forest. They were Di Shitian and Di Jichuan. Di Shitian had a cold smile on his face, as if he was very interested in this matter. He also wanted to see who exactly was their enemy. Good, then let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He was fearless. After all, the competition was in 3 days. In such a sensitive period, Great Sunchild absolutely wouldn't dare to move against him. So what harm was there in going? In the 7 profound martial house, after becoming a Moon Guard level disciple, there were many more places that they could go. Not only that, but the 7 profound martial house was very large, much larger than the former Cloud Sea City. There were streets, restaurants and even markets. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was not pure of heart and desires. Some martial artists had external pleasures to enjoy, and their cultivation would progress even faster. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the Moon Guard level disciple area. Ouyang Feiyang and Lin Ling were both surprised. This place was really large, with tall buildings that reached the horizon. It was bustling beyond belief. However, Di Shitian and Di Jichuan had already been here before, so they weren't that surprised. Instead, they explained to Lin Ling about the rainforest sacred land. Other than the 7 halls of martial arts, there were many native warriors in the rainforest sacred land. They were descendants of ancient warriors, so they had a strong heritage. Other than that, there were also the mysterious 4 desolate races. They were factions that were older than the 7 halls of martial arts, but they rarely appeared. Apart from that, the 18 upper 3 regions of the 100 territories also had businesses, restaurants, markets, and so on in the rainforest sacred land. The martial demon you killed last time, I investigated his origin. TSK, he's not simple. He's from the Fighting Evil clan, an ancient clan in the 18 upper regions. Moreover, the people of this clan are very crazy. You have to be careful the next time you meet him. Sakura reminded, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The sacred rainforest was even more vast than he had imagined. The invitation was to the Clear Breeze restaurant. This restaurant was not famous, but it was said that it was the property of some great character of the 7 profound martial house. In the 7 profound martial house, as long as one could become a Moon Guard disciple, they could have their own territory and live with their family. This was also a great honor. As for owning a business, there was no need to even mention it. Did you hear? In this year's Dragon Pan Lake tournament, 2 dark horses rose up. The most terrifying one is Lin Ling. He defeated 2 of the 10 rising stars. Yeah, I really don't understand how he cultivates. He's just a dead man. Don't you know that he offended Great Sunchild and Su Fan? Just because he has some achievements, he thinks he's so arrogant. Such a person will die sooner or later. That's right, he's just trash. In the restaurant, guests came like clouds. They were all talking about the tournament. Some people admired him, but there were also some people who disdained him. And those who disdained him seemed to be Su Fan's former disciple. Even if they weren't, they still had a good relationship with Su Fan. At this time, 4 figures stepped into the restaurant, causing the restaurant to quiet down. He looks like Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. He recognized Lin Ling. He is Lin Ling, but he's only at the Middle King Spirit realm. What qualifications does he have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, come here, let me take a look at you. At one of the tables, 4 figures were drinking wine. One of them smirked and said, "That's right. It's senior apprentice brother Kang Er." As the crowd looked at these 4 people, their eyes flashed. These 4 people had a small reputation amongst the Moon Guard level disciples. In a smelting trial, their names had once shaken the 7 profound martial house. But now it seemed that they didn't like Lin Ling at all. Come. Take a look at our little junior apprentice brother and have a drink. One of the 4 laughed. He had been a Moon Guard level disciple for a long time, so he didn't place any newcomers in his eyes. You're sick. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, he attracted so many gazes. This caused Lin Ling to frown. But after hearing this arrogant voice, he immediately smiled with disdain. He simply didn't want to bother with them. Are you rejecting me? The youth called Kang Er stood up. What you said before, if you have the ability, then say it again. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was only a newcomer, but he was very arrogant. His senior apprentice brother had invited him to drink wine, but he had actually refused. He had even disdainfully said that he was sick. Did he know who he was talking to? At this moment, Lin Ling's group of 4 stopped. Sakura coldly looked at the youth. He wanted to walk over, but Lin Ling stopped him. If others looked down on him, then he should solve the problem himself. No matter where he went, there were always martial artists who thought too highly of themselves and liked to bully others. Lin Ling was extremely disdainful of such people. If they provoked him, Lin Ling wouldn't give them any face. He walked towards the 4 people step by step. Did you apologize? You might be punished with 10 bottles of wine. Many people looked at this scene with interest. The 4 people sneered and slowly drank their wine. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say to apologize. If you want to satisfy us, then I'm afraid you'll have to treat us to this meal. The youth called Kang Er said as he played with his wine cup. Lin Ling also came to the side of the table and looked down at the 4 people. Then he picked up the wine cup on the table, shook it, and suddenly poured the wine on Kang Er's head. The restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone who was eating was stunned. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to do such a thing. He poured wine on Kang Er's face. This newcomer Lin Ling had just become a Moon Guard disciple, but he was very arrogant. Interesting. But soon everyone laughed. They were looking forward to the next scene. Lin Ling was so frivolous, who knew what kind of torture he would receive? Drip. Kang Er sat quietly, allowing the wine to drip from his face. His eyes narrowed, like the eyes of a poisonous snake. You poured wine on my face? He said softly. His tone was very calm, but the calmer he was, the scarier it was. Obviously he was angry. The other 3 people also looked cold and sat quietly. Didn't you see it? Lin Feng nodded as if he was talking about something very normal. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.